Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Helene is here. The NHC upgrading the system moments ago to a Category 1 hurricane with a track that takes it through Florida's Big Bend as a major hurricane on Thursday. We have the latest cone, new model runs, and a live Q&A that starts now here on Tracking the Tropics. We are now here on Wednesday. Welcome into the Stream Center, folks, with meteorologist Eric Stone. I'm JB Biunno, wherever you are watching from in the state of Florida, elsewhere in the United States, elsewhere in the world. Welcome into our interactive coverage of Hurricane Helene. This is going to be kicking off a very long day of coverage and several days of coverage as we are talking about Hurricane Helene here in the center of your screen. Want to let you know, we are here to answer your questions. That's what takes us beyond television, right? Is that you can put your comment in on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live with our hashtag system, hashtag HeyEric, hashtag HeyJB. We will be spotlighting your comments on screen throughout the stream and be able to talk to you about what we're seeing here with Hurricane Helene. But before we get to the questions, because we want to give everybody a chance to punch them in, we're going to send Eric over to the wall for the latest 11 o'clock advisory that just came in, Eric, moments ago from the National Hurricane Center.
That's right. We do have now Hurricane Helene. In fact, it boosted 10 miles per hour since the past advisory at 8 this morning. It looks like it did miss Cancun, so we're not seeing any weakening whatsoever. So once again, this is going to continue to strengthen as it moves in the Gulf. It's going to really pick up in forward speed later on today and into Thursday. Look at this, Category 3 storm well offshore of southwest Florida, still a Category 3 storm heading toward Tallahassee, which means somewhere in this area it could become a Category 4 storm, and Jeff and I talked yesterday about that. We do believe that this will have enough energy to increase to a Cat 4 sometime on Thursday, but it does look like the track's still well away from the Bay Area. That doesn't mean we're not going to feel the effects. It looks like it's going to make landfall even to the west of Perry and then move pretty close to downtown Tallahassee. And the models, once again, are pretty much in agreement, still to the east of Panama City and to the west of Perry, moving right over Tally, right? Oh, this is going to be a strong storm for them. Major hurricane force winds for our state's capital. So, European and GFS models, it is unbelievable how close these are, all the way to landfall. Look at that. Both models have this pretty close, within about 10 miles of each other, just to the west of Perry, near Tallahassee, and then moving northward toward the Memphis and Knoxville area in the Tennessee Valley. Our in-house model yesterday was to the east. Now it has shifted back to the west a bit. Still did not make landfall. This one had it right in the Cancun area. But again, it's when does it take that turn to the northeast? It should be later today. And then that northeasterly turn and continuation should last through Thursday. It will be as close to our Bay Area as it will get, right around 5, 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. So that's what we can expect, the strongest winds along the Pinellas County coastline, and then Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus County coastline a few hours later. Here is landfall slightly to the east of Perry. So this model is one of the eastern outliers, but still It is within that envelope of models and then moves up into Valdosta, still with an I, believe it or not, still a hurricane in South Georgia because of how fast it will be moving. Plenty of ocean heat content to work with over the next 12 to 24 hours, so we are expecting this thing to really intensify rapidly from now through tomorrow morning. As far as storm surge looks, well, Manatee, Sarasota County, 4 to 7 feet. 5 to 8 in Pinellas County, and 6 to 10 foot of storm surge from Hernando to Pasco County, 10 to 15 feet in Citrus County. So let's take a closer look. All of Citrus County, at least 9 foot on this graphic, but again, I mentioned 10 to 15 foot of storm surge, 9 plus 6 to 10 in Hernando County and Pasco. Once we get into the northern portions of Pinellas County, places like Dunedin, Tarpon Springs, which typically floods, going to see at least 5 foot of storm surge there, all the way down to Palm Harbor, as well as Clearwater Beach. It looks like once we get into Clearwater, it won't be so bad with the intercoastal, but still, as we head toward the Bay Area, this is where I'm really concerned because Tampa Bay itself, a good 3 to 5 foot storm surge in the southern portions of Davis Island, South Tampa area, and then even as we head toward eastern Hillsborough County on the eastern shores from Piney Point to Ruskin Apollo Beach especially, and points northward, we're looking at a possibility of 3 to 5 foot of storm surge. Once we get to Manatee County, as you can see, Whitney Beach to Longboat Key to Siesta Key, it's looking more like 3 to 5 foot of storm surge, but still, that is quite a lot being inundated on the roadways right along the shore. Okay, wind. This afternoon, it's not going to be all that gusty. We'll see wind gust up over 20. This is wind speed, of course. And once we get into tomorrow early afternoon, we'll start to see the possibility of tropical storm force wind. This is the European model, which is slightly to the west and slightly weaker than the GFS model. But you still see wind speeds upwards of 50 miles per hour along the coast, and then things subside as we head into Friday. GFS, a little bit stronger of a storm, and again, slightly closer, but even a 10 to 20 mile jog to the east is really going to bump up these wind values. Tomorrow morning, we're seeing wind speeds 20 to 30, and then 50 to even 60 as we head into Thursday evening, and then, of course, everything subsides. As far as wind gusts go, and this is what's going to be interesting to see if we do see hurricane force wind gust, which I do think we will along the immediate coast. There it is in St. Pete Thursday evening between 5 and 8 o'clock, and many of us along the coast, 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So definitely flirting with hurricane force wind gusts. Friday overnight, wind gusts subside to about 30, and then more normal on Friday evening. Now, this is our in-house model, again, slightly to the east of the other models, but still much more to the west compared to last night. So once we get into the middle part of the afternoon on Thursday, here it is. You can see those 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts becoming 60 to 75 mile per hour by Thursday evening. And then once again with a very, very strong storm. Look at the area of blue, which is 125 mile per hour wind gusts. It is huge. It is a good 80 miles across. Doesn't quite get into our neck of the woods, but I do, again, expect those hurricane force wind gusts from coastal Pinellas County all the way up toward coastal Citrus County. And then once it gets to Tallahassee, Lake City, look at that. Even in Lake City along I-10, 100 to 125 mile per hour gusts. So again, with a fast-moving storm, it's going to take the winds a little bit longer to die down as it moves inland. Now, this is the chance of hurricane force wind sustained. And you can see none of our area has any chance whatsoever of a sustained hurricane force wind of 75 miles per hour or more. So I guess that would be the silver lining to the cloud, right? But again, if this does jog off to the east just a bit, that will change. So look at the tropical storm force wind 175 miles away from the center of circulation, which means we could start to see that tomorrow, right around lunchtime or so here in the Tampa Bay area, but we never seem to tap into the hurricane force wind, so that is good news, even in Citrus and Hernando counties. But still, tropical storm force wind lasting all the way through, look at that, overnight tonight, about 1, 2 o'clock here in Tampa, and then slightly after that. as we head toward Friday morning. Again, the best chance would be right around 11 o'clock to start to see those tropical storm force wind right here in the Bay Area. Sarasota around 8 o'clock in the morning. A little bit further to the north, we're talking early to mid-afternoon. Now, rainfall really not going to be much of an issue, believe it or not, with a major hurricane. First of all, because the storm is offshore enough that it's not going to dump that solid rain for that long a period of time. So I would say 2 to 4 inches along the immediate coast as far as the GFS model is concerned. And even the Euro, it's not much different. There are a couple pockets of 4 to 6. So let's go 3 to 6 inches of rain along the coast. And then our in-house model, which is slightly closer to Tampa compared to the other models, still showing about 4 to 6 inches of rain. So again, this won't be a huge rainmaker because of how fast it's moving, but the storm surge is going to be what defines this storm. And of course, we're going to have a prolonged period of at least tropical storm force wind gusts, possibly hurricane force wind gusts.
Okay, I'm here with meteorologist Eric Stone. I'm JB Biunno. We're about to get into the meteorologist Q&A here, where we can take your questions out of Facebook Live and YouTube Live and bring them onto the stream to discuss the latest of really what we're looking at here with Hurricane Helene. Before we get to the questions that are coming in, Eric, can you bring the track back up?
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
You got it.
Now, tell me if I'm crazy. Because I'm looking at this, and, you know, obviously I went home last night, had dinner, spent time with the family, and, you know, I was paying attention to what Helene was doing, but mostly turned my brain off to anything storm-related, and then waking up this morning, looking at this with fresh eyes. Now, is it me? Is the cone shifting west, or is it narrowing?
No. Well, it is narrowing in time, JB. That's what happens as we get closer to the actual landfall. The cone will narrow, but you're right. It is now right over top of Tallahassee, and I think 24 hours ago it was pretty close to where it's at right now. Now, of course, it was wider 24 hours ago because it was an extra day out, right? But again, the cone is very similar to 24 hours ago, but as far as 6, 12, 18 hours, yes, it has shifted slightly to the west.
Okay, a couple other notes before we get to the questions that are they're pouring in, literally, and pun not intended, but we're kind of getting in hundreds from Facebook Live and YouTube Live. Tallahassee looks to be in a really vulnerable spot. A reminder to our audience: if you know somebody in Tallahassee, look, those conversations should have started days ago, but really today is a day to talk to somebody in Tally and talk to them about, you know, like, look, do you need help? Do you need a place to stay? If you check on your friends and family in Tallahassee or really anywhere in the cone right now with the 11 o'clock update with Hurricane.
And how many students go to Florida State that are from out of state that they don't know? You know, maybe they're freshmen and you know, here comes a major hurricane. You just got here about a month ago. It's really a good idea to get out of that area if you can.
Okay, one more thing before we move on to the questions that are coming in. Can you bring up the GFS and the Euro again?
Yep.
And you had a freeze frame here with the GFS and Euro that I could not believe. These models rarely agree. Look at that.
Yeah.
You can't even see the red of the Euro underneath the GFS. You never see this agreement. Now,
not 2 days out.
It's a little more east than the track, you know, so it'll be interesting to see if when the 5 o'clock update comes down, if the track maybe nudges to the east. But we've been doing this show for 6 years. We've never seen this tremendous model consensus. Lee Spann was talking about it this morning. The models being in lockstep this much from days out. I mean, we're barely into the Gulf of Mexico at this point. Days out, this model consensus, this level of model consensus is pretty unheard of. It means that the forecast models are really confident, highly confident, that this is where the storm is heading. Regardless, we are getting in a lot of questions from people. What are the chances that this hooks to the east, hooks to the west? We will be getting to that here in just a moment. And then the last note I'm going to make is that just because the cone takes it through Tallahassee does not mean that the Tampa Bay area isn't going to feel significant impacts, especially our coastal communities. Eric was talking about storm surge. Look, this isn't, you know, a weekend or a Friday at the beach just yet for the Tampa Bay area. Like, let's pump the brakes on, you know, we're clear. We're in the clear. That's not where we are just yet with this storm. You know, keep yourself prepared as much as possible and stay informed with us. Okay, our system for taking questions on this program. If you use hashtag HeyEric or hashtag HeyJB, we can load in your comment from YouTube Live or Facebook Live just like this. Hashtag HeyJB from Tim Murray on YouTube. What is the latest time that I should evacuate Tallahassee to leave for Jacksonville? Okay, so talking about heading east here, I also want to note you could head west also, Pensacola, Mobile, Biloxi, New Orleans. Maybe you know somebody, Tim, in Jacksonville, and that's why you're heading in that direction. The later you leave, the more traffic buildup there is going to be on the interstate, and you really want to make sure that you are avoiding getting caught in a traffic jam in a hurricane. That is a recipe for disaster. With that said, Eric, what do we say for Tim on YouTube Live?
Like JB said, I definitely go to the west because I really believe if this does jog, if the track does jog, it's going to jog to the east. We have two huge features, right? We've got a high pressure that's sitting over top of us, starting to move to the east right now, and we have a cutoff low to the west. This storm has to move in between those two, and that's why the models are in such an agreement, because there's really nowhere else to go. But if the high gets out of here sooner than later, this could jog a little bit to the east, and so I think a westerly drive along I-10 toward the Pensacola area would be a lot better. If you have family members in Jacksonville, you see those isobars, you see those lines, you see how tightly packed those lines are. And the tighter packed you see those lines, the stronger the wind is. And you see Jacksonville, those lines are like right next to each other. So Jacksonville's still going to get the possibility of hurricane force wind gusts. But the further west you go, you see the lines aren't as closely packed together, right? Once you get toward Pensacola, the same drive west as compared to Jacksonville, you're going to have less wind, less rain, and a much better non-dirty side on the west.
Can we bring the track up again? Because I know that there are people that are just finding our live stream that are looking for that track. Also want to ask, too, actually, I'm sorry, Eric, to do this to you. Can you back it up one more graphic? Can you go back to satellite and where the storm is? I mean, this storm is kissing Cancun. I mean, it's like the eye itself is like right there. I mean, as close to a landfall as you could possibly get to Cancun, maybe a few miles offshore. But we can now confidently say, as of really the last hour or two, Eric, if I'm not mistaken, that this has made that turn north, and you can actually see movement there on the computer graphics, north by northwest at 10 miles per hour. So it is making that turn, and we can say now entering the Gulf of Mexico, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Next question comes in from Aubrey on Facebook Live, hashtag HeyJB. How do things look for Polk County and Bartow? Thank you for the updates. So look, things are getting somewhat better for Polk County, but Polk County by no means is in the clear.
Yeah, so, I showed you the wind field. It's huge. It's 175 mile per hour tropical storm force wind away from the center, okay? So in Polk County, you're definitely going to see wind of 40 miles an hour, gusting 50 to 60. And I would say the strongest would be late afternoon after about 4 o'clock to about 8, 9 o'clock on Thursday. It's not going to be a really long period of time compared to some of the other storms because this is moving so quickly. And as far as rain goes, you're going to see scattered rain bands throughout the day on Thursday. It's not going to be a solid shield of rain. So maybe only a couple inches of rain. I would say the greatest threat would be any trees that may be dead or weak at a 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gust. We saw this last year with a dahlia. It could blow over power lines and whatnot. So wind definitely the issue.
I'd like to switch over really quickly to show everybody our real-time wobble tracker. This is streaming live right now on WFLA.com. Now, this isn't really easy to read just yet because we don't have a well-defined eye within radar range. So when is this going to become more clear for us? When is it within radar range? And
it won't. You're seeing the radar from Cuba. It's not going to be within radar range for at least another several hours, not until late afternoon. But what if an eye does form? You will see that eye in the satellite image that you see, the clouds, right? And then we'll be able to follow that eye once this becomes a little bit stronger, maybe by 2, 3 o'clock. Let's see if an eye does form. Because if this rapidly intensifies the way it's supposed to, then we should be seeing an eye in the next few hours or so.
Yeah. So for folks who've never seen the wobble tracker or never really, try to figure out exactly how it works, we need an eye and then the NHC's track to basically determine if a wobble is occurring. One wobble, coincidence. Two wobbles, eyebrow raiser. Three or more wobbles, we're talking about a pattern or a trend that is quite literally unfolding in front of our eyes. Let's go to Toria. I believe this is on Facebook Live. Actually, no, this one is on YouTube. I'm from the UK, and I have a vacation home in Melbourne, Florida. What can I expect there?
Yeah, I mean, that's all the way on the East Coast, so you're not going to even experience really tropical storm force wind at all. You might see 30 or so mile per hour gusts. It's not going to be bad at all. In fact, on the central East Coast of Florida, so I think you're going to be fine over there.
Okay, so this next question that is coming in, invites a conversation about intensity. Let me ask you this question first before we get to the comment from YouTube and a username that I am going to really struggle to pronounce. Chances of a Cat 4 hitting Tallahassee. I mean, we see the models have been pretty consistent. At least the NHC's track has been very consistent with a Cat 3 major hurricane hitting, Florida's Big Bend, the Panhandle, and Tallahassee on Thursday night. But chances things could worsen.
But remember when we talked yesterday, JB, we saw 115, 115. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Now it's 120, 125. Okay.
Yeah.
And what did Jeff and I talk about yesterday? Especially, I've noticed that the Hurricane Center has underdone what the forecast wind in the last several storms, especially 2 to 3 days out. So now we're about a day and a half, 36 hours or so. So I wouldn't be surprised. We don't have to go up much more to get up to a Cat 4. Another 10 or so miles an hour. The one thing I'm interested about, JB, is there's going to be a lot of wind shear as it gets, well, not a lot, but more wind shear as it gets closer to making landfall. And and not as much ocean heat content to work with, not as much energy to work with. So I kind of think it's going to level out once it gets closer to Tampa and then stay at whatever that is. I'm not sure that I agree. Well, actually, so it looks like what the Hurricane Center is saying is 120 at Thursday morning. I wouldn't be surprised if it got to a Cat 4 offshore of Tampa, JB, and then decreased a bit back to 125. So I think it'll be 130, 135 offshore of Tampa. And then once it does encounter a little bit more wind shear and not really much energy to work with, it drops back to 125. But still, it's a major hurricane. It's a Category 3, and it's moving so quickly, it'll still be a Category 3 by the time it gets into downtown Tallahassee.
When I'm looking in this direction, folks, when I'm looking this way, it means I'm reading your comments coming in on Facebook Live and in YouTube Live, just kind of teeing them up for meteorologist Eric Stone to be able to answer those questions. So let's get to, okay, here we go. Ready? Chigsrue. Yeah, I think that's right. Hashtag Hey Eric, hashtag Hey JB. Can you explain how forecasting rapid intensification works? Can we give a 20-second definition of rapid intensification for Chigsrue here?
Right. So what you see here in this graphic that I just pulled up is what we call the ocean heat content. It's the amount of energy, right? It's the heat, right? 90-degree plus water temperatures. And when a hurricane goes over water like this and there's no wind shear, then it's the prime breeding ground. It's like a big pond on a humid day, and you've got all these mosquitoes breeding, right? You picture it like that. You don't really forecast the rapid intensification. The models predict it because of what you see right here and the lack of wind shear and the excess moisture. All the ingredients are there for rapid intensification. So again, we're saying that this is going to intensify quickly because of all these factors, and the models do indicate that as well.
I want to let everybody know I have tons of comments in the queue, and I'm going to be also weaving in comments that are just coming in that moment when I'm looking at my screen here in the Stream Center. I have a screen here that has scrolling comments. So please be patient. We're going to try to get to as many as possible, but also know if you're asking about a certain town or a certain county or a certain region of Florida, it might be answered by a question that we spotlight from another viewer. So please be patient. We are going to cover the map. We are going to get to as many towns and cities and as many regions of Florida and even beyond into Georgia and the Carolinas over the coming hour or so on our live stream. We're going to try to get to as many as we can. Jeannie, hashtags first both. How will we make it out? How will we make out in Delray Beach?
I love that place. There's a place called Silver Ball Museum. It's got 100 and something pinball machines. Oh, I love going to Delray Beach. I go there at least once a month. Thankfully, you're going to be so far south and east of where this thing is going to be that you're really not going to. You'll have a breezy day on Thursday. You may have a little bit of rain here and there, but nah, Delray Beach is going to be just fine. And the wind is going to be. It's primarily going to be out of the southeast to south, so you're not going to see any storm surge or anything like that. It's going to be just fine.
All right, let's go to Tampa, near USF. So look, Tampa's got to be, on alert, but it's we're not getting a direct hit from this storm.
No, I'm. If we did get a direct hit, boy, I just can imagine. Tampa USF. I'm sure they don't have classes. I don't know if they have them today, but tomorrow I'm sure school will be closed, maybe even on Friday. But 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gust. We'll be flirting with hurricane force wind gust in Hillsborough County and in the Tampa Bay area.
All right, now we get to the question that I think is on the top of mind for a lot of folks out there, people who are asking this question. We've been talking about model consensus and a cone that was this wide couple days ago and now is getting skinnier and skinnier, which means more model consensus means that there's higher confidence in these models. But people are asking on social media, Susan being one of them, #AJB, any indication that those steering winds could change? Rod, also on YouTube Live, #AJB, what is the likelihood this storm will turn west like Ian did at the last minute? So
I think he means east there.
Right. That's what I thought too. But throwing up the comment regardless.
Again, Ian didn't have this high pressure that's sitting right over top of us. And that's also helping to steer this storm well to our west. Ian pretty much had a cold front coming in from the north that kind of pushed it to the east. It had nothing blocking it from moving to the east. So I just don't see that with this storm. I really think it's going to follow a similar path. Now, time is going to tell once it does start to turn to the northeast, if it turns sooner than later, and how, what angle does it move to the northeast? Right now, it's scheduled to move northeast. If it moves a little bit east of that, then, we could be looking closer to Cedar Key. But again, I just don't really see anything that will abruptly turn this like Charlie or Ian.
Let's go to, shout out Tarpon Springs. I was just there with the family this weekend. Some of the best Greek food you will eat, some of the kindest people you will meet, some of the biggest smiles you will see on the streets of the picturesque community of Tarpon Springs down there in to our west here in Tampa. So VSAL on YouTube Live, #First Both. How's it looking for Tarpon Springs? If we didn't flood for Idalia, are we okay? And also saying thanks for the coverage.
So, Replay Museum. It's a big pinball place. I go there. I was there last week. Good friends, near and dear to my heart that own it. They did have flooding. Of course, it's a flood-prone area. And we're talking about storm surge 5 to 8 feet in that area. So Tarpon Springs definitely likely to be underwater as it was with Idalia. This could be a little bit worse, in fact, this time around.
Okay, let's talk about evacuations. Okay, so Carlos wants to know #KJB. I live in town and country in a manufactured home right on the border of Zone A, but maps show that Zone B. But maps shows Zone B. I think that what he's saying is he lives in Zone B, but very close to Zone A. Should we evacuate? I mean, the zones are created for a reason, and if you're in Zone B, you're in Zone B. It's not a mandatory evacuation. However, these are rolling evacuations, right? It's going to start with A, and then progress through the alphabet from there. So you need to be. I think that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Eric. I think that the proper advice to pass along to people is you can evacuate regardless of whether or not. Well, if you're in a mandatory evacuation zone, you should absolutely evacuate. If you are in a secondary zone, it's really up to what's best for you and your family. Now, you're not going to have a mandatory evacuation issued for your zone if you're in Zone B at the moment, but it might feel like the right call. It's something where you should absolutely be prepared right now if they issue a Zone B evacuation. But really, what they're saying is that it's up to what's best for you and your family.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on Hillsborough Ave or south of that, then you're pretty close to the bay, and 3 to 5 foot of storm surge, combine that with the tide, could push water into Hillsborough Ave and even north of that. So, if you're anywhere near Hillsborough Ave in Town and Country, I would definitely evacuate. And if you're that close to Zone A and you're in a manufactured home like that, I would. I mean, I just think it's a good idea. Plus, a 60 to 70 mile per hour wind is not good for the roofs of those homes. I saw friends I have in Naples, right? And Ian ripped off, their roof. And that was so far away from Ian in Naples. So, again, I would evacuate. I think it's a good idea.
Let's go to, this is Donna. This is a good question on Facebook. I'm adding you to the queue. I'm adding a bunch to the queue here, but let's go through these. Megan Ann, #KJB, what to expect in Brandon, Valrico. That I have a friend in Valrico. So.
Yep, I do too. I've got a couple in Brandon and Valrico, and 60 to even 70 mile per hour wind gusts, probably closer to 60. Not as much in the way of rain, so I don't think you're going to see the flooding. But JB, how many dead trees and how many weak limbs and weak trees are out there that a 60 mile per hour wind gusts for several hours are going to knock over? And we saw that before. We saw that with Adalia, and that wasn't even close to our area, right? And so power could be out because of that. It's going to be what branches and trees fall on power lines and even on houses too.
Can you go back to satellite to prove this point, because there is a lopsided nature to this. Do you see everybody the east quadrant of this storm? That's basically what Tampa Bay is bracing for, and obviously our coastal communities are worse. But let's just look more inland for a second. If you're in a spot like Brandon, Valrico, all it takes is, as Eric noted, a tree that is yes, 60, 65 mile per hour wind gusts over a sustained period of time, and that tree falls onto a power line and knocks out power for an entire community, or falls on top of your house and pokes a hole in your roof while rain is coming in. All it takes is one tree going down, one power line going down, for this storm to be impactful for you and your routine and your family. So again, we get so caught up in the cone, and Floridians, I think we know Floridians so well, right? Beyond just Florida, man. It's like Florida families sometimes think, I've been through so much worse. If we're not in the cone, well, you know what? I'll be out on my front porch, drinking my iced tea and watching the storm blow on by. Yeah, but just because you're not in the cone does not mean that your neighborhood couldn't see significant impacts from this storm. Please be safe out there, everybody. And
look at Debbie. Debbie was only a tropical storm. And it dumped almost 2 feet of rain in Sarasota. And that wasn't even close to the coast. And it wasn't even a major hurricane. It was a tropical storm.
Great point. Debbie was, let's keep that in mind here, everybody. We also put in mandatory evacuation links. We have a website article on WFLA.com where you can see the mandatory evacuations as they are being issued. So if you want updates, it's all on WFLA.com. To Jillian, what about Hudson Beach?
My friend just closed on a house in Hudson Beach.
Congratulations to Eric's friend.
And I'm like, you know what? Don't sign until next week. No. I mean, they're looking at 6 to 10 foot of storm surge there. So depending on how close you are, if you're near 19 to the west of it, there's going to be several feet of water inundating your property, especially if you're right on Hudson Beach.
Let's see. Oh, Donna, I promise I would get to your comment, because how big is this storm in terms of how it could affect the East Coast? I mean,
East Coast of Florida. Yeah, I'm assuming.
Is it like surfs up?
Yeah, maybe. That's about it. The immediate coast from Cape Canaveral southward, or maybe even Daytona southward. I don't even think you'll see really tropical storm force wind gusts, maybe 30 miles an hour at most. As you head Cape Canaveral up to Jacksonville, then it'll start to pick up a little bit more, but not really expecting storm surge there. The wind's going to be pushed up more into the Georgia coastline than anything else.
We have a couple of questions, comments that are coming in from Beyond Florida. Let's touch on Beyond Florida for a moment. You were talking about Valdosta earlier. Austin wants to know about Valdosta, Georgia. I feel like everyone's got family in Valdosta.
I know.
Is that true? Like, do you have
It's
an
such
aunt
a
or an
small-
uncle
I don't.
in Valdosta? I don't. But
I
it
don't
feels
even
like
know any
everybody else
pinball
does.
friends there, believe it or not. I know one that's really close to there, but I can't say that I know one from Valdosta. I think this is still going to be
Georgia, by the way, folks,
right.
Georgia.
I still think, right along 75. I still think this is going to be at least a Category 1 storm with an eye as it passes through Valdosta. So, again, places like that have a lot of trees and not many storms that kind of clear those dead trees out when it blows through. I think there's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of trees on roads, power lines, houses, stuff like that.
Let's go to Myrtle Beach for Quentin, asking how it's going to be there on Thursday evening.
Thursday evening, you'll probably see tropical storm force gusts over 30, 40 miles an hour. There may be some storm surge there because the wind is going to be coming in from the south. So I wouldn't be surprised if you saw 2-3 foot of storm surge, at most, given the tides, maybe 4 to 5 feet with a tidal surge. But obviously, you're going to be so far away from the center, and it's going to weaken as it moves up into Georgia.
One more question for Georgia. Look, I'm a big baseball fan. I know the Mets and the Braves have a big. They're locked into a true battle in the NL East right now, and there's been so much made of what's going to happen to the Mets and Braves series. So Thursday night, 7:00, Atlanta is first pitch. What do you think, Eric?
Well, it's looking like a tropical storm overnight. I don't know. I don't think they should. We'll see.
I think actually, I thought of weather. I'll check on that. I think a weather advisory was issued, and they were talking about a doubleheader at some point.
Yeah. I don't see them because at the start of the game it might be fine, but at 10:00 at night, this thing's going to be pretty close to South Georgia already, right? And people have to get home. Nah, I don't think they're gonna. They don't take a chance with that.
Harley wants to know, hey JB and Eric, my job is saying business as usual tomorrow. I live in Newport Richey and work in Palm Harbor. What can I expect tomorrow?
I don't.
Well, so here's my thing. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Okay, certain professions. Look, you might
work for a TV station.
You have to, right? Do you work for a TV station? You're working on Thursday. Do you work for a hospital? You might well be working on Thursday. There are just some industries, some professions, some career choices that. Look, you're working on Thursday because hurricane or not, got to be there, got to show up to work, right? Like life goes on. However, there are certain businesses where, like let's say construction, you don't want to be building homes or working on an interstate or building your neighborhood McDonald's when you're in the middle of a tropical storm or a hurricane. So certain businesses should really heed caution to this storm. So. Harley is asking about Newport Richey and working in Palm Harbor.
How about this? If you drive to work and you can wave to Jim Cantori, that is probably not a good idea to go to work. Or not even, probably not a good idea to even be there and say, hey, Jim, I'm going to work. Wait a minute.
Yeah, if you can see Jim Cantori from the front of your office building,
you're in trouble.
Your office window or something like that, then you probably want to talk to your boss and say, hey, I'm not feeling great, want to go home.
I mean, 6 to 8, 9 feet of surge in Port Richey. I don't know. I just don't think it's a good idea. I think anywhere along the coast there in Pasco County northward should be, there's a mandatory evacuations, right? Up that way. So, yeah.
Oh, man. Can we get we do this every so often when we're talking about storm coverage. Can we light up the comment section with some heart emojis for our the power crews, the linemen in Florida and beyond. I know that there's going to be linemen, power crews coming in from other states. Can we just give them a quick round of applause, shout out, because they are going to be working some really long days and nights to restore power. Now, man, Florida is like a well-oiled machine when it comes to getting power back up and running, getting internet back up and running. Ask people in Florida, unless your neighborhood has been decimated, if you have a pretty, standard power outage, crews in Florida are just, they're on it because we do this. It's Florida. It's what we do every year. But really, I want to give a shout out to all the crews out there that are going to be working, many of them close to around the clock in the days ahead to get power back up and running for people in Florida and Georgia, I'm sure, and beyond. Hey, JB and Eric from Kim. Tallahassee has municipal utility linemen crews from all over here ready to assist the area. Yeah, it's great to see.
I mean, I'm sure they're not in Tallahassee themselves because it's going to be pretty dangerous there, but they're ready to go into Tallahassee once the storm is over, I'm sure.
Yeah, the power crews, man, toss them a bottle of water. You got some donuts on your kitchen counter. Go out and maybe just say, hey, you guys good? Can I get you anything? Because, man, they're working hard and working long hours. And I have a family member that works in power and not in the Southeast, but I just know that's a tough day. It's a tough assignment, no doubt. Valerie wants to know about Venice, Florida, and can we bring up the storm surge map? I know that you had it in your graphics, Eric, because storm surge is going to be life-threatening for many areas along Florida's Gulf Coast, and you need to be aware.
Yeah, once you get into the Venice area, you're looking at about 3 to 5 foot of storm surge. So again, if you're along the immediate coast, you're definitely going to get inundated with water. Obviously, the further south you are, it's not going to be quite as bad. But still, this is a powerful storm. So even though this storm is going to be well offshore Venice, I would say a good 3 to 5 foot of storm surge Thursday late afternoon into the evening and overnight hours.
So let's go. We were talking a little bit earlier about different careers, right? Zach says, hey, JB and Eric, UPS has the drivers working tomorrow in Pinellas. My route is on Indian Rocks Beach. What should I expect? Shout out to all the logistics folks out there, UPS, FedEx, and beyond. Amazon drivers too, making those deliveries. So be safe if you are working, man. Really be careful out there, and also be mindful of the fact that there's going to be significant closures. I would imagine the bridges will be closed at one point or another, but Indian Rocks Beach tomorrow.
That's a terrible idea. I mean, they have to. UPS, FedEx, whatever, they have to shut down. They can't.
Yeah.
You can't drive.
At least for a portion of the day.
You're talking about. Well, even tomorrow morning, the wind gusts are going to be tropical storm force along the Pinellas County coast. Who's going to send out workers at 40, 50-mile-an-hour gusts? Throughout the day, it's going to increase the possible hurricane gusts. Come on. It's not a good idea.
I would hope that, as far as those certain portions of the day, especially, the things cease, especially in a spot. I was actually reading. I was talking about UPS drivers and Amazon drivers before I actually saw that it was Indian Rocks Beach. I'm like, okay, wait, maybe talk to your boss.
There's going to be surge there too. I mean, you're not even going to be able to drive on those roads.
Yep. Brian says, should Sarasota County expect similar conditions to Debbie? Debbie is still fresh in the minds of many down in Sarasota, Eric.
Yeah, that's why I say no. Thankfully, big reason is this is going to be moving quickly. It's going to move over 20 miles an hour once it starts getting going. So Sarasota, yeah, of course, you're going to get rain. You could get a few inches of rain, but you're not going to get 16 or 10. You're not going to get anything like you got before. So thankfully, even though this is umpteenth time stronger than Debbie, it doesn't matter, right? The strength, it matters the position, how fast it's moving. So in Sarasota County, it's not going to be all that bad, although you still have the possibility of 4 to 7 feet of storm surge along the immediate coast. But that flooding was a little bit further inland. I don't see that happening this time.
Okay, let's go to Sandra, YouTube Live. So we talked about Florida State's home, which is Tallahassee, Florida. Gainesville, look, whether you're a Seminole or a Gator, you're going to experience an impact from the storm. The Seminoles are getting it worse, but the Gators are going to get impacts too.
Yeah, I don't see hurricane force wind gusts. Gainesville is further inland on 75 for people that don't know. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw 50, 60 mile an hour gusts and, a few inches of rain. But again, this is going to move quickly. I can imagine that, they'll shut down classes on Thursday and maybe reopen them on Friday since things are going to really improve.
Next NHC update. So intermediary updates at 2 o'clock and 8 o'clock.
Correct.
Both AM and PM Eastern time. Those are mostly positional updates?
No, it's all text. It's did the storm strengthen? Is it moving quicker? Did the pressure lower? And where it's at. So there's no cone updates, but I think it's going to be important to see the 2 o'clock update because remember we did this last year. We looked at the pressure. We looked at the wind, the pressure, and the movement in this graphic. And we said, okay, JB, it's 80 and 979. Let's see if the pressure drops, and let's see if the winds go up. I think we're going to see a spectacular increase in wind and drop in pressure over the next several updates, including the 2 and the 8. So I think between now and 8 o'clock this evening, we could be talking at least a 2, maybe even up close to a Category 3 by the 8 o'clock update tonight. But I would say a high-end 2.
That's a bit of a hot take right there. Yeah. No, that's okay. Let me, and we'll kind of pair that with another observation. Remember I was talking about how I felt like the track nudged to the west in the most recent updates. Another observation, it sped up, didn't it? We were initially talking about a landfall maybe in the 10, 11 o'clock range Thursday night, but there was a slight speed increase here because the 3, we now have a Thursday 8 o'clock interval for landfall, and that's so, again, speed is really on our side here. This is going to be fast moving, and it's not going to, there's no anticipation of this stalling anywhere in the Gulf, right?
It's on our side, JB, but what it does is once it moves inland, places that never see hurricane force wind, like southern Georgia, western Georgia, they're going to see hurricane force wind. And the eye still intact well into southern Georgia. So places that don't normally see it are going to have, 70, 80, 90 mile an hour wind, even up to 100 wind gusts. So that's the bad part of the speed. The good part is that we're not going to see much rain. But the wind gusts in a fast-moving storm are typically higher because you're adding the forward speed, right, to the actual wind speed of the storm. So those are the down players with that. But, it'll be out of here quick. By Friday morning, if people ask, oh, can I go to work Friday, I would definitely say yeah. Now, unless, you're living along the coast and you're inundated with storm surge water, then I'd say no.
I was an observer on a Hurricane Hunter flight several years back. I was in Irma. With the Hurricane Hunters on a flight that went into Irma as it made the turn north. And again, Irma, Category 5, just beast, right? You fly into it, and it's a really bumpy ride. Okay, flying in a hurricane is as you would expect. It's not, first class on Delta. It's in fact, you don't really have much of a seat. You have a bench when you're with the Hurricane Hunters. You're just holding on. It's bumpy and but your adrenaline's going, right? Until you hit the eye wall. You emerge into the eye wall, and all of a sudden things get relatively calm. And you look around, and you're in what's called the Coliseum effect. And you're looking around, and you realize that, my goodness, it's so still and calm in here. You are quite literally in the eye of a hurricane. I'll remember this probably until the day I die. It's just one of those experiences that you're tens of thousands of feet up into the air in the eye of a hurricane. It's pretty wild. So what you're saying is, I bring this up because with the speed of this storm, that eye wall is going to stay somewhat intact as it moves over land and even into Georgia. So you don't want to be, in southwest Georgia when the eye wall is passing over you. But if you were, and you were looking up when you are in the eye Are you going to be able to? What are you going to see
So
when you're actually?
I do have a cool graphic.
Yeah.
First of all, a friend of mine, Paul, that I went to college with, he actually flies those hurricane hunters. I don't know if you were with him at the time, but he offered years ago, and I kind of wimped out, even though I really want to do it.
I almost wimped out.
I really want to do it, but I don't want to get sick, and I have that fear with the flying and all. But yeah, he says it's the coolest thing. Okay, so check this out. So this is our in-house model, and I want you to focus on the eye, okay? So again, you can see the wind gust, and look at the blue. That's 125 mile per hour plus, up to 140 wind gust, all right? Now you can see the eye, it's still well intact. Now the eye is over, and again, our in-house model takes this a little bit to the east of Tallahassee. And then once it gets to, I guess I don't have it all the way to Valdosta, but as I, progress this all the way, and you can see the eye stays intact all the way through the Panhandle, and you even see the 125 mile per hour wind gusts in Lake City, and progressing even forward, you'd even be able to see slight clearing in an eye in Valdosta if this does take this path. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And that's so many miles away from the coast.
Yeah, and it just speaks to, again, the speed. It's almost like a speeding car running into a storefront.
Right.
If you're going 30 miles per hour and you drive into your local Arby's, all right, you might make it, a few feet in the front door. But if you're going 80, 90, 100 miles an hour into your local Arby's, you're going to end up in the kitchen.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how great of a metaphor that is. I don't know how, how well I nailed that one. But there is a comp there with the fact that the speed of this system, I mean, it's going to be ramming into Florida, and then these hurricane force winds are going to be, felt even as far north as southern Georgia. How about Panama City? Let's go to Sync Sketch here. Panama City, things are, I don't want to say do we say improving?
I mean, if you take a look at this model, I mean, once you get toward Apalachicola, things really, really improve drastically. You're not really going to have, maybe tropical storm force wind gusts in Panama City, but you're not going to have a prolonged period of time of sustained tropical storm force winds. So once you get west of Apalachicola, it really begins to improve. And you can see mainly in Panama City, the winds that are strong are offshore. And the wind's going to be blowing offshore, definitely, because you'll be on the west side of the storm. So I think Panama City will be spared in this case here.
Really quick, let's just, while we're up in that region, Eric, let's touch on Destin for Daisy. I love Destin.
Now, is Destin, is that west? That's west of Panama City, isn't it?
It is. No, I think it's.
Or is it in between Apalachicola and?
Well, now you got me second guessing myself. Destin, I believe, is east of Panama City, no?
But not by much.
Well, yeah. See, every time I go to Destin, I'm having such a great time. I forget where I am. No, Destin is west of Panama City.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay,
yep,
so again, anything west of Panama City, I wouldn't be too concerned with this.
Okay, let's go to Semper. How similar does this look to Michael? That went from Cat 2 to Cat 5 fairly quickly. That's rapid intensification, but I mean, is there a rapid intensification pattern that we're seeing so far with these models that show any potential similarity between Michael and Helene?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with Michael, the water temperatures were very, very hot. There was a lot of energy to work with. But Michael didn't have any wind shear whatsoever as it made landfall. This is going to have a little bit of wind shear once it gets closer to the coast. So I think it's going to rapidly intensify, and then it doesn't have that ocean heat content either once it gets north of Tampa. So I think it's going to level out a bit. And in fact, it may even decrease 5 miles per hour or so, where Michael just kept going. I mean, it was, the water temperatures were hot. The wind shear was low all the way up to the coast. And so that allowed it to just strengthen. Like Ian was the same thing, right? Ian strengthened all the way up to the coast before it made landfall. This one, I think, is going to top out somewhere west of Tampa, and then either level out or maybe even decrease.
Tons of questions about Spring Hill all of a sudden. The mob in Spring Hill is coming for us because we haven't talked about you guys yet. We're here to do so. Kim wants to know, hey, Eric, any update for Spring Hill? Lorraine, also, how's inland Spring Hill looking? Let's touch on those.
Yeah,
boats.
I mean, Spring Hill is inland as it is, so you're not going to have to worry about storm surge, but it's far enough to the north that you probably will experience hurricane force wind gusts, right? Over 70, 75 miles an hour, maybe even 80 miles an hour as we head toward Thursday evening. As far as rain goes, like, that's not going to be the issue. It's going to be the wind. And again, there's a lot of mobile home parks and modular homes and stuff like that in Spring Hill, and I'm telling you, those roofs can be blown off in 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, and we're looking at 70 to 80 mile per hour gusts. So it's not. It may not be pretty up there.
Let's go to Highlands County for Chelsea. What are the projected rainfall totals in Highlands? Is that on your map? I know you had a map
I do.
earlier.
Yeah. It's all the way at the end. Let me scroll.
Hold on, folks.
Yep.
Count to 5.
I only counted 2. Okay. Come on, computer, you can do it. It's not a Monday anymore. So, it went back to my original.
Wait, so when you go back to the beginning of the graphics, do you have to scroll all the way through again?
Yeah. You can't back up, because if you back up, then it's over.
Okay, so we're hitting like on your smart TV remote at home,
Okay.
folks. You're like hitting the next button.
Right.
That's literally what Eric's doing.
So as far as the GFS model, you look at Highlands County. 1 to 3 inches at most. European model, not much different. Notice the difference from the immediate coast, JB, and then like along I-75 almost, right?
Wild.
And then once you get east of 75, you're like, wow. Even in the Orlando area, see that little green speck? That's not even an inch of rain, okay? And that does include the Space Coast all the way up to Jacksonville. I mean, there's really not much rain expected. This is our in-house model, which will be a little bit more. It's higher resolution. Maybe 1 to 3 inches of rain. Lake Placid, Sebring, Avon Park, those are the bigger cities in Highlands County. And you're just not really seeing all that much in the way of rain.
Let's go to on this graph. Let's stay on that particular graphic. Heather wants to know about Newport Richey. Yeah, look, Newport Richey's in a relatively vulnerable spot. And while we're just spotlighting, some commenters here as well, Jonathan as well. We'll actually update this graphic live. You'll be able to see Jonathan Sims, #Hey Eric, how about Newport Richey?
Yeah, obviously, if Jim Cantori's there, it may not look, and I'll say that, but
Darn it, Jim.
it may not look pretty. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw 4 to 6 inches of rain along the immediate coast, but again, the rain isn't going to be the biggest issue with this. It's going to be storm surge, and you're looking at 6, 8, 9 feet of storm surge in that area. All depending on how close to the coast you live. If you live within a mile or so away from the coast, it may not be pretty at all. But you're going to see wind gusts possible 75, 80 miles an hour, hurricane force wind gusts. So again, it could be pretty devastating in that area.
How many years have you been in TV?
25, I want to say.
Okay, someone asked me this question the other day. I've been in this industry for 13 years. Eric, 25. So that's
or maybe 24. I'm trying to think. 2000, the year 2000. So it would have been, or maybe it was 2001. 23 years.
Yeah,
2001.
So approaching 4 decades of experience on your screen. I don't know the answer to this question because I don't. Every time there's been a hurricane or a tropical storm, wait. Work.
I got the perfect thing. Hold on.
Okay. I have no idea where this is going, but this is part of the conversation, okay? And because what do people do during hurricanes and tropical storms if you're not evacuating and you've put up protections at your home, whether it's shutters or you've boarded up your home or you've got sandbags in place, and then you're at home and everyone's together. Maybe let's say you're with your family, you've got your dog or your cat or maybe many animals if you're an animal lover at home. And then the question is, okay, what do you do for hours and hours and hours, especially if you lose power? That's a whole other conversation, is because if you do lose power and you're without power for hours, okay, so what are you doing? I don't know. What is Eric Stone doing? This is a mystery to me. I'm not sure where Eric went, but Eric is now returning.
Now, we're talking about hurricane parties, right? So, this is what we do.
Ah,
right, let me get it on camera. There we go. so this is your hurricane party right here.
Okay, so
this is what we do.
Okay,
and it was actually faced into the newsroom. So when people were looking at the weather center, they saw the sign. That's why I couldn't find it.
That's a golden oldie, I think, right?
It is.
That's been here for maybe longer than I've been here.
I think I've seen this sign before I even moved to Florida.
I'd love
many years ago.
See some comments. What do you do? You know what I'm a sucker for board games. I would love to just get everyone together and play some board games. I know you being a pinball aficionado, if you have power, pinball is great. If you don't have power, what are you doing if you don't have power?
Board game, yeah. I used to love board games when I was a kid. Cards, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Play whatever, go fish or poker or rummy or.
We've been talking about rainfall totals, graph models, tracks, cones, GFS versus Euro for an hour. Let's just take a moment. Everybody in the comment section, drop in your favorite board game. What is your number one favorite board game?
Well, you know, the very first board game I ever remember playing when I was a kid was a game called Parcheesi.
Oh, I love Parcheesi. I would play it. Yeah, I played Parcheesi with my name.
and it's funny because I tell people that, you know, oh, I never heard of that game before. But Monopoly was the game I liked to play if I had like 4 hours. But most of the time they would like, okay, we're just going to randomly divvy out the properties. And then if you're lucky to get Boardwalk and Park Place, then I guess you're probably going to win. I didn't really like that. I mean, the game only took an hour and a half that way. But I love playing card games. I used to play Rummy with my parents all the time. Rummy. And Pinochle. You ever play that?
Pinochle?
Yeah, so Pinochle is a special deck. It only has 48 cards, and it's got 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces, and there's 8 of each. So there's 2 of the same suit. And it's like the trump card, like spades. If you play the ace of spades, you don't have any hearts left. You play the ace of spades, and it trumps the hearts, and you automatically win. It's kind of like, how many tricks can you win? If people that play hearts and spades and Pinochle know, they know what I'm talking about.
I'm seeing a lot of Uno in the comments.
Oh, yeah, I did play
section.
that.
People love Uno. Oh, man, when you hit them with the draw 4... That's nice. If your mom made you do extra chores that week and you're like, Mom, really? And then you just drop a draw 4 on Mom. You're like,
when she's got one left.
Payback's yeah.
Payback's a draw 4.
Yeah. I was a kid who loved Scrabble. I love Scrabble, man. Scrabble, and then Clue. I loved a good mystery when you would, at the end of the game, when you would take out the 3 cards, Colonel Mustard, in the lounge with the candlestick, and you're like, nailed it. I mean, that was, I loved murder mysteries as a kid. Probably explains a lot about, I love board games. I've been a board game lover. And then shout out to one more. I see Battleship in the comment section. I'm going to shout out some others. I love Yahtzee. I know that sounds lame.
I like Yahtzee, yeah.
I love Yahtzee. I probably, all the board games that most people probably find to be relatively boring, those are my favorites. I'll shout out some others. There's a lot of folks like Wolfie saying Life.
I was just gonna say Life with this. I used to love the spinning wheel. I used to just when I was a kid.
A lot of fun.
I just spin the wheel. I didn't play. I just
Panda. All right, you ready for this? Panda says Magic the Gathering. I did used to play Magic the Gathering as a kid.
They didn't have that when I was a kid.
Yeah, it's like a trading card game. Let's see here. DI says Spades, Hearts, and Dice.
Remember Sorry and Payday and
Sorry.
Games
Operation.
like that.
Operation.
Oh yeah,
Sorry was great. Oh, with Operation.
But they always broke though. Like they'd always stop working. I hated that.
Yeah.
Like it would work for a little while. Doesn't work.
Wow, Mousetrap.
Oh, I remember that game.
That's a throwback, man. Is it too late to go to your? No, it's not. It's not too late to go to your local store and pick up your favorite board game to play with kids, to play with your brothers and sisters, to play with your mom,
really
your
evolved.
dad. They really have.
Like Uno's, the cards on Uno look so much different now than when I was a kid. I was like, whoa, what does this mean?
There's themes for games of Uno.
Monopoly. There's millions of Monopolies out there.
Guess who? Oh, yeah, I think that there actually are many thousands of different Monopolies. Wow, Morgan, Hungry Hippo. That one, I
never had that one, but
I cannot believe I forgot this one. I could play Connect 4 for a really long time. Connect 4
was fun.
Connect 4. Who shouted out
when you go to an
Connect 4?
arcade and you see like the life-size Connect 4s? Have you seen those?
Yeah, they're great.
They're like 10 foot tall. It's crazy.
Somebody who says here something. Whiter says, hey, JB, I usually play Xbox until the power goes out. I mean, look, right. Yeah, okay, video games are great.
I used to play Atari. Do you know what that is, JB?
Oh, I remember. I remember Atari. My first console was the NES, Nintendo Entertainment System.
Yeah, I had something called the Texas Instruments. That was right before NES, back in the late 80s.
Yeah.
And there was a couple of really cool games I loved to play on that.
Yeah. And then, all right. And then, again, call me an oldie, but my grandfather taught me how to play chess and
checkers.
Well, we would play chess more, and then special shout out to Chinese checkers, which is actually a lot of fun. The fun part about Chinese checkers is that you can play with a lot of people, and because it's a star,
Six player, right?
I think it is 6 player.
Is that Othello, or is Othello something different? Remember that game with the white and the black, and then you'd move and you'd flip them over?
Well, there's Othello, and then there's backgammon.
Oh yeah, I don't know how to play that. I did play Chinese checkers before, though, a long time ago.
Chinese checkers is 6 players, because 6 ends of the star, and it's another man. Like I'm going back in time here a little bit, you guys.
Yeah, this is great. Back to the good old days.
30 more seconds. Just shouting out some of everybody's favorite. I saw Twister on here. Yeah, if you want some laughs with the family, if everyone's really stressed out from the hurricane, you get everybody playing Twister. That's gonna
while watching Twister, the movie,
some laughs. While watching Twister, there you go.
Well, the second one was better than the first, but obviously, they're not trying to be meteorologically accurate.
Yeah,
but at least they had a good storyline.
Shout out to Rachel Tucker, our TTT producer, who is messaging me saying Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh,
yeah. I've never done she says that Dungeon and Dragons hurricane parties are elite. I've never been part of that, Rachel, but
that game's been out since the 80s or 70s?
Really good time. Oh yeah, Dungeons. And Dragons.
It's been out there a long time.
Big feature in Stranger Things on Netflix. I see Candyland.
Oh yeah, how could you forget that?
Candyland's a great game for kids, or the kids inside all of us. And then
Shoots and Ladders.
Shoots and Ladders.
Remember that one?
Man, I remember
used to play that all the time.
And then lastly, I just look. We're real on this program, so I'm always shouting out the real games people are playing out there. You know what game people play a lot these days? It's beer pong. Got a lot of people playing beer pong.
I play iced tea pong.
Iced tea pong. Oh, okay. Yeah. There you go.
That's my vice.
Eric, I will play you an iced tea pong one of these days.
Right.
If you are ready to lose, I will take you on. All right. So that a nice little mental break. I think mental breaks during hurricane coverage are really important. Appreciate everybody shouting out their favorite board game. Not too late to go to your local store and pick up a board game. Although I should say that if you're going to your local Target, Walmart, convenience store, look, it's going to be busy. What do you think the local Targets, Walmarts, if you will, look like right now?
Some empty shelves, very busy. Definitely.
Yeah. The more north you are in Florida, the closer you are to Tallahassee, I'm sure, the more chaotic it is. But everyone, chill out.
That's why we say, get your water, get your canned goods, get everything, weeks before, even in the beginning of hurricane season, because it's not going to go bad. And you don't have to worry about all the foot traffic in these stores.
Yeah, and be kind. Don't elbow somebody for a 12-pack of water. You will kick yourself later. It's just don't be that person. Oh yeah, Jumanji, Othello is coming up.
Yeah.
Mahjong. I used to play Mahjong with my neighbors.
I played it online.
I was a weird kid. Yeah, Mahjong online?
I love playing Bejeweled online. Oh, that's one of my favorite games.
Bejeweled is another flat throwback. All right, let's do 10 minutes more of a Q&A on this stream. We have streaming coverage all day long. Somebody asked earlier about when the next NHC update is. The intermediary updates are on the 2s and 8s.
Yep.
The big ones are 5 and 11. So we are going to have coverage tonight. We'll be back live at 2 o'clock and then 5 o'clock for those updates. But let's do a 10-minute Q&A to kind of wrap up this stream. YouTube, we're going to stay live with various graphics that you'll be able to see, and the chat will be open. Facebook streaming works a little bit different. Facebook will be blasting out a new stream, and a new post every time that we go live. So if you're on Facebook with us, you'll see a new stream start on the WFLA Facebook page. YouTube, this is the stream we'll be using all day. I mean, this is your home base, if you will, for our coverage, and we'll have coverage 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and then I think 8:30 is the one after the 5 o'clock stream. But stay tuned. We will get there. So yeah, Andrew, to answer your question, where's the hurricane party at? Well, look, hurricane parties, if you have done everything to make your home safe for you and your family, your pets, and if you've done everything and you're in your home and you're ready to go to ride out the storm, yeah, the hurricane party is wherever you are, Andrew. Appreciate you joining us. Let's go to Milena. Hashtag Hey JB, what about town and country?
Yeah,
Eric,
so we talked about that earlier, and how Hillsborough Ave and south, close to the bay there, 3 to 5 foot of storm surge. So definitely talking about some flooding in that area with the storm surge. It all depends on exactly where in town and country you live. If you're further north of Hillsborough Ave and you're out of that area of zone A and B, then you're going to get 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe even hurricane force wind gusts.
Let's see here. We've got next up, it's Crypto Val. Hey, JB, what are the odds of the eye taking an eastern route of the cone? So could the eye move outside this red area?
I mean, it could, but it's very, very low. There's a very low chance. We're, within, 30-something hours, 32 hours of landfall up near, the Tallahassee area. So I don't see that happening. It could, but it's very unlikely.
This question coming in next, and this question might be meant with humor, but probably isn't. Trumpy Bear says, are my chickens safe in Tampa?
Is he in Ybor City?
I mean, if you're in Ybor City especially, look, you will see chickens just roaming the streets. It's just commonplace, especially in spots like
Key
Ybor.
West, yeah.
But it brings up a good conversation, okay? Bring in your pets.
If we start seeing chickens flying away, then, we're in trouble, right? Like the cows in Twister?
Yeah. Is that possible?
No.
It's not possible. A cow.
I mean,
what about a chicken
maybe
in a
an
hurricane?
EF5. I guess it could suck up a cow. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, keep pets, chickens, whatever. Just keep everybody inside. It's not a good idea to be out in 70 mile an hour wind gusts.
I mean, what happens to a chicken with a wind gust? I mean, they get blown down the street?
It's not like a tornado that kind of sucks things. It's a straight line wind. It kind of he'd push them off to one side.
Right. I mean, you're not driving through the streets of Ybor and seeing chickens rolling down the road. I mean, they can climb up into trees and probably anchor down pretty well.
Yeah,
the reason I bring up this
animals
comment,
are smart. They know when a storm's coming.
Eric's 100% on point. But also too, if you have outdoor pets, bring them in.
Yeah.
It's the time is now, and we think about our four-legged friends. I have a cat that is my favorite animal on the planet these days, and she's an outdoor cat. She's coming in. She's coming inside for the storm, and so don't forget to bring in your pets. If you have outdoor pets that you are concerned about making it through the storm, bring them in. Terrence, you want to come on stream? Come on. No. Come on. Pull up a chair. Pull up a chair. Everyone. Terrence Middlebrooks.
Yes.
Of Rooted in Progress, one of our shows here in the Stream Center. Terrence, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you guys doing?
Everybody
Good,
in the comment section, can we say hi to Terrence, please?
Hi.
Everyone say hi. We'll bring Terrence into the conversation here momentarily. We're going to do a few more minutes of Q&A.
Yeah.
And then we're going to wrap up here with some notes because people are asking about, various things. We'll talk board games here in a second.
Folks, just to let you know, I'm not a meteorologist, nor do I play one on TV.
Do you play board games?
I do play board games.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're coming your way in a few minutes. I want to get to the rest of the comments in the queue. Press operator, #KJB, should I be worried about the hurricane in Clearmont?
Yeah, near Orlando area. And I showed you the rainfall totals earlier for Orlando, and there was a little speck of green, which is an inch or less, right? I would say, it's not going to be terribly bad. Definitely not in the rainfall category. You might see tropical storm force wind gusts over 40, but I don't think you're not going to see sustained wind, or it's very, very unlikely you'll have a prolonged period of sustained wind over 40 miles per hour.
Let's get to the comment that has just come in from Dark on. Oh, whoop, I missed it. Oh, no, I got it. Here it is. Oh, no, wait. That was the old question. Here's the new question. Dark PCTV. Hey, JB and Eric, what are the winds going to look like in downtown Clearwater or on Clearwater Beach as well?
We're talking about sustained 50 to 60. We could see 80-plus mile-an-hour gust on Clearwater Beach, and we're talking about a good 5 to 8 foot of storm surge in that area. So really definitely not a good idea to be out there. As far as Clearwater itself goes, again, the wind about the same. Hurricane force wind gusts definitely possible tomorrow evening.
Let's talk about Zephyr Hills. We haven't really talked about Zephyr Hills all that much, but we're going to go to Michael on Facebook Live. How much rainfall are we getting in Zephyr Hills?
I'd say 3-4 inches or so at most, maybe 2 to 4. Again, most of the rain, the heaviest, will be concentrated along the immediate coasts. But once you start getting inland east to I-75, it's really going to decrease rapidly. As far as the wind goes, you still could get a good 60-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts.
All right, let's go to the queue for a moment, and let's go for normally I would be like, okay, don't know where this person's exactly joining from, but Bob in Pensacola wants you to know that he's joining from Pensacola because his username is Bob in Pensacola. What's up for Pensacola? West Side, Weak Side.
I mean, they're not even on a side. It's so far away from Pensacola that now, of course, you're to the west of the storm. There's not going to be much wind or rain there, so things are going to be pretty calm in Pensacola.
Let's go to the ones that are just coming in now. I'm going to hot punch in some comments that are just coming in right at this moment. How about Jaden in Lakeland? Polk County's come up quite a bit in conversation. Of course, Lakeland being kind of the halfway point between Tampa and Orlando.
Yeah, so what I'll do is, because we're getting a lot of questions about the wind, we have something that's called the wind radii. So it shows just how far from the center of the storm the wind can be, right? And it's looking like now it's showing 275 miles out from the center. That's quite a bit. And you can see the tropical storm force wind now, sustained, does include pretty much the entire northern 2/3 of Florida, at least in the peninsula. So, given that, wouldn't be surprised if even inland counties saw 40, 50 mile per hour sustained wind gusting over 60, and that would be included in Lakeland as well. But you see the hurricane force wind still well offshore, sustained anyway.
Terrence, hang out. 3 more questions in this Q&A here. Let's go to Baby Brahma Mama. How about that for a username? Hey, JB, what's going to be the wind gusts in Port Charlotte, Eric?
So, I could see wind gust over 50 in the Port Charlotte area. But if you live close to Charlotte Harbor, I'd be more concerned about a 2 to 4 foot storm surge in Charlotte Harbor itself. So if you live, in the southern areas of Port Charlotte, then you could see some water rising up from Charlotte Harbor.
Let's go to, I'm not sure if I know where this particular spot is, Eric, so I'm gonna have to look this one up unless you know where this one is.
And if I could call the exit number this time, JB.
It's Angie V. Hey, JB. Hey, Eric. What about Fellsmere, Florida? Let's look that one up.
Yep.
Fellsmere. I'm not.
You stumped me.
Yeah.
Finally, they got me.
Indian River County. I'm bringing it up. Oh, it's a small itsy bitsy town near Vero Beach, inland Vero Beach.
Oh, okay. So on the east. Yeah, so again, I mean, you'll probably see wind gust up over 40 miles an hour on the East Coast here and there, especially in rain bands. It's not going to be a constant windy day, right? But you're not going to see much in the way of rain, maybe an inch or two at the most. Otherwise, again, the East Coast is definitely not experiencing the worst of this by any means.
Two more. Lil Patty. Hey, JB and Eric watching from Missouri. Have friends in Brooksville. What does it look like for them in Brooksville?
Yeah, Brooksville is definitely looking like the possibility of hurricane force wind gusts over 75. 70 to 80. They're a little bit further inland, so with the friction of land, maybe they may not get up to 75, but 60 to 70 anyway. And Brooksville, I'd say a good 2-3 inches of rain or so.
And lastly, hey JB, for 239, how's Naples going to be? Eric?
Yeah, near and dear friends in Naples, and I told them it's not going to be that bad at all. They'll see some gusty rain bands where they could see tropical storm force gust over 40, but I'd say mainly 25 to 35 for the most part as this moves to the west of them. But again, in the graphic, you can see the large area of tropical storm force wind possible now extending, 275 miles. So this is turning into a much bigger storm. Area-wise.
Here, man, I love having special guests here in the Stream Center. You never know who's going to walk on by the Stream Center, pull up on a mic. If you haven't seen Rooted in Progress, great program here in the Stream Center with Deanne King and the co-host of that program, Terrence Middlebrooks, director extraordinaire here at WFLA. Man, you're a man of many talents.
Man, I appreciate it. Extraordinaire is huge.
Oh, man.
I like that word.
Man, well, we're pals.
I like that description.
I use the big words for my friends.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's a pinball wizard.
Yes, he is.
You are
Yes,
a
he is.
director extraordinaire, but really just a tremendous human being, joined here by
Thank you.
Terrence. We were just, somebody asked earlier, hurricane like parties, if you will. Now, it's not a party for us. We take this very seriously. Our mission statement here when it comes to getting out credible information and making sure that people are safe throughout the storms, but that we cover. But for people out there that do everything that they need to do, heeding the orders and the recommendations, the guidances from local emergency management officials, and protecting their homes, and then let's say that they're in their home, they're riding out the storm. If that was you, Terrence,
yes,
what's at the Middlebrooks household? What does it look like for a good time during a storm?
So I reach out to my neighbors. I'm originally from Tennessee, so I come from Tornado Alley. So moved down here in August of 2019, and there was a hurricane brewing about a month later. So I went out and bought all the bottled water. Actually, I was kind of delayed.
You weren't that guy. You weren't the guy that buys all the bottled water.
I didn't buy all the bottled water. I was that guy that didn't really take it serious. Again, I come from Tornado Alley. Tornadoes pop up. You only have a matter of minutes, if not seconds, to get prepared. Hurricanes, we got 5 days.
Yeah.
So really leaned on neighbors and all that. And when in Rome, you do what the Romans do. So they were like, oh yeah, they're Floridians, true Floridians, and we don't do anything. We're good.
We ride it out, right?
Went bought a generator and have yet to use it. So saying all that to say that right now we're hunkered down. I pulled out the generator just in case. We bought 5-6 cases of water the other day. Just topped off gas last night. So leaving today and going home and kind of somewhat draining my pool, but we're gonna stay put.
So Terrence is a model citizen. All right, once the model citizen does everything a model citizen does to prepare for the storm, once you are, then there's the waiting game of waiting for the storm to pass. What are you doing for smiles with the family?
As long as we have power, we're going to probably just catch up on our Netflix series and
watch WFLA, of course.
Yeah, we're definitely going to stay tuned in to WFLA and the weather team and getting constant updates.
You don't have to give me the branded answer, okay? You can give me the real answer.
I have to give you the branded answer. I can't tell you I'm going to tune into another forecast.
But repping the WFLA squad, man. And we appreciate
we definitely want our viewers and listeners to definitely stay tuned in.
But man, if you're watching Real Housewives at home, I want to know about it.
We're not going to be watching Real Housewives. I am watching a series on Amazon Prime called From.
Yeah, you were telling me about it.
Yeah, so season 3 just dropped. Episode 1 just dropped last week, so we'll get caught up on that. And then other than that, man, just waiting out and resting up, if anything. So
the conversation earlier was board games. If you lost power,
Yeah.
what's your go-to board game with the fam?
Monopoly, man.
Oh,
See?
man, hands
That's that
down.
4-hour game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you don't pass
Yeah.
the cards out, right? Because some people will pass the
No, we don't pass the
properties
cards out. No, we don't pass
That's
the cards out.
Old school Monopoly, or is
Yep.
there a certain theme that you got at the house?
We also play Left Right Center. Is another board game that we play.
Oh, I never heard of that
I don't know
one.
that one.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun game. It includes money. So we'll
right.
get a couple neighbors
Anything
together.
with money's good.
The last big hurricane that hit maybe 2 years ago, we had some
I think
pretty
I might have played
debris.
this once.
Yeah, we had some debris. So everyone got out in the neighborhood and kind of cleaned up the street.
Yeah.
And then we all just congregated in our driveway, and people brought coolers and chairs. So looking
Nice.
forward to that, if anything. More so,
Just
you know,
for folks that are cleaning up debris, make sure there's no power lines down and make sure it's
Correct.
safe, because you can trip over branches
Yeah.
and big trees
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Floodwaters, you don't know what's swimming around in there, too.
Yes,
So
I'm
be
telling you,
careful.
and I've said this story before. In Fort Myers, I think it was 8 or 9 years ago when I was working. A young boy played in floodwater, and he got that amoeba, the single cell
Oh,
amoeba,
yeah.
that somehow got in his brain and killed the poor boy.
oh man.
Because he played in floodwater.
Wow.
So, you know, you don't think about it, but there's a lot of stuff, like JB said, in that water that you don't want in your body, because it can be very harmful.
Yeah. Eric, I have a question for you. I live out Fishhawk area, which is out near the Alfalfa River. And I'm saying that right?
Alafia?
Alfalfa. I'm not a Floridian, true Floridian just yet. But how concerned should we be out that way on the river rising?
Well, I mean, the rivers with the storm surge more than, because also all the water is being really pushed into the bay.
Yes.
And then from the bay, it's being pushed into all the, tributaries, rivers, and whatnot. So definitely, I mean, how far are you from you're pretty far from the bay, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think it's going to be a huge, because usually when we see flooding rains, that's when we start to see a lot of the rivers, like the inland rivers, start to really go up. And this is moving so quickly that, you're not going to see that much rain, 2 to 3 inches at most. So it's not going to be as bad as like Ian was,
Yes.
or maybe Debbie,
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the program here, right? I mean,
right.
asking the questions,
Yep.
but man, our commenters, Terrence, they caught you now, okay? Because you said that you bought 5 or 6 packs of water, and our moderator team, Brittany, says then Terrence gets caught on camera buying out all the water. We've been shaming people who buy all the water.
I don't want to end up on a Shannon Bacon segment to where I ignored the signs of 2-case limit, and
Now, how much toilet paper did you buy a few years ago? Was it you? I couldn't get any.
Listen, let me tell you, that first hurricane I mentioned earlier, one of the best housewarming gifts I ever received from a neighbor was somewhat during that. She worked for Publix in some corporate job or whatever for Publix. She brought over 2 cases of toilet paper as a housewarming gift. And I'm like, you know what? Thank you.
Yeah, because
Everyone
that was
needs
like
toilet
a pot of gold.
At first,
then.
I didn't know exactly. At first, I didn't know how to receive it. Like,
Right,
what do you mean?
Are you trying to send a
what are you trying to
message
say?
here?
Like,
What are
Oh,
you
man,
trying
did
to
I go to the
say?
bathroom too
Is
much?
this the type of neighborhood we moved into? But no, it turned out to be one of the best gifts that you could ever give. So
Thankfully, I was never short of toilet paper. Although I did work for a news station, so there was plenty there.
Terrence, you're already a hashtag.
Tracking Terrence.
You're already a hashtag.
I hope one of these days we don't get to the point where we have that many hurricanes to get to the letter T. But if so, I'm
I hope you're not. I hope you're not a category 3 or better.
So we got it here in the stream center.
Yes, I'm looking at it now
on the monitor. So this year it's Tony.
It's Tony. Eric, who do I need to call?
Tony would be hitting New Jersey.
So basically,
you know what I mean?
we need a T storm that is so bad it gets retired.
Oh,
And then you got to call the hurricane center and say, "Hey, man, this is me. I've been waiting for this opportunity." See, there's an Eric, but they can't spell my name right.
It's ERIK, right?
They
yes.
spell and I'm really upset because most people spell it with a C.
yes.
And they couldn't even do it right with a hurricane. So if there is a hurricane, Eric, I can't say it's me. It's not spelled right. So
Well, we need to get that petition going.
yeah, we need to change that.
Somehow, some way.
So
Hurricane JB. That has a nice little tone to it.
Yeah. I will tell you that a lot of love for From the show from
Yes.
in the YouTube live comment section. Terrence, everybody, check out Rooted in Progress with Dan King and Terrence Middlebrooks. A chance for a little bit of cross promotion here, and a chance for us to, bring a friendly face onto the program. Someone who does a lot of content in here, and a chance to just mix things up a little bit on stream. That's the best part about live streaming, is we can be unpredictable and hit things like this. Like I said, you're already a hashtag, right? So Resale said, we'll end out the stream on this. Eric, JB, Terrence, our whole chat. Hit us up in the chat. Your favorite top tier hurricane
I see it walking
snack.
in right now. There's about 20 pizzas out there.
Oh, yeah, hold
I
on.
see my favorite snack walking in right now.
Yes.
I am going to try.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm going to try if I can.
Oh, boy.
To
No, but as this is very ironic. So when Hurricane Ian hit, and at the time the track was pretty close to Tampa, a couple days out. So I went to Walmart on a Monday night, and I think the storm hit on Wednesday or Thursday, and I bought granola bars, I bought muffins, I bought just snack stuff, chips, and I bought so many granola bars I never ate them all, and I actually finished them yesterday. That was 2 years later. And I told Jeff that. I said, am I bad that I just finished my granola bars 2 years later from Ian? And now we have another storm that's, dangerously close. And I looked at the expiration date and it said best used by August of 23, which is good because at least I'm only a year out. It could have been a lot worse than that. But yeah, granola bars, stuff like that. But
I don't know if that was a promotion for the brand of the granola bars for, hey, 2-3 years later, they're still good. Ignore the
I
expiration
think they're still good.
date.
I mean, I'm still here.
Hey, you're still here.
Okay. So I'm going to get in big trouble for this. I already know I'm going to get in trouble for it. But you know what? It's worth it. It's worth it. You ready for this?
You're going to say a brand name.
No, not going to say a brand name. Hold on.
Knowing JB,
I have... Oh, no, wait. Where's that camera?
Yeah, he's brewing up some spy cam or something that...
I have a shot of the.
He's hacking into someone's
kitchen. He found the snack that he loves.
No, wait, I have it.
Someone's laptop computer.
I have it.
Camera.
Hold on. Stand by. I think I have it.
Well,
okay. There it is. Okay.
See,
so first of all,
that's the pizza.
Amanda, throw up a hand to just show that you're here. Amanda's on camera right now.
There's her hand.
There's
That's all you
Amanda,
see.
meteorologist Amanda Holly,
there
who's
she
waving
is.
and saying hello. And then centered up. Oh yeah, and then we see some other people that are watching and saying hello in the newsroom.
See, she's good. She hasn't gone up and get the pizza. If it was me, like the second I see that pizza, I'll see you later, guys.
So I'm gonna try to zoom in here a little bit, centered up here on screen. Like I said, I'm gonna. See people waving, saying hello. I'm gonna get in big trouble for this, but you know what? Like I said, it's worth it. There is George Karalekis.
Yes.
There's George
That's
getting
Naisha waving her hand.
Yeah.
All the newsroom pizza. See all that?
Oh, man.
That's
if JB didn't have this camera on, that room would be full right now.
And you see the window, and what's important for us is the Hillsborough River is right outside our window. So we are going to see the progression of the storm surge between, tomorrow afternoon, evening, and then the overnight hours. And we're on the second floor, so obviously you're not going to see it here.
So news people, meteorologists, look, we got to eat. And there's the pizza.
I love it.
There's the pizza.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of where we're headed. So the question was,
that's where I'm headed.
favorite hurricane snack. Let's go back to that.
Yeah, for me it would be kettle popcorn. Kettle corn. Excuse me. Yeah, kettle corn. Kettle corn. I am a sucker for popcorn, and I just Publix had it for buy one get one free the other day, and I just racked up, bought a couple bags.
I love
and
bakery items like donuts, cinnamon rolls, cherry Danish.
Yep.
And
Eric,
my
I wish
dad
I
used
could
to
eat
take
that
me
stuff.
for walks when I was a kid, even like 5-6 years old, and he'd always get me a donut and like a ginger ale or a donut and an iced tea, and it was just kind of like nostalgic. And I go now, I'll walk to Publix for lunch and get like a cinnamon roll and an apple fritter and stuff like that. And it's just
the pastries.
I love the pastries.
Yeah.
May not be good for you, but
Dennis says cinnamon roasted pecans. Or is it pecans?
Pecans.
How do you say it?
I'm from the South. I say, my grandmother said pecans. I say pecans.
I say pecans from the North. How about you, JB? You're from New York, right?
Yeah,
So
no.
you say pecan?
So
Pecans.
Pecan?
No, you say pecan.
Oh man, I don't now it's I don't know, it's messing with my head now.
Tomato.
I try to go healthy snacks as well, but a lot of times that bores me. My taste buds get bored.
Yeah.
My wife gave me these.
I like fruit.
Yeah.
I love like
Same
grapes,
here.
raspberries,
Yep.
strawberries, blueberries. I love just sitting down
So
and
just
eating some fruit.
Just
That's
to let
good
you
for
guys know, I pack a salad for lunch every day, in addition with apple slices with peanut butter.
Oh, wow.
That's my afternoon snack.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
For how long has that been the ritual? Long time.
Goodness.
Man, if you're exhaling like that, it's a long time.
It's been over a year that I've been doing that. So
That's good. That's
a little
good.
boring, but I'm up there in age, JB. When you guys get my age,
Up there in age.
I can't eat there.
I'm older than you.
Snacks and
I'm older than you by probably, I don't know, 7, 8, 10 years.
I don't know, Eric.
Up there in age.
If you want to see a magic trick, you want to see 12 pizza boxes completely get emptied in
Well, he just
5
came in
minutes.
here. George just came in here to let us know that, hey, there's pizza in there.
Yep. We know. Oh, George, we know.
It'll take a while before it. There must have been 15 pizzas on that tray.
Yeah, that's
on that cart.
That'll last 15 minutes.
WFLA Newsroom Pizza. For folks joining us here, everybody, this is kind of cheesy. I'm not
Like
intended
pizza?
we're talking about food as we're talking about pizza.
Might be
But it is
pepperoni.
take care of yourself, man.
Yes.
Eat, hydrate, take care of yourself during storms. We talk about taking a mental break and doing something as simple as playing a board game. We talk about what your favorite snack might be or your favorite meal might be when you're with the family. And something that might be out of your routine. I mean, on a normal Thursday, right? This storm is going to be making landfall on Thursday. On a normal Thursday, you might be at work, you might be at school, or it might be something. You might be taking the kids to Little League or football practice or softball practice or whatever it may be. This is going to be something where everything's out of the routine. So, we're talking a little bit about how people make it through a storm like this, and a chance for us also to break up our storm coverage, because a lot of this can be like a lot of like, oh my God, storm surge, life-threatening impacts. It can be pretty heavy stuff, Eric.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yep.
Terrence, we appreciate you stopping by one more time. Big shout out for Terrence Middlebrooks. Check him out on Rooted in Progress. All right, here's our stream plan. We are back at 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Central. I think it might be me and Eric. I'll have to check with the rest of our team as to who's going to be on the 2 o'clock stream. You know what? Tune in and find out. Terrence, we appreciate you stopping by. I don't think you'll be here on the 2 o'clock stream.
Yeah, if you need me, I'm here.
All right.
Yeah.
I like it. And then really 5 o'clock, folks, is the next track update. The next major advisor from the National Hurricane Center will be live at 5 o'clock as well. So 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock are our next streams. For YouTube, this stream will be continuous throughout the day. You can continue to pay attention to the stream, and the live chat will be open. You can continue to chat amongst yourselves and share good information. Our moderators, I know, will be helping out as well. Shout out to our amazing moderators on YouTube Live. And then Facebook will be launching new streams inside new posts for 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock with our Max Fender 8 weather team as we continue to cover Hurricane Helene. I almost said Tropical Storm Helene, but we are now at a Cat 1 hurricane. We're going to get to Cat 2 strength at 5 o'clock. What do you think, Eric?
At 5 o'clock, it's possible. Definitely not at 2. If not 5, definitely 8, I would say. But once this thing starts blowing up, and it has, it could very well.
We'll be paying close attention to it, even while we snack on pizza in the newsroom. Believe me, we'll be paying attention to popcorn and kettle corn.
Yeah.
We're paying attention to what's going on with Hurricane Helene. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you at 2 o'clock on WFLA.com, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live. See you soon. Hank. Everybody on stream, stand by.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
And moments ago, updated data on Hurricane Helene, a Category 1 storm moving north of Mexico, north of Cancun, and now headed straight for Florida with high confidence of exactly where it is headed. We are live with a panel of meteorologists for a Q&A live stream that begins right now here on Tracking the Tropics. Hello there to you folks. Welcome back into the Stream Center for our 2 o'clock Eastern live stream of Tracking the Tropics. Live here with Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli and the top right, top left, WFLA meteorologist Rebecca Barry. And joining us from New Orleans, let's start with our chief meteorologist at our sister station, WGNO, in, again, New Orleans, Louisiana, Hank Allen. Hank, man, big smile on your face right now because finally we have a storm that's not headed for New Orleans.
Yeah, you're right about that. Certainly, we had Helene a couple of weeks ago. This one much stronger, much more impactful, and definitely not something that I want to see up here. That's for sure. Don't want to see it for anybody. Look, I don't think the golf's done after this, though. We could have another couple of chances here through the first half of October, so I'm not going to sound the all clear here yet. But certainly in Southeast Louisiana, we saw this one coming about a week ago and said, "Boy, this is not one you want to get involved with. That's for sure." So glad it's not coming here, but obviously it's going to be very impactful for a lot of folks in Florida, really all the way up through probably the Carolinas at least. So this is going to be a big one for sure.
It's great to have Hank on the program because we can tap into his expertise as well as Rebecca and Jeff's expertise, and you can use the hashtags all around your screen. Hashtag Hey Hank, JB, Jeff, and hashtag Hey Rebecca. Before we start to take questions in this live Q&A for everybody joining us on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, Rebecca, why don't you give us a brief forecast update? We did get some new information at 2 o'clock, and then we'll come back. We'll answer some questions from our audience.
Absolutely. And so taking a look at the storm, it is becoming a lot more organized. It's showing signs of intensification, and it's showing signs that it is a very big, very powerful storm. The hurricane force winds don't extend too far out from the center, but the tropical storm force winds certainly do. And so what we're seeing out there with this system, the maximum winds currently at 80 miles per hour sustained, at minimum central pressure really, really low for a Category 1 storm. And Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli was pointing out it's because it's so big, and we will probably see the wind speeds really picking up to kind of match that really low minimum central pressure. It's moving to the north-northwest at 10 miles per hour. And it's during turns and wobbles like this that they can make that eventual landfall very different. So we're watching this very closely. It was moving to the west-northwest. Now it's moving north-northwest. And so eventually it's expected to move north-northeast. And so these very small turns and very small wobbles can sometimes impact the landfall location quite a bit. And so it's still expected to become a Category 3 hurricane before landfall. And that's tomorrow evening with 125 mile per hour sustained winds, keeping in mind that the actual hurricane force winds will be pretty compact. They're going to stay well offshore of the Tampa Bay area, but we will see tropical storm force winds. We have the best chance to see the highest winds in Citrus County because of the shape of the coastline there and the landfall location. All of the forecast models very confident in that landfall location. And so there's a pretty tight consensus, as it has been for about a week with this system. And so for the Tampa Bay area, we are most worried about storm surge, and the timing is different between the wind and the surge. And so the wind will be bad tomorrow afternoon. The surge will come after the eye passes us and the winds become onshore during the evening hours. So think 8 or 9 o'clock is the time that those winds switch and start driving a higher volume of water up along the coastline. And so for Sarasota County, we're looking at 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. For Manatee County, Hillsborough County, and Pinellas County, we're looking at 5 to 8 feet of storm surge. For areas in Hernando and Pasco County, we're looking for 6 to 10 feet of storm surge. And unfortunately, Citrus County is so close to the landfalling location just to the north and west of that they're in that 10 to 15 feet of storm surge designation. And so that's where we will see the worst of it. And we're looking at the potential for some record flooding levels. And so what we have here is a map, a breakdown of not only when the high tide is, that we are concerned about for each location, but also what the record levels are, and if we could exceed those record levels. So for Cedar Key, the record's 8.65, and they're in that 10 to 15 feet above ground level storm surge. Tampa, the record is 4.65 feet. And so the forecast certainly higher than that. And so the higher, it looks like we could see record breaking above sea level levels on several locations, probably especially from Pinellas northward.
This graphic is surreal. Do we have any idea how old these records are or when they started keeping these records?
30, 40 years, but I'll tell you exactly. Cedar Key, that's a Dahlia. And then the other records vary between Hurricane Helene back in the 1980s and the Superstorm in 1993. Almost all of those, I think there's 6 there. I think 4 of them are a Dahlia. 1 is the Superstorm in 93. And 1 is Hurricane Helene back in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, talking about rewriting the history books, that's the potential strength that we are talking about here. Hank, as you've monitored this from Louisiana, what has really stood out to you? We were talking a little bit earlier on today and even yesterday about how storms take on certain characteristics, that storms are remembered for certain characteristics. What has stood out to you most about Helene thus far?
Yeah, you can't discount the surge, obviously. I don't think it's going to be as much surge as maybe a Cat 3 to 4 normally would be if it was over the Gulf for a certain amount of time. I mean, it's going to be significant, but I mean, let's face it, we're talking about landfall Thursday. It's just now moving north of the Yucatan, 36 hours really ahead of that. So it's not going to have the time, I don't think, to build up just a catastrophic surge. Now, you're going to have widespread storm surge flooding, and as you see, record levels there. To me, really, the big impact here is going to be the inland impact with wind. We had Michael come up a few years back, obviously a Category 5, tremendous wind damage there, but not necessarily as far inland. To me, this one, because it's a little later in the year, you've got this trough off to the west, the fast movement. You're going to have all the classic, hurricane devastating impacts along the coast, no question about it, through the Northeast Panhandle, northern parts of the state, that sort of thing. But what's really stood out to me about this is I think the intensity that maintains itself farther inland. So I expect widespread wind damage through a good portion of Georgia up into South Carolina, potentially North Carolina, depending on where the inland track of this goes, may drift a little bit farther west. So certainly Valdosta to Augusta, I think you're looking at a big swath of wind damage. I think you're looking at widespread wind damage, of course, across the eastern panhandle, even on the western side of this. I think back to Helene just a couple of weeks ago, we were seeing trees getting knocked down on the northwest side of that system, and it wasn't even that strong of a system in terms of, the overall structure of it. So obviously this one's going to have, of course, the stronger impacts on the eastern side, but I still think the western side, you're going to get some of that wind damage as well. But when you look at that line right through Tallahassee there, so, we know all the trees that have been planted in that city over the past couple of decades with the movement to make it, more of a canopy city, which is great until you get something like this that comes along. So you're talking about just tremendous amounts, I think, of power outages and wind damage basically from Tallahassee through Valdosta, Augusta, potentially up to Atlanta. And then you start looking at the rainfall flooding inland as well, up through North Georgia and the Carolinas. So this is going to have a huge impact, not only along the coast, but well inland also.
Yeah, we were talking with Eric Stone earlier about how the speed of this storm is going to, of course, be correlated with just how far the impacts are felt inland. Jeff, you were going to hop in here as well.
Well, Hank mentioned it. He mentioned a couple of things, and I'm worried about Tallahassee too, especially if it takes that track. Some of our newer hurricane models are slightly east of that. We'll see what happens. I'm seeing some pressures down in the 920s and 930s on all of the hurricane models, even less than that. So, we really could be talking about a Cat 4 at landfall. It doesn't have that much time to do it, but if it were to rapidly intensify starting about now, it may be able to do it. Water temperatures are at record levels. But Hank mentioned the flooding in the western part of South Carolina, North Carolina, and North Georgia. When this storm, and it's going to be moving fast, slams into the southern Appalachian Mountains, that really could be the sleeper. A lot of people are not going to be talking about it because they're going to be focused on the storm surge, they're going to be focused on the rainfall and all that stuff. But in reality, what could end up happening here is the inland rain could end up being part of the most devastating punch from this storm. And it turns out that over the past 10 years or so, inland flooding is the most deadly impact of hurricanes, lately at least, over the past decade or so.
This map is wild to me. So yellows, kind of focus on the yellows here on this map, everybody. That's rainfall totals. According to the graph model, rainfall totals of 8 inches or more. Yep. And just, we're talking from the Florida Panhandle, really the Tallahassee area, all the way up through North Carolina.
That's all orographic lifting. That's all lifting due to elevation that happens like from Atlanta northeast through the mountains there.
Absolutely.
And that's flash flooding territory. Water just runs off the mountains into the valleys.
So we're talking about a defining characteristic with this storm, and it might be that the impacts aren't felt just in Tallahassee, but far more inland than many otherwise would be expecting with a storm like this. Let's get to the questions and comments. The purpose of this hour from 2 o'clock all the way through till 3 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Central is, of course, to answer as many questions as possible from our Facebook Live and YouTube Live audience. If it's your first time on the program, on the silver stripes all around your screen, you see hashtags. Hey Jeff, hashtag Hey Hank, hashtag Hey Rebecca, hashtag Hey JB. If you use one of those hashtags with your comment, it signals to us that you'd like for us to load it into the queue and then animate it on screen so that we can pose these questions to our trio of meteorologists. It's my job to actually find these questions in our comment section. It's their job, of course, to answer them. So if you don't want your name and your comment featured on screen, just don't use a hashtag. We won't grab it. But if you do use a hashtag, we will spotlight it just like this. Our first comment comes in from James Stinger, and it's a hashtag HeyJB and Jeff saying, we are in Homosassa in a trailer. Should we evacuate now given the storm surge warnings and wind speeds? And
pizza.
We were talking earlier on the stream, on our previous stream with Eric, that we had newsroom pizza, and I think it's mostly gone.
I didn't even get any pizza. Sorry to say that, James. So if I didn't get any pizza, I'm not sure you're going to be able to get any either. But I would recommend, if you're in Homosassa near the water, and most likely you are near the water, in a mobile home, I would evacuate. I really would, because we're looking at maybe 10 feet of surge, and we're looking at record levels of surge. Now, if this storm comes any closer, and some of our models keep hinting at it, I don't know if it'll happen. Either way, just get out if you can for the night. I totally recommend it. Leave. You can even leave tomorrow morning if you want, because it's not coming in until tomorrow night. The worst surge is going to be tomorrow night.
Krista, hashtag Hey Hank, what conditions would make the storm wobble more west or east? We were talking earlier, Hank, about how we have tremendous model consensus, high confidence in the models that have been developing over the last several days, but people are still concerned about wobbling west or east out of that cone.
Yeah, I don't see a huge chance of that. Like you said, the models have been really clustered pretty closely. I'm with Jeff. I've been leaning more towards the eastern side of the track here over the past couple of days. Not that that's a guarantee, but I've been sort of more around the Steinhatchee area for a landfall point, sort of on the eastern side of the Big Bend than the west. But look, I mean, that's a short range when you're talking about either to the western side of it or to the eastern side. I mean, that's not much difference. And so the impacts are really going to be the same. And that's what you got to focus on. I don't see a tremendous wobbling occurring either way here. I think the track's pretty locked in somewhere in the central Big Bend area on average. But there's not going to be a whole lot of wobbling one way or the other. The system will continue to grow in size. And, I've been on the train of seeing this as landfall as a 4. Like Jeff mentioned, it may not have enough time to do it. We'll see, but it's certainly going to get close. It's probably going to be at least close to intensifying at landfall, maybe just below peak intensity. So there's going to be a lot of energy there. I don't expect a lot of shift in the track. This is going to be a growing system as it gets to the northern part of the state. And, if you're anywhere within the cone or even close to the cone, you're certainly going to see impacts from this.
As we look here at the real-time wobble tracker that Rebecca's pulled up, and the wobble tracker, you can start to tell, is now becoming more of a tool for us, because as the eye becomes more defined, Jeff, it gives us the ability to monitor whether or not we're wobbling off the NHC
That's
track.
Right. Without the eye, it's tough. But once you have the eye, you can see if the eye is running along the red line, which is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center, and you can see if it's wobbling either way. Sometimes a wobble is just a wobble. It wobbles one way, it goes back the other way. And sometimes a wobble, put them together, a couple of wobbles in one direction, and it becomes a trend in a certain direction. Like Hank said, it's going to be a little less likely in a storm like this just because it's going to be moving so fast once it gets into the central Gulf of Mexico. But it's certainly something to watch, and it's live on our website right now, WFLA.com.
You can always find the wobble tracker. It's going to be streaming in the overnight hours as well. So for those who want to monitor real-time updates with our wobble tracker, there's even a text guide that Jeff wrote to explain exactly how to read the wobble tracker so you know exactly what you're looking at. Again, it's on WFLA.com. I'll ask our YouTube moderators maybe to drop a link in our comment section directly to it.
Do you see the bright whites underneath the one there, underneath the storm?
Yes.
So there's an explosion of convection in the core, the central dense overcast, as we call it, right there. So this could be the beginning of what is a rapid intensification phase. There is a little bit of dry air on the north side. You can see it right there. But once it sheds its dry air in the next few hours, I think it's off to the races. And like Hank said, I mean, it's not. I'll tell you what. I think in any normal situation, we would say it doesn't have time to become a Cat 4, but the water is record hot and it's moving right over the loop current. If it was ever going to be able to accomplish such a feat in such a short period of time, it would be this storm, I think.
Let's get.
I agree. And Jeff,
Hank,
real quick, I know Jeff is. I follow along his stuff over there when you guys are making posts. I know he's my boy over there with the MJO. And Jeff, we're in that phase. And so I even said this a couple of days ago. This is a battle of a little bit of that dry air to the northwest and a little bit of a sort of an underperforming 2024 versus
That's right.
the perfect phase of the MJO that I know you follow a lot over there as well.
Yep.
All these big storms we've seen the past few years have rapidly intensified up to landfall.
That's
the Lars, the Idas, all these have been in this MJO phase that we're in right now. So will that overcome all these other factors we've seen in 2024? That's why I think it still could make a run at a 4.
Yeah, I think you're right. I have a bad feeling about this one becoming extraordinarily intense, but we'll see.
Yeah.
speed at least is on our side in relation to perhaps it's sitting over those really warm record heat Gulf waters, as you noted, but also speed is not good for those inland areas, especially into Georgia. Right. Let's bring Rebecca into the conversation here. This is interesting. I never really thought about it this way, but Donnie wants to know, what is the size and diameter at a Cat 1 versus a Cat 3? Does geographical size of a storm have anything to do whatsoever with its strength and its category?
Not much. Compact storms can intensify a little bit more quickly than bigger storms can, but in terms of the actual diameter, it's not related. You can have a really, really wide or a high diameter Category 1 or Category 3. Typically, the stronger storms do tighten up. When you get into that Category 4, Category 5 territory, they do tend to tighten up a little bit.
Remember Charlie? That was a tiny storm, but it packed quite a wallop. Charlie was a Cat 4, and it was a tiny one.
Yeah.
So it varies. This one's going to be a huge storm, 400 miles of diameter width of tropical storm force winds. That's That's about the 90th percentile of storms at that latitude.
Kyle Duncan, #HJB, do you think that my flight will be canceled from Tampa? In the last several hours, Tampa International Airport, TPA, announcing that it would suspend commercial and cargo operations starting at midnight Thursday. So Thursday, basically air travel out of TPA is going to cease. So flights in and out of Tampa throughout the duration of today is a thumbs up. Tomorrow is a thumbs down, and really time will tell when they resume operations. This was expected. We kind of had a feeling that Tampa International Airport was going to go in this direction, but for people that are either trying to get into or out of the area, any ideas to when they would open back up?
Yeah, so I've got the wind gust forecast pulled up, and so by Friday at noon, we're looking at 17 to 22 mile per hour wind gusts across our area, and so that's flyable. It can be a little bumpy, but that's flyable, and it gets even calmer than that by Friday evening. So this thing's moving so fast, we get back to quote unquote normal pretty quickly.
The secondary airports or airfields like Peter O'Knight, Tampa Executive, Plant City, all of them going to be closing 2 a.m. on Thursday. So basically Thursday is in large part a air travel day for Tampa International Airport and surrounding airports as well.
I'll tell you what, guys, we mentioned Atlanta, the potential impacts up there. Think about how big of a hub that is.
Oh, sure.
And this storm being right over there by Thursday to Friday, you're going to be looking at a lot of air travel disruption probably across the Southeast at least. So, if you got flight plans the next few days just in general, you're going to have to be aware of that.
Doesn't Atlanta, we'll come back to this, Tatum, in just a second, but isn't Atlanta one of the biggest airports in the it is the Google search, it's the world's busiest airport by passenger traffic. Yeah. And we're talking about impacts in Atlanta. Yeah. So no, certainly significant. Let's go back to Tatum. Hank, I want to bring you right back in here, and I'll bring everybody in, but Tatum says confused because the spaghetti models are all towards the northwest, but it's wobbling towards the northeast. So I'm not understanding that. I'm actually really glad that Tatum is paying this close of attention, because other people on social media had paid attention to the spaghetti models and the track being a little bit out of sync. So maybe if we can, Rebecca, we'll show, there's the spaghettis. And then if we could, can we go back to the track here and kind of show the spaghettis in relation to the track?
Because we cannot express my agitation with spaghetti models just in general over the past few years as more and more people see them. They are a tropical grouping of models, but at least this year, you got to look at the trends. At least this year, like take Helene, for instance, they were a little farther to the west coming in than, the GFS ended up being, the Icon ended up being. Those two models were pretty solid, which is why I sort of lean more towards the GFS and the Icon on this one. It's a different storm, different stuff. Doesn't mean it's a guarantee. But at least to me so far this season, the spaghettis have had a little bit of a west bias than the global models, as we call them. Also, if you look at some of these hurricane-specific models, they're a little bit farther to the east as well. Right. So I think the Spaghettis have had a little bit of a west bias this time around.
Did you hear that, Rebecca? There's
Yes.
someone else who likes the Icon model.
You guys.
I finally met someone who likes the Icon model.
There's
Jeff
a
loves
real
the Icon.
world bromance.
I'm always talking about it's German engineering.
Yeah.
You know?
It's hard to beat.
That's right. No, I mean,
beat it.
the Icon does well. Earlier, there was a Beryl. Yeah, it was Beryl that came up to Houston. The Icon had it
Oh, it was
kind of
fun,
sitting
huh?
off, right? Sitting off Louisiana, which was a little too far north, but all the other models had it into like Tampico, Mexico.
Yeah.
And the Icon ended up being right. And so the Icon's on the eastern side of the suite. So is the Graph model, by the way. And like you mentioned, the Hurricane models too. So we'll see what happens. I mean, the National Hurricane Center during Debbie, they kept pushing the storm west, and it ended up being east. You remember it came on? I think you were talking about that. It came on shore around Steinhatchee or Cedar Key, but in reality, the center of the cone had it coming up towards St. Mark's. So we'll see what happens. They definitely shifted it west a little bit here, but the newer models, at least, are slightly east of that. So I guess we'll see what happens.
David wants to know, #Hey Jeff, is it possible for Tampa to see a hurricane watch? Is it possible? Do we have a watches and warnings graphic perhaps that we could throw up?
Yeah, we're getting it right now. So I'm pretty sure that we're under a hurricane.
That's
The reason
what I
why I say
thought.
that, we are under a hurricane warning for the Nature Coast from Crystal River all the way down to Newport Richey. Tampa's under a tropical storm warning, and I think we're under a hurricane watch, but let me see if maybe that's not the case.
Well, it looks like if that map is to be correct.
Yeah, but there's a million things on that map. Let me look it up
Yeah,
separately.
there's too many.
Yeah, you
things on this map.
can't. No, there's no way you can tell. Let me just click on Tampa and I'll tell you right away. Okay, let's see here. Give me a minute. Okay.
He's still riled up from Team Icon, bro.
Yeah, we're under a hurricane watch and a tropical
Jeff's
storm.
wildest dreams
What?
of finding someone that loves the Icon.
Oh
has
yeah,
come true.
I'm glad other people are noticing it. I thought I was the only one. I felt so lonely.
It's been solid. It's been solid this season for sure. And everybody used to love the Euro, and I think Euro is great for development potential. But to me, the past couple of seasons, the GFS has even been a little bit better than the Euro.
Jeff, if you ever go on vacation,
We are under a hurricane watch,
We're
by the way.
flying in Hank because
Okay.
these two sound like they are.
We're in sync. We're in sync. You know what, guys? I need to step away for the meeting unless Eric went to the meeting.
He may have, but
All
you
right,
should probably.
go.
I'm gonna step away for 1 second, okay?
Yep. Okay. You're out. Do what you got to do. But yes, can we answer the question about a hurricane watch in Tampa? Or
He did, but we were laughing over him. So
I missed it.
yeah, it's okay. I'll look it up now.
In the meantime, I'll load up some other questions saying hello to our YouTube Live and Facebook Live audience. Again, you can use now #Hey Rebecca, Hank, and JB.
Yeah, we're under a hurricane warning and a tropical storm warning
Okay.
for Tampa. Yeah, and a watch.
Got it.
We got them all. Got them all.
Hey, Hank, let's bring this in. Judith wants to know about Knoxville, Tennessee. Normally, this type of comment would be ridiculous,
Right.
but this is the storm where it's not.
I think it's a very valid question. And if you guys want to pull that rainfall total map back up, Knoxville, the thing is starting to weaken a little bit by that point. Obviously, it's going to drift inland and start to sort of unwind itself as it produces a lot of rain. So you can see sort of the core there in the western parts of North Carolina, southeastern Tennessee. So, the really, really super high amounts are probably just east of Knoxville, but you can see it's pretty close. And you're still in that sort of the 4 to 6 inch range there with potentially higher amounts. And it's all going to be how it drifts westward. And look, the biggest thing to me that I always talk about with these systems as they move well inland, somebody, and this is just an average map, of course, with the rainfall totals in the modeling, somebody's going to get that band that sets up on the eastern side of the center, even 2 or 3 days from now. And you think about the one a couple of weeks ago over there in South Carolina, or North Carolina, really close to Wilmington, that produced those 18 to 20 inches of rain. It was within one band. This one's going to have a little bit more widespread rainfall totals, but still, you don't know ahead of time where that band's going to set up as this thing starts to unwind. So if I'm in the Knoxville area, I'm certainly aware of the potential for some heavy rain just on average. And then, the localized banding impacts here as this thing drifts a little bit to the west. I think flash flooding is certainly a concern. Big time flash flood potential in Georgia and the western parts of the Carolinas and the eastern Tennessee as well.
Let's get to Virginia for Rebecca. South Tampa. South Tampa very well.
I do. It's fun because I peaked my my head out the door to walk the dog this morning and got a lot of neighborly questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Personalized forecast.
Rebecca Barry walking around with Cooper, and all of a sudden you're going to be very popular.
We
today.
were a magnet for questions today. And so for South Tampa, I think Bayshore will flood. I think our typical areas that we see high tide flooding and storm surge will flood because of storm surge Thursday night. I think McDill will stay dry because it's like 12 to 15 feet high above sea level. So if you have to go and come, I think McDill is probably our best option Thursday night into Friday morning. I think Bayshore is probably going to be out of commission until midday Friday, until we start to see that lower tide and the less of the onshore winds. Because what's going on is we will make it through the wind event in South Tampa so the wind gusts 40, 50 miles per hour in South Tampa. Now, the exception is right there south of Gandy near the MacDill Air Force Base, because the winds will be coming off of the water, that more frictionless environment, and then hitting the tip of South Tampa there. And so we could see some really gnarly winds around 4 o'clock on Thursday afternoon at the MacDill Air Force Base, similar to what they're seeing in St. Pete, in the 60 mile per hour range. And so damaging winds will be in the afternoons for South Tampa tomorrow. But see when these winds change direction, it's late Thursday night into Friday morning. Now that's onshore winds. Once the eye passes us and the winds change direction to onshore, that's when we'll start to see the storm surge flooding beginning. And they're calling for 4 to 7 feet, 5 to 8 feet. And so I think 5 feet is when it tops Bayshore. And so we're expecting a couple of feet of water on Bayshore Boulevard. I think West Shore and those more floody areas will flood. Any drainage areas that don't have backflow prevention devices on it, we could see water coming up the storm drains in those areas. And so it does look like the water will start to recede on that second low tide of the morning, midday Friday. That's when I think we're going to start to see things getting a lot better.
We're coming right back to you because Mommy and Faith want to know about Sumter County. We haven't really talked much about Sumter County. What should we expect there, Rebecca?
All right. Making sure I've got the right one really quickly. And it looks like it is kind of near the Villages. And
yes.
So that is probably going to be looking at some pretty similar impacts as to what we're expecting for Hillsborough and Hillsborough County, because you are closer to the landfalling location there, but you are also inland. So I would think you could expect maybe 50 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts in Sumter. No storm surge there, of course. You have a low threat for tornadoes and probably 2 to 4 inches of rain. It's just racing past you at that point. So rainfall is probably not going to be an issue.
Coming your way, Hank, with this question. Perfect Space Duck. Don't you love our YouTube usernames? Perfect
Yes.
Space Duck wants to know, should I be taking any extra precautions in Savannah, Georgia, Hank?
Well, you certainly don't want an imperfect space duck. I would, you're sort of on the fringe in Savannah, and it's really going to come down to where this goes inland. Yeah, and I think there's 2 tracks here of potential, and we may not even know until this thing starts moving inland and seeing how the coast interacts with this. I think you've got one track that goes sort of like the Hurricane Center has there, which is Tallahassee to Atlanta. I'm sort of on the eastern side of that, where I think this is more of a Valdosta to Augusta type scenario, or at least maybe Valdosta to Atlanta. So if you're in, let's say, Savannah, if you're along the Georgia coast, the precautions I would take would be to really monitor that tornado risk, because if this storm is a little bit farther into southeastern Georgia, depending on where these bands set up, you're certainly going to have a tornado threat on the eastern side of this, as we typically do. You're probably going to have some bands swirling in from the coast, from the water itself, which is going to give you a little bit higher chance of seeing a tornado, maybe a water spout moving on shore, something like that. Could get some flooding rain, that's for sure. Could get a little bit of minor storm surge on the coast with that southeasterly flow. I don't think either one of those are too big of a deal. But certainly some gusty wind potential, maybe some minor power outage risk over there in Savannah. But I do think as this moves inland, you will have to watch out for that tornado threat. So, as you get into, sort of Friday there, you got to make sure everything's charged up, ready to go. Make sure you're getting those tornado warnings in case some are issued, and taking shelter in case they are. These tropical tornadoes, as we know, move so fast. You're not going to have a whole lot of time to react to those. So that would be my main takeaway for areas like Savannah.
Our own Avery Cotton just sending in, really emailing the newsroom these photos. I'll read this out from Avery saying that this is a down tree in South Tampa. We were just talking about South Tampa at Bayview and Clark. Is this so a down tree? I mean, is this any relation whatsoever to Helene?
I mean, our grounds are incredibly saturated from the summertime rainstorms, but we're just not seeing tree toppling wind gusts right now. My guess would be that there's something else going on with this particular tree.
Okay. Yeah, because I thought to myself, this sounds a bit early for down trees.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I know that there's some outer fringe impacts that are going to be felt in the hours ahead.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, it's not a good hair day out there right now, but it's not tree down wind.
I'd say that's a great point though about saturated ground, and I don't know what the past month has been like up there in northern Florida or northeast Florida or Georgia, really, without
It's been wet.
Diving deeper. Yeah, if it's been wet, I mean, look, saturated ground just causes so many more trees to come down than even in a normal storm. And obviously, this storm has a ton of wind with it anyway. But boy, I tell you, I mean, we're just looking at just hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people without power across at least 3 states, maybe more, and probably for a very long time. I mean, this is going to be a very far-reaching system.
And I'm not sure if you've been following it. I know because my parents live in this zone, but in southeastern Georgia and northeastern Florida, it rained for a week last week.
Wow.
Nonstop.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That's
so
trouble.
really, really wet.
So we're already getting some real-time weather reports. Cliff here saying, not sure if this has anything to do with the storm, but it just started pouring in Wesley Chapel. So, look, not sure if one has to do with the other, but clearly we have storms in the area. And so the down tree might be the result of some wind gusts locally in South Tampa.
Yeah, it's not out of the question. We talked about yesterday how we would start to see like we called it a chunk of moisture because it's not quite a rain band, but we'd start to see a chunk of moisture, making its way up the coastline today. And that's probably what we're looking at happening here.
Let's go to Melissa. Wants to know about Polk County and tornadoes. Do you think the Polk County area will have the threats of tornadoes and bad weather? Concern for my family on the Hudson Beach area.
Polk County, the threat of tornadoes is relatively low for Polk County. As far as our area goes, it's probably the lowest for Polk, which is the good news, but it's not non-existent. And so when we take a look at Polk County impacts, we are looking at the potential for especially, Polk, Hardy, and DeSoto. We're looking at the wind gusts there in 40, 50 mile per hour range within the strongest bands. Certainly not going to be sustained like that. No storm surge, of course, and the lowest risk for tornadoes. Even the rainfall is the lowest for Polk County, 2 to 4 inches.
We're going to do a meteorologist swap here and say farewell to our good friend, Hank Allen of WGNO, chief meteorologist with the WGNO weather team there in New Orleans, and bring in back Jeff from our station meeting. Hank, any final words before we let you go?
No, well, I mean, look, always a pleasure to be with you guys. So I appreciate you having me on. And, I think everybody's been hearing the message for a while, but everybody knows this is going to be a huge issue along the coast with the wind and the storm surge and all that. But as Jeff mentioned earlier, and as we've been talking about, the inland locations here, I just, for anybody watching, just continue to drive this home that if you are even in North Georgia, the western parts of the Carolinas, you're going to get a bunch of wind and rain from this, power outage potential, trees down, flooding, potentially life-threatening flash flooding as you get into some of those mountainous areas up into the North Georgia and the Carolinas. So please be aware of that. And obviously, if you're in this zone of this system coming in here through that Big Bend area, it's why ride that out would be my thought. I mean, I would head west an hour or so and, try to avoid that, especially if you're in a prone area that, could get flooding or storm surge or trees down or that sort of thing. You can't predict the tree down on your house, obviously, but this is going to be a very bad storm.
For folks that really do pay attention to weather when a storm is impacting Louisiana, New Orleans, give Hank Allen some of your attention because, of course, he and the team at WGNO are absolutely phenomenal. They're the best. Hank, we really appreciate your time, man.
All right, always a pleasure, guys. Hopefully talk to you soon, but under better circumstances.
Yes.
Nice seeing you, Hank.
Yeah, y'all too.
Thanks for joining us.
We appreciate you,
Thank
man.
you.
All right, back here with the team, the Max Fender 8 weather team, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, Meteorologist Rebecca Barry here with you. We are doing another 20 minutes on this live stream. exclusively your questions answered out of the Facebook Live and YouTube Live comment section with hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyRebecca, hashtag HeyJeff. Let's go to storm surge. Questions from V-Sale. Is the Pinellas County storm surge risk viewer something people I don't know, can rely on for surge depth at the exact location?
Yeah, so they're basically asking about. There must be an app on the web that they're looking at.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I'd have to look up the Pinellas County storm surge risk if it's reliable or not. But those are the numbers that we're looking at here. I would just say this: if you were here during Idalia, you should prepare for about 2 feet of extra water this time. That's what I would say. That's probably the best way to communicate this, is because most people were here during Idalia. You remember how much water you had near your property. There could be an additional, possibly, 2 feet of water for this one. And I think Rebecca's clicking around looking for the specific viewer you're using. There's a lot of different tools online. We use the one from NOAA, but some of the counties have their own tools as well. And by the way, Rebecca, just this is a little bit of inside baseball. 3 o'clock, you need to be downstairs in the studio. Probably you need to get down there like 2:55 or something.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so Jeff and I will handle the stream. Gives you enough time, Rebecca, to get downstairs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go.
So we have the Pinellas surge pulled up, and
let me come. We'll come back to that question.
So over here in Shore Acres, we know is flood prone. They're calling the orange is 5 to 8 feet, and then the yellow is 3 to 5 feet. The blue is 1 to 2 feet. So looking around Pinellas County, solidly in the yellows and blues, with some areas in the 5 to 8 range.
So top end is probably somewhere around 5 to 7 feet.
Yeah. That would be fair, I would think.
Let's go to Canasia. Hashtags. Hank has departed, but Rebecca and JB, what should Lee County, Florida, expect from Hurricane Helene?
Not much. I mean, you might get some very outer bands, some showers, maybe a tornado warning, maybe 2 or 3 feet of surge. Lee County's pretty far south, so I guess we could see some places get a little bit more than that in terms of surge because it's such a big storm. And you can see the top end there is 3 to 5, so 3, maybe 4 at the most. And I would say probably to be somewhat comparable to Idalia as well for you.
Next up, let's go to Baby Shark, right, Jeff?
Kidding me? It's my favorite. It's on the top of my playlist.
Well then we'll go from Baby Shark to Daddy Shark. Daddy Shark asking this question: JB, Rebecca, when can Tampa Bay start feeling this storm? Actually, Jeff, we'll show this here to you. Right as you were giving the meeting, our own Avery Cotton on of course, our morning program, our morning newscast here at WFLA, sent in these photos. So we were curious if this had anything to do with Helene. This is being a down tree in South Tampa, but probably this is
because Helene is not even
right, nowhere close to. Well, I don't want to say nowhere close.
I mean, the wind gets stronger because of the pressure gradient between high pressure and the storm. But that has to be a very weak tree. And it doesn't bode well for when the actual storm comes through if trees are falling when the winds are gusting at like 20 miles an hour.
Yeah,
because that's basically what we had. But Rebecca has the time of arrival of tropical storm force winds up there, right there. So, for instance, 8 a.m. tomorrow is Sarasota. Tampa, St. Pete, the stronger tropical storm force winds, they arrive at 11 a.m. and so on and so forth.
I want to get this one in, and I'll fill you guys in if you're not familiar with the location, because Natalie's been very patient in our comment section. Hashtags all around. What can Waycross, Black Shear, Georgia expect for wind gusts and power outages? That is southeast.
I got that.
Yeah, we have our resident Georgia. We have our resident Georgia expert right here.
I forgot that we got Rebecca on. Yeah.
Yeah. And so for Waycross, I do think just because you're a rural location, you could be in for power outages. We were talking about the potential for trees to be unfortunately compromised, and it has been raining so much in Waycross this summer. You guys have gotten a ton of rain. And so I think let's first look at the rainfall forecast, and then we will take a look at the wind gust forecast for Waycross. And so coming on up here, and a lot of it will depend on how far east or west it ends up going. And so you're in the 3 to 4 inch range, maybe some hot spots getting 5 inches of rain there for Waycross. We probably not going to see much more than tropical storm force winds for your area. And then things will start to dramatically improve during the day on Friday after the system races by Waycross.
How dare I try to inform Rebecca Barry where Waycross, Georgia
Carolina
is.
skiff boats are made in Waycross.
Of course, Rebecca knows the area well, and formerly meteorologist as well in the Jacksonville market. Let's go. I want to bring this up. I mean, you guys are meteorologists, so you know this already. But Catherine is giving us a real-time kind of weather report out there, saying that it just started storming here in Tampa, Hillsborough County, saying it's pretty dark and gray out there. You know, I have our tower camera. Let's see if I can bring that into the equation really quickly and show everybody here.
It's a little dark. Yeah, we have some outer outer band. It's not really the storm, but because of the storm.
You can borrow my meteorological term I used earlier. It's a chunk of rain.
Chunk of rain.
Yeah, it's not quite a band. It's just a big chunk of rain coming up the coast.
Chunks are coming up.
Chunky rain.
Okay.
Let's go to. We got a lot of questions in the queue. Again, we got another about 10, 15 minutes, and we will have to say farewell here to Rebecca momentarily. But let's get to Ebony. Wants to know, hashtags are all around. When can Clearwater start to expect to be affected?
You know, it's a very gradual process. So it's not all of a sudden you flip a switch and Clearwater gets impacted. But we're expecting the tropical storm force winds to pick up late morning in Clearwater tomorrow.
I'm struggling to keep up here in the queue, you guys. Why don't we just use this opportunity to say farewell to Rebecca, unless you got a few more minutes, Rebecca? No, I think you should probably head downstairs.
I'm probably going to take her seat, by the way.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll switch some graphics around, and we'll get good to go. Rebecca, any final thoughts before we let you go?
No. I appreciate it.
Rebecca's like, no.
I'm trying to figure out graphics for the cut-in. That's all.
Got it.
Do you need this is one, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we just won't use graphics.
Maybe by the time. I'll wait as long as.
Okay. Yeah, just text me when you need control, okay? All right.
Welcome back, everybody, to Tracking the Tropics as Rebecca departs for, of course, our broadcast coverage. Beth has been in the queue for a minute. Hey, JB, is the question here from Beth, and it says, how will storm surge compare to Idalia in Pasco County specifically? Jeff, any idea?
We're forecasting as much as about 2 feet of extra surge. I think I'm really glad she asked the question the way she asked the question, because that's the right way to think about it, right? You have a past experience of a storm that impacted your area. You know how much water was in Idalia. You should expect it to be more. I'm hoping it won't be, but the forecast is for a couple of extra feet this time around. And that's because it's such a big storm, and it probably will be stronger than Idalia when it makes landfall. Of course, the big question mark is exactly where it does make landfall, because we know it's going to be the Big Bend, but is it going to be the eastern Big Bend, in which case you can bet that you're going to see more flooding than Idalia, or if it's the western Big Bend, in which case probably similar levels to Idalia. That's pretty much the range right there.
We're now taking questions for Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli with hashtag HeyJeff. You can also use hashtag HeyJB. Those are the hashtags we're honing in on for the next 10 to 12 or so minutes as we continue with the 2 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center, as we continue to track Category 1 Hurricane Helene. Max winds right now of 80 miles per hour, moving north by northwest at 10 miles per hour, moving north of Cancun and into the Gulf of Mexico, heading straight for Florida based on the high confidence that we, of course, have seen in the models for several days now. Okay, let's go to Dan. Hey, Jeff, I live in Holiday. Should I board up my house? And then thanks with a question mark. Yep. Thanks.
When you say board up your house, I assume that means you don't have shutters. I don't know that I would go to the extent of boarding up your home in Holiday. As it stands right now, the wind gusts will probably end up being at probably worst 70 miles an hour. And briefly, in Holiday. It's not going to last very long. So I think boarding your home up is probably overkill. If it's just simply, you have shutters and you just need to pull them down, then why not? Tomorrow late in the day when stuff starts getting bad. But if you actually have to physically put boards up on your home, I don't think it's worth it, because as of now, it shows no signs of coming close enough to us to really give us the full power of a Cat 1, 2, or 3 hurricane.
Let's go to Sharon with hashtags. What are your thoughts on the Hudson Port Richey area?
Yeah.
Storm surge only, ? What should we expect? We talked earlier about how Jim Cantore is in Port Richey and probably not the best sign, but Jim Cantore aside, that's an area, that's going to get hit, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the forecast is for between 5 and 10 feet of surge. It should be a little bit worse in terms of surge than Hurricane Idalia, as we mentioned. You could see, just like Holiday, you could see wind gusts to about 70. If it comes a little closer, maybe a little higher than that. Rainfall as much as 4 inches. So we're not talking about, other than storm surge, and obviously the potential for power outages, we're not talking about what is going to be, I think, a very catastrophic blow to your area. I think this is kind of a grazing blow, but the caveat there is we're going to see some really big numbers in terms of storm surge. So if you're near the water in Hudson Beach, or the question before was Holiday, same thing. If you can leave the water, please do so.
Happy birthday to Michelle's grandson, saying, what about Miami? Saying that she has a first birthday for her grandson there. I don't think Miami. Yeah, Miami's got nothing really to worry about. Amanda says, does this hurricane still have a chance to take a turn more east towards the Port St. Lucie area?
Nope. My mom lives in that area, and nope, the storm's not headed there. The East Coast is going to be safe from this storm. That's the good news. Have you noticed, JB, that the storms as of the past couple of years have really had a propensity to hit the west coast of Florida and the Gulf of Mexico rather than the east coast of Florida?
Yep.
That's been the case.
Yep. Let's go to Teen Hudgens. Hashtag Hey Jeff. How will the surge be in Gibsonton, Florida?
Right. Let me bring up the surge map. I think I have it here. Here it is. Right. Just give me a second. Let me load it up. And you can see that Tampa Bay is in the 5 to 8. Now, the record for water levels is above mean sea level, and we have a graphic for that too. It's like 4 to 5 feet in Tampa Bay, and the forecast here is for higher numbers. I'm looking to see where that graphic is. I can bring it up for you. Rebecca had it up before. It may be at the very top. But yeah, we are looking at the possibility of record levels here. I don't know. It escapes me. That graphic. I don't see it. But anyway, in Gibsonton, if you flooded during Idalia, you should plan on flooding an extra this time around.
Annie, I don't know if I would plan to be on the roads tomorrow. I think a lot of this question, Jeff, is based on timing, right? We don't know when she. The question reads for our audio-only audience. Annie is asking, heading to Orlando tomorrow, should I be concerned?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're leaving early in the morning, I think you're probably okay, but just make sure you have both hands on the steering wheel because I think it will be gusty. But if you're headed anytime in the afternoon and evening, then you're, I think, taking more of a risk.
Next up, Carmen, I heard the airport is closing. When? My daughter is supposed to travel tomorrow around noon. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Carmen, but that flight will not be occurring, or at least not into Tampa. Maybe I don't think that they would fly into another airport, but TPA air operations are ending at midnight tonight. There will be no air travel tomorrow in all likelihood. It will be, very quiet at TPA, and likely at some point on Friday is when they would resume operations, because tomorrow, that being Thursday, September 26th, is going to be a pretty nasty day for the Tampa Bay area as a result of Hurricane Helene. Does that sound about right, Jeff, as far as the airport and air travel?
Don't see it. I mean, I think most of tomorrow is going to be really, really tough. I mean, did you say the airport was already closed, JB?
They announced they are closing tonight at midnight.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't see them opening until Friday morning then, to be honest with you.
All right, YouTube Live, you guys are up. And we've been bouncing back and forth between Facebook Live and YouTube Live. Jonathan on YouTube Live wants to know, hey, JB, what about Bradenton?
Yeah. Bradenton is going to see a few feet of surge. I don't know if you're on the river or not. But again, if you were there during Idalia and you know how high the water was during Idalia, you should expect to see a little bit of extra water this time around. Otherwise, just outer bands, maybe a random tornado warning or two, and about 2 to 4 inches of rain. Maybe not much more than that, because this storm, most of its heavy rain is going to stay offshore. Because, there could be some areas that get stuck under a band where we end up with more rainfall. But generally speaking, 3 to 6 is pretty much the general guide to how much rain we're going to see across the area.
Super specific here from Caden. What is the brunt of the impacts 1 mile east of US 19 in Weeki Wachee, over by State Road 50? Hey, you want hyper-local? That's pretty hyper-local.
I like it, and theoretically, that is far enough east to make sure water doesn't get to you. I'm pretty certain. Weeki Wachee, obviously, there's a lot of water there, but I just think maybe some gusts to 70, maybe 3 to 6 inches of rain. So there'll be some power outages. The thing I'd be most concerned about with this storm is any old trees that are kind of hanging around could fall. They could fall into people's homes. They could fall on power lines, and there could be power outages. So if you're not near the water, my concern is that. If you're near the water, my concern is storm surge.
They have a town in really, right by the county line of Hillsborough and Pasco. The land of lakes. Land of Lakes is it quite literally a town filled with a lot of lakes, as many communities in Florida have. So flooding in a community like Land of Lakes with heavy rainfall totals, it's something to monitor, no?
It is, but this storm is moving so fast that I don't think this is going to be a big flood maker for the Tampa Bay area. Slow storms can produce a lot of rain. Also, the heaviest bands from the storm are going to stay offshore. I think I don't know. Rebecca hasn't been using the computer yet, so let me see if I can, while I'm waiting, I can pull up a graph model and show you. So here's the graph model. And wait a second. Let me see if I can see it on screen there. Okay. There it is. Notice how the heaviest rain is well to the west of our coast. Now, we're on the outer bands, and we do get some of those heavy bands. But we're going to miss out on the worst of it, I think.
That's obviously good news, and speed helps us in the Tampa Bay area, not helpful for folks, obviously, in Georgia. Elisa, hashtag Jeff. What is it looking like at landfall according to current projections? So based on the NHC's latest track, Jeff, I know that we're expecting a landfall sometime in the 8 to 8:30 range on Thursday night as a Category 3 storm.
But borderline Cat 4. Almost a Cat 4.
Borderline Cat 4. Folks there should be expecting, a really rough landfall event. No?
Yeah. I'm going to try to pull up this, the wind graphic if I can find it. Sorry for my inability to find some of these. We have so many graphics in here. It's great, but when you actually go to try to find a graphic, it becomes a little more difficult. Let's see. So landfall is going to be, like JB said, around 8 p.m. And I can't get the one that I want. It figures. All right. I just don't know what the layout of this is. It's going to be very close to a Cat 4. It's going to be a rapidly intensifying, strengthening storm at landfall. Usually those type storms, you can see right there, usually those type storms produce the most damage. They produce a lot more damage than storms that are equivalent, but they're weakening. So I think this is going to be a brutal landfall, unfortunately. And it looks like the Big Bend, but we don't know where. We don't know if it's going to be Steinhatchee-Perry or if it's going to be on the western side, closer to Apalachicola, or right up the middle like St. Mark's.
Let's go to Samantha's question, hashtag Jeff. What do you think the impacts will be for Jackson County? So Jackson County, Jeff, is like northeast of Panama City Beach, west of Tallahassee, really right on the state line with Georgia, the Florida state line.
Let me look it up myself. Is there a name of a town there?
Sure. The town would be Mariana or Cottondale, Greenwood.
Mariana, Florida. Okay, I'm heading there right now. Okay. All right. I think you're probably going to be okay there. The track right now, if it goes any further west, that puts Mariana pretty close to the core of strongest winds. But for right now, I'm more worried about Tallahassee. However, because the storm's going to be moving so fast, it's going to carry its strong winds well inland. So let's say the storm were to be on the western side of our guidance or the western side of the National Hurricane Center's cone, then I do think that we're going to have a problem with the strongest winds getting into Mariana. But for right now, it looks like it's probably going to head just east of there.
The very last call, we're going to do 90 seconds more of questions, give or take. So these are punch them in fast, folks, and keep them short because we're going to try to get to as many as possible. Ironically, the next one in the queue is actually kind of long. So after this one, there will be just a burst of short questions we're going to try to get on screen as we wrap up the 2 o'clock live stream here. Steve wants to know, the track seems to be shifting west towards past Tallahassee. Do we have reason to be optimistic that the effects in Manatee County will lessen with such minor shifts? Will effects in Parrish be similar to what we had with Idalia? There's a lot going on with this question. Can we address the first part of this sentence? The track seems to be shifting west towards past Tallahassee?
I think they probably mean just to the west of Tallahassee.
Right.
And I don't know. I mean, the National Hurricane Center did do that in their latest advisory, but it may swing back during the 5 o'clock. I wouldn't pay attention to the details that closely because a lot of the computer models are east of the National Hurricane Center track now. So that I can't say for sure is going to help. I think the impacts for storm surge are going to be similar to Idalia. But I also think that the amount of rain that we get is probably going to be less than Idalia. Because notice the difference between Idalia and this, and actually, you know, I wish I could use the computer right now, but Idalia came in further east. It made its way basically straight north along the coast, whereas this storm's starting from Cancun and making its way northeast. So in places like Manatee County, even though the storm's going to make landfall the same place, you know, Helene is coming from that direction, and Idalia was coming from that direction. Florida's here. So there was a lot more rain in Idalia because the storm paralleled the coast, whereas in this case, the storm is coming from the Gulf and ending up in the same place. But in places like Manatee County, you're further south. I think you're better off rainfall-wise. But I do think you're going to see probably as much surge, if not slightly more, in Helene than we saw in Idalia because it's a bigger storm.
All right, let's try to go rapid fire through as many as we can here as we wrap it up. Keep it brief, folks, with these comments. We're going to try to get the short ones on screen. Maria, hashtag Hey Jeff, what about the Skyway Bridge?
They'll probably close it for a time tomorrow. I'd say mostly during the afternoon and evening. So if you have plans to take you across the Skyway, I'd say go across in the morning because there's a chance it may be closed later in the day.
Let's go to Christina Ross. Please talk about inland Citrus County.
Yeah, okay, great question there. As it stands right now, coastal citrus may see some gusts to 80. I think it would be very hard to get hurricane force gusts into like Inverness, if that's what she's asking about. It's possible, not out of the question if the storm tucks in a little bit closer. I would worry about some scattered power outages. If any big trees on your property, I'd watch out for them. But otherwise, I think you're okay.
Raquel says, hey, JB and Jeff, I'm driving from Tampa to Georgia on Friday morning. Am I okay? This is a tricky one.
I think yes, because I think the storm is going to be moving so fast away that it'll be breezy the whole ride. But you're not going to be able to catch the storm, I don't think, depending upon what time you're leaving. So I think you're probably going to be okay. If you could leave a little bit later instead of 8 o'clock, maybe 10 a.m., you're probably in better shape.
Let's go all the way up to Ohio. Bluto says, "Hey Jeff, is this thing going to make it up to Ohio?"
That's a good question. It's going to be Fujiwara. Remember we talked about that yesterday, JB? So there's a big upper level low that is going to pivot this storm way around. I don't want to move the computer right now because Rebecca might be using it on TV, so I don't want to do that. But let me push this up against the screen there. You see that? See how it does go all the way up? Not quite. I mean, Ohio's in the cone, but it really kind of rotates north and then around. The reason why it's rotating north and around is it's being slingshot by an upper level low across Arkansas. That's the Fujiwara, where one storm is kind of swinging the other one around like that. They're both swinging each other, actually. So, yeah, the remnants of this are going to end up in the Ohio Valley. But the bigger concern for me is when this storm crashes into the southern Appalachians and just releases all of its rain in the mountains, and that comes crashing down through the valleys. I do think we're going to see some pretty significant flash flooding in that area.
Let's bring in Sandra. You're up next, Sandra, and it's a question about Crystal River.
Yeah, we're forecasting maybe 10 feet of surge in Crystal River. I think you should expect a couple of extra feet on top of what you had in Idalia. Whatever you had in Idalia, just to be safe, add a couple of feet to that. That's probably what you're going to end up with.
And then two more, and then we're going to ask our audience here for Hey, you'll see. We have a live camera we're going to show you here in just a second.
Yep.
Sean Crosby, hashtags for us both. How are things looking for Panama City Beach, PCB?
Yeah, so Panama City Beach is on the western side of the storm, the cleaner side. The dirty side is the eastern side. Panama City, if the storm goes any further west than the National Hurricane Center track, then Panama City has to start worrying about some gusts to hurricane force. I think for the most part, you're going to see tropical storm force gusts, some rain, but I don't think it's going to be that bad yet. If this tracks another 30 miles further west, then you start to see those hurricane force winds in Panama City Beach.
Okay, and lastly, and then we have a live camera to show you that you're going to want to see. Robert Martin. Hey, Jeff, love the wobble
I like it.
tracker.
I like it. Thank you for the compliment.
For people just joining us, can you just explain the purpose of the wobble tracker and how it's going to become increasingly important in the hours ahead?
Yeah, so basically the wobble tracker, and I'd show it to you, but let's see. Rebecca is actually on television right now, and if I move that graphic, you will see it move on TV too.
Move your head a little bit so people can actually see. There's Rebecca on TV.
This graphic, it's going to move Rebecca's graphic, and then she's going to be mad at me, and I don't want her being mad at me. So the wobble tracker basically shows you, uses a satellite and radar to show you where the eye of the storm is, and then it shows you where the past movement was, and it shows you what the projected forward movement is, so that you can see as the storm makes its way along or near that red line for the National Hurricane Center's forecast, if it veers off, if it wobbles off to the left and right. And if it storms always wobble, you expect that. But if it wobbles for any extended period of time, you know that's not a wobble. It's a trend in a different direction. It's heading closer to you or heading away. So you can be the meteorologist. If you just go to WFLA.com, click on our wobble tracker, and you can track to see if it's veering off course or if it's staying on course.
All right. So I have a live camera here that I'm about to bring up. I'm going to ask our commenters, get your thumbs ready. So how we're going to do this, this is easy. This is so, you're going to laugh at how easy this is.
Okay.
But we're going to bring up a live camera, and I'm going to shout out some of the first people that can type it in quickly enough where this live camera is from. This is probably one of the most identifiable spots in all of Florida. But here, take a look. Where is the, don't say it, Jeff, but where is this from?
Everyone knows that immediately.
This could be the most identifiable location in all of Florida.
Yes, it's maybe not as identifiable as like the Times Square camera in New York, but
it's
in
like
Florida,
this in Disney World.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, everyone knows this. Yeah,
I mean,
you're kind of cheating because you can see the text on you can see the painting on it. What it says there, but.
This is Key West, Florida, southernmost point, the buoy that marks the southernmost point in the continental U.S., the point that is closest to Cuba, and it is one of the most popular spots to stand and take a photo in Key West or really anywhere in Florida. If you're talking about identifiable photos in Florida, it's Mickey Mouse and this. That is it.
Yep.
And so let's actually talk about the conditions here, Jeff, because it's not a pretty day. In fact, the gentleman that is posing for a photo here, I think that's a skateboard in his hand. He might be he's probably getting pretty wet.
Yeah, well, he probably signed up for that. So I think he's probably okay. But Key West it's gonna be stormy, but the worst of the conditions passing well to the west of them. And the storm is really just getting going now. But, it'll be nasty. There'll be some big waves, some gusty winds, some rain bands. But that's about it for the Keys. They'll be okay.
All right. So just because we got to call balls and strikes here. The first comment that I saw that had it was from Gimpy and Daddy Shark and Josh Easterling on YouTube Live. And then if we go over to...
What's the prize, JB? Is it like a Maserati?
I guess a shout out. You want to? Oh, you're giving away your Maserati.
No, I don't
Jeff,
have much.
Everyone, Jeff is giving away his Maserati.
Listen, you're making people think that I actually have a Maserati. No. I have like a RAV4, so I'm not that cool. I promise.
On Facebook Live, I'm catching up with comments. Who was the first person to punch it into Facebook Live? Steve D. Tommaso, Brian McKay, and Alexandra Alfano, the first three people. Fastest fingers, I would say, because, again, this is one of the most recognizable spots in all of Key West. I have a photo here. I'm sure, Jeff, you have a photo here at the buoy.
Yes, I've been there a bunch of times in my life.
So, folks, that's going to do it for our 2 o'clock Eastern live stream here. We're gonna at least with the Q&A. I'll stay here with you live for a little bit longer. I might try to answer some final questions here. But Jeff, we're going to give him an opportunity to check some of the models, check everything that he needs to check as he gets ready for our evening newscast. Of course, we're here with WFLA. That's the NBC station in Tampa, Florida, serving the Tampa Bay market. And so Jeff, Rebecca, Eric, Val, Lee, Amanda, all, of course, part of the Max Fenderite weather team doing weather for broadcast television. And in their spare time, they join us here on the live stream. Jeff, notes, any observations, things you want to share before you hop off?
No, I mean, this is behaving so far. Let's just hope that it keeps behaving, because so far it's been well forecast and it seems to be heading in the direction that we forecast. So just be ready. Be ready. You have the information. So if the officials come by your house and say, hey, please evacuate, you're going to get some storm surge, I would say, just to be on the safe side, listen to them. That's it.
We should point this out as well. Hold on, I got to punch it up, hot punch it. Here is Wobble Tracker. Any observations with Wobble Tracker before we let you go?
Not yet, just waiting for the eye to form right now. There's still some dry air on its northern side. You can see the dry air right there. As long as that dry air is there, it's going to slow down its rapid intensification. Once the dry air is gone, I think it's off to the races. I think this storm is going to rapidly intensify, probably sometime starting later tonight.
All right, we'll let Jeff take off and get his forecast ready for our newscast tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. Jeff, thanks for...
You're welcome. Glad to be here.
First we lost Hank, then we lost Rebecca, and now
one by
we're losing
one, we're falling.
Jeff, one by one. But here's the good news. I got good news for our stream audience, because I know we got a sizable audience on YouTube Live, Facebook Live as well. Here's the deal. Our stream will continue on YouTube Live, and we have a big stream planned for 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central. So that's about in 2 hours and 46 minutes from now, roughly. The 5 o'clock advisory is coming out. With the system strengthening. Guys, real quick, any chance we have a Cat 2 at 5? Probably not. Probably not. We're probably going to stay at Cat 1 strength. But we do get a track update, model updates. The biggest advisories are dropped on the 11s and 5s. So 11 a.m., 5 a.m., 11 p.m., 5 p.m. Those are the streams that we really emphasize, because we're getting a lot of new information to share with you, our audience. And when we get new information, we want our meteorologists to be present to help you break it down. So we will be live in about 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, not just to break down the new model runs, not just to break down the latest cone from the NHC that will be updated at 5 Eastern, but also to do more of a Q&A. We had hundreds, if not thousands, of hashtag-based comments that we could not get to on this particular hour, this particular Q&A live stream. We will try our very best to touch on areas, communities, counties, regions, even states that we haven't really touched on in future live streams. We try to hit as many locations as possible over the course of an entire day, not just a particular hour or so. So we'll continue, of course, to monitor the situation with Hurricane Helene. We will have more live cameras. We will have live reporters standing by once the storm begins to be felt in the Tampa Bay area. We have the entire WFLA News Channel 8 team, stationed at various spots across the coast and some of our inland communities as well. They'll be joining us with live reports to show you guys what it looks like on the ground here in Florida. We'll be spotlighting Wobble Tracker as that becomes a more and more important tool. So a lot more ahead on our future live streams here on Tracking the Tropics, of course, on WFLA.com and the WFLA Facebook and YouTube pages. I'll stick around to answer any real quick final questions that are coming in. I appreciate all of our moderators sharing stuff. Kalia wants to know about Atlanta, Georgia. Look, Atlanta, Georgia is in for, a bit of a punch because of the potential for some significant inland flooding as a result of Hurricane Idalia. Again, we talked about the speed of the storm and how that correlates with an inland impact. Some other questions or comments before we take off. Jared is asking about Dothan, Alabama. We have a station in Dothan, WDHN. They are preparing for impacts there in Dothan. So Alabama impacts are going to be felt as well. Probably not as significant as Tallahassee or some other communities more in southern Georgia, but no, Alabama communities, including Dothan, are bracing for impacts as well. Let's see here. Go to Facebook really quick. I'm bouncing back and forth between Facebook and YouTube. Lakeland, Ashley's asking about Lakeland. Yeah, again, Polk County will feel impacts, but and there's the threat for tornado, the threat for some flooding and down trees, power lines, power outages, so on and so forth. But really, it's our coastal communities in Tampa Bay that are bracing for the very worst. One or two more, and then we are saying farewell until 5 o'clock Eastern. Thomasville, Georgia. I have to admit, being a Florida guy, I have to look up Thomasville, Georgia. Oh yeah, no, Thomasville is located north of Tallahassee, and Thomasville will get a significant uppercut from this storm, a punch right to the jaw. And I know that that's not weather lingo. However, Thomasville can expect hurricane force winds being that close to the state line. I mean, really, what looks to be less than an hour's drive from Tallahassee, so to speak. So, yeah, Monticello is right there as well. People are asking about that in our comment section. That's another problem spot. People were asking earlier about, I think, Parrish, right? Parrish is another community that I think is really going to get hit pretty hard. Oh, I'm sorry. No, wait, Parrish. No, there was another community with a P that I am forgetting about. Not Parrish. It was something else. Apologies. I don't remember what it was. Parrish is closer to our area. Jacksonville, I mean, again, like more fringe impacts. Not, the same level of impacts that Tallahassee, Monticello, Valdosta are going to get, but they'll feel it in Jacksonville, no doubt. Folks, that's going to wrap up our live stream. We appreciate you being here with us. Let me explain how this works going forward, okay? YouTube Live stays live. The chat stays open. Weather graphics will be on a loop up until 5 o'clock Eastern, so feel free to pay attention to those graphics and to chat back and forth with your fellow audience members on the WFLA YouTube page. For Facebook Live, we launch new live streams every time we launch a new forecast stream or Q&A stream. So the Facebook stream that is currently live will be ending here momentarily. Wobble Tracker remains live right now on WFLA.com. This will come into focus as we get an eye wall, as we get within radar range. This will be an invaluable tool for the WFLA team that we are sharing online for free. A weather resource that will, of course, help us determine whether or not the track of Helene or the actual eye of Helene is wobbling off of that track. Again, the rule of thumb is as follows. One wobble is a coincidence, and a self-correction is relatively likely that it will wobble back in the direction of the track. Two wobbles, raises an eyebrow and, gets our attention because then we're looking at, the potential for a pattern forming. 3, 4, 5 wobbles becomes a trend where there might be a track deviation and the NHC might have to monitor that to adjust their track accordingly. So the Wobble Tracker streams live on WFLA.com throughout our storm coverage. It is not yet really a super important tool for us because it's not really within radar range and the eye isn't defined enough for us to be able to really pinpoint the center of circulation, but it will become a really powerful tool for us later on today. We will be emphasizing this in our coverage and honing in on this in our coverage considerably over the next 36 hours as Helene gets closer to Florida and closer to a landfall event. Thank you so much for joining us here on Tracking the Tropics. We are back in 2 hours and 39 minutes at 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central for the 5 o'clock NHC advisory. We get a track update, new cone, and of course our live Q&A will resume then, where we continue to answer your hashtag-based questions out of the YouTube Live and Facebook Live comment section. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in a little bit on Tracking the Tropics.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
A track shift in the 5 o'clock advisory as Hurricane Helene's forecast cone nudging to the west and now expected to reach Category 4 strength, rapid intensification, part of the forecast, with a storm that is now heading directly for the state of Florida. We have the new model data, the new forecast cone, plus a live Q&A coming up on this edition of Tracking the Tropics. Welcome into the Stream Center once again, folks. Probably the most significant advisory that we have had over the last 36 hours. The forecast cone is narrowing high levels of confidence in the models, but the track has shifted a bit to the west. But perhaps most notably, Eric, we now have a storm forecasted to reach her Category 4 strength. We're going to send you right over to the wall for the very latest on this particular advisory, and it's noteworthy for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, Jeff and I had been talking over the past several days that we thought this would reach Category 4 status. It has increased in wind at 85 miles per hour, still a slow increase now, and the pressure has dropped ever so slightly. But now look, it has started that northerly turn. It was moving north to northwest, now due north at 12 miles per hour. So here it is, and this is what I talked about earlier today at 11 o'clock. I said, I really think that this storm is going to be a Category 4 offshore of Tampa, and then as it moves to the Panhandle, it's either going to stay steady at a Cat 4 or maybe lose 5 miles per hour. So, of course, we'll wait and see. But as you can see, the cone is shifted slightly to the west. Before, it was right over downtown Tallahassee. Now you can see it's still to the east of Apalachicola, but to the west of downtown Tally. But still, Tallahassee looking for major impacts with this system, as right now it does look like it's going to stay well offshore of Tampa Bay. And then I finished this cone in Georgia, and you can see still a Category 1 storm in western Georgia at Friday at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's moving so quickly, it's going to take a while before that storm does weaken, in fact, into a tropical storm. By the time it gets to central Georgia, Macon, and eventually into Atlanta, then we will see the weakening and tropical storm force wind likely in the Atlanta area. Model plots, some of these have shifted toward Apalachicola, the easternmost in the Perry area right now. So looks like the western portions of the Big Bend, again, the low pressure that's guiding this to the north is very strong, and it is pulling this slightly to the west, according to the models, over the next couple of days. So it's better news for us here in Tampa, but of course, we're still going to have major impacts from a major hurricane. So let's take a look at GFS versus Euro. Slight differences this go around. Euro's a little bit slower, and this time slightly to the east of the GFS. And it looks like the GFS has landfall around 8 o'clock, while the European model is right around 10 o'clock or so Thursday evening. But again, to the west of Perry and impacting Tallahassee with possibly a direct hit, and then moving up toward Atlanta and into the eastern Tennessee Valley. So again, our in-house model that we like to watch, this has been going back and forth west to east. Latest model actually shifted slightly to the west, but this is on the eastern side of what we call the envelope of the spaghetti plots. As this moves to the north-northeast, it will be as close to Tampa as it will get sometime late in the afternoon, meaning the worst effects in the Tampa Bay area will come after 5, 6, and 7 o'clock, even up to 8 o'clock before conditions will start to improve after 9 and 10 o'clock. But boy, look how strong this is. This is a huge eye right here. And again, our in-house model takes this closer to St. Mark's Cross City area versus Tallahassee and Apalachicola. And then the eye still intact in Valdosta in southern Georgia, believe it or not, as still a Category 1 storm in the southern part of that state. Again, the reason, because we've got a lot of this energy, ocean heat content that, yet again, with 90-plus degree water temperatures, it's going to continue to intensify, and quite rapidly is what we're expecting. So storm surge, that I think is going to be the most catastrophic for much of our area, the coastline. 10 to 15 foot of storm surge in Citrus County, 6 to 10 between Pasco and Hernando counties, and then even 5 to 8 foot in Pinellas County, 4 to 7 in Tampa Bay, as well as Manatee and Sarasota County. So we can take a closer look. This only goes up to 9 feet, and you can see how far in the red goes, right? 9-foot storm surge right into Crystal River, right along US 19 in Citrus County. So you need to be living well east of 19 if you want to experience no storm surge whatsoever. Once we get into Hernando County, you'll be okay a little bit further south in central Hernando County if you do live along 19. But if you live to the east, you'll be fine. If you live to the west, I'm sure if you haven't been asked to evacuate, you will be. And then further to the south in Pasco County, some of that Gulf water could inundate 19 all the way down toward southern Pasco and even northern Pinellas County, especially in the Tarpon Springs area. There's a lot of water there. It's a low-lying area, and that is a flood-prone area from Tarpon Springs to Palm Harbor and even toward Dunedin. But then once you get toward Palm Harbor, at least toward US 19, things will be just fine there all the way south through Clearwater. Again, a good 4 to 6, even 7-foot storm surge in coastal Pinellas County, and of course in Tampa Bay itself, about the same. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw 4 to 6 foot of storm surge in Tampa Bay itself, and even the eastern portions of Tampa Bay, a good 5 to 6 feet from Sun City. Again, if you live west of US 41, you're told to evacuate. It's definitely a good idea to do so. Most of 41 eastward's fine, but not in the Ruskin area. Once you get toward Apollo Beach, if you get toward 301, if you live in that direction, then you should be fine. And then in Manatee, Sarasota counties, Manatee County, obviously the closer to the storm, a good, I'd say 3 to 5 foot of storm surge. And then once you get toward Sarasota County, we're not really worried about that all that much. So again, in regards to the wind speed, here's the European model. Tomorrow morning, wind speeds 20 to 30 miles per hour. And of course, we talk about the Skyway Bridge closing. That would happen, in my opinion, late morning to about lunchtime or so. They may be proactive and even close it before that. By 5 o'clock, we start to see 40 to 50 mile per hour wind speeds. And then once we get toward the overnight hours and Friday, things really subside. So European model bringing sustained tropical force winds, I'd say 50 to 55 along the coastline, gusting, though, to hurricane force. Now, the GFS model, again, very similar, 30 mile per hour wind Thursday morning, and then by Thursday evening, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind, and by Friday, things do start to subside. And as far as the wind gusts go, this is interesting. So 6 o'clock in the morning, we're looking at tropical storm force wind gust already here in the Tampa Bay area. And by 5 and 6 o'clock, we could see hurricane force wind gust along the Pinellas County coastline, upwards of 75 to 80 miles per hour. At Tampa International, wouldn't be surprised if we had a wind gust close to 70, and then up toward Crystal River near 80 to even 85 miles per hour. Now, again, this is the GFS model. Here is our in-house model. It's higher resolution, so we're going to see more cities on here and definitely see an hour-by-hour representation versus every 3 hours. So Thursday at lunchtime, here you go. This is a gust map, so 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust around lunchtime. Here's the storm well offshore, but notice this blue area. This is wind gust of 125 miles an hour or more, right? And you're seeing Clearwater toward Tampa around 60 mile per hour gust. And as this moves north, Clearwater still pretty close to hurricane force wind gust. Crystal River around 70 to 80. And then look at where this is about to make landfall. If this model does verify, 121 mile per hour wind gust in Perry, 109 in St. Mark's, and I'm assuming some would gust even higher than that. As far as sustained wind, we're not really expecting hurricane force sustained wind anywhere in our area, from Crystal River, Citrus County, all the way down to Sarasota County. That will be mainly the Panhandle, but this is a huge storm, 275 miles between the center of circulation and the outer edge of tropical storm force wind. And that does include just about all of the peninsula, in fact, almost all of the state, in fact. And again, as this reaches a Category 3 and 4 status, we'll be in a prolonged period of time of tropical storm force wind from around lunchtime all the way through about 11 o'clock and even the midnight hour on your Thursday night. Then, of course, this makes landfall, and by overnight Thursday into Friday morning, the wind does subside dramatically here in Tampa, but boy, still a hurricane in South Georgia. So the estimated time of tropical storm force wind in the Tampa Bay area, I mentioned just before lunchtime, anywhere between 10 o'clock and noontime, right around 11, a little bit sooner than that south, and later than that in northern areas. Now, it's moving so quickly that we don't have to really worry about torrential flooding rain. So at least that part is good news, right? So the GFS model having about 2 to 3 inches along the immediate coast. Locally, we could see some rain bands that produce up to 4, maybe 5, but that's nothing compared to Debbie that produced over 16 inches of rain in Sarasota. Now, the European model, again, very similar to GFS along the immediate coast. within a few miles, maybe 4 to 6 inches of rain, but most of us between 2 and 4. And of course, our in-house graph model predicting a little bit more rain. The rain bands becoming a little bit stronger, especially in northern areas, because this model, remember, does have the storm coming a little bit further to the east. So if this one does verify, 4 to 6 inches from northern Hillsborough all the way up towards citrus counties, and some of those rain bands further inland as well could produce several inches of rain. So again, just a 25-mile easterly jog or westerly jog really changes our forecast dramatically here, JB.
Yeah, we've got a lot of folks that are tuning in and seeing this for the first time. So Eric, can we please bring the track right back up, and can we talk about rapid intensification here? Let me point out real quick, we're going to be answering your questions, folks. We know that we've got a lot of questions coming in on Facebook and YouTube Live. Hello and welcome into the Stream Center. I'm JB. For those of you just joining the program, we have a track update. I want to make this clear. It's a slight nudge to the west, but it's noteworthy enough that it is a headline here for us, because now we have really the center of the cone going west of Tallahassee rather than directly to Tallahassee or even east of Tallahassee. But really, rapid intensification is the story here. As the cone has narrowed, now we have an intensity forecast that takes it to a Category 4 major hurricane by tomorrow afternoon. So right now, let me make this clear. Right now, we are at a Category 1 storm as of 5 o'clock on this Wednesday, September 25th. What they are saying is that within 24 hours, we will climb from Cat 1 to Cat 2 to Cat 3 to Cat 4. All in 24 hours. That's the clearest definition of rapid intensification. And what is exactly causing that, Eric?
Well, again, and really, if you look at it, it's less than 24 hours, because it's 5 o'clock tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So that's 21 hours. And you know what? It may even be sooner than that. First of all, there's little to no wind shear whatsoever. And that's one big destroyer of any tropical storm or hurricane. The second is what we call the ocean heat content, which I showed earlier. Water temperatures are over 90 degrees. This is following the loop current, which brings that warm water from the Caribbean into the Gulf of Mexico. And this is following that current for several miles. So this is tapping in to some pretty hot water, in fact. Combine that with the abundance of moisture in and around the system. Those three ingredients right there make for rapid intensification, and that's what we all believed would happen in the next 24 hours.
So in less than 24 hours, climbing from a Cat 1 all the way to a Cat 4. And I just want to make sure that I'm right here. They did not update to Cat 2 in this 5 o'clock advisory.
No.
Right? We were talking about a Cat 1 storm,
right,
getting to a Cat 4 by Thursday at 2 o'clock per this latest model from the NHC. You want to know how hot the ocean is right now, folks? You're looking at it in basically the scientific data. Let's get to the questions. If you've been with us on the program before, you know how this works. You can use hashtag #HeyEric or hashtag #HeyJB, and we can feature your comment like this. Diane Borden, hashtag #HeyEric. Any chance as it strengthens, it could stall or even move a little bit to the east?
It could definitely move a little bit to the east, but this is definitely not going to stall. We have two factors working to pull this system straight to the north, a high pressure to the east and a low pressure that's pulling this toward that system in the southern and southeastern portion of the country. So there's really no chance whatsoever that this thing is going to slow down.
You know how in Fast and the Furious, they're revving the engines at the start line? I feel like that's where we are with this storm right now, because, all right, we're moving at a modest, you can see the movement there on the center of your screen. This storm right now is moving north at about 12 miles per hour. Direction-wise, that'll probably hold true north by northeast over the next 24 hours, but we are expected to see that movement speed really ramp up. I mean, really putting your foot on the gas and picking up the pace towards Tallahassee. Should also note, one more time, we have said it, it's been a recurring theme over the course of the last 24, 36 hours. Tallahassee is in for a really rough Thursday. A Category 4 system basically going right over it potentially. So if you're in Tallahassee, if you have son, daughter who attends school at Florida State, if you have friends or family that work in the state capitol, by now they know. but maybe extend the olive branch, say to them, hey, do you need a place to stay? Is there any way that I can help? Because Tallahassee is looking like it's right smack dab in the middle of what will be a Category 4 Hurricane Helene, Eric.
And it's also going to hit right about 9, 10 o'clock at night. So it's going to be dark, which is even scarier because you can't really see what's going on. You can hear the wind howling and the rain and whatnot. But the worst effects from this storm are going to be between, I would say, 7 o'clock in the evening and about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. It's going to get really bad in that area.
All right, from this point forward, we're going to monitor, of course, the comment section. My eyes, when they're going this way, I'm looking at the Facebook Live, YouTube Live comments that are coming in. I only see comments with #Hey Eric or #Hey JB. That's just how our system works as you're trying to get your comments into the queue. So I'll monitor the comments. Eric's going to try to answer them and also keep his eyes on the computer models as far as new things that are developing at this hour. Let's go to Colleen. #Hey JB. How bad will Atlanta, Georgia get? When will planes be able to fly to Sarasota, Florida? These are two separate questions. Let's talk about Atlanta really quickly. Atlanta is never really much of a talking point on tracking the tropics because usually it's so far inland that by the time a storm makes it to Atlanta, it's a tropical depression or it's just basically being broken apart by land. We might have a Category 1 hurricane or tropical storm in the vicinity of the Atlanta metro area by, I don't know, dinner time on Friday, Eric?
I'd say even before that. I'd say almost lunchtime. And it still may be a tropical storm in the Atlanta area because of how fast this is moving. But definitely you'll experience tropical storm force wind because the wind diameter of this is just huge. I mean, right now it's extending 275 miles away from the center. Obviously, that shrinks when it goes on land, but still, Atlanta will have a prolonged period of time of tropical storm force wind, and that's something they're definitely not used to.
Let's continue to scroll through the comments. If you use a hashtag, we can add it to the queue. Andrew King, hashtags for us both. Is there a high probability it will move further west? Panama City and Mexico Beach still recovering from Hurricane Michael.
Yeah, I don't think it's a high probability. Like I said, there's two factors pulling the storm, and it seems like each model run kind of jogs it to the east and back to the west, and it'll probably wind up somewhere in the middle, which is right where it's at now. In fact, the track is really following the westernmost models right now, so I don't really see it shifting too much further to the west, and really not much further to the east. But again, we need to see when this thing develops an eye and when this thing starts to move east of north, and how far east of north does it move. And then we look at the wobble tracker and we start to see the wobbles, and then we'll get a better idea of which direction this thing's going to go.
All right, I'm trying to pull up the wobble tracker here live. Stand by here for just 1 second as I try to load it in, and there it is. Okay, so here's wobble tracker. It's a bit of a murky mess on satellite right now, right? So it's really difficult to tell if it's wobbling. Maybe a slight wobble west?
Well,
it's just hard to say for sure.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but you can see that line is pretty consistent over the past several hours. It's a straight line, just west of north. So it doesn't appear that it has wobbled, but once it develops an eye, it's going to be a lot easier to see. It's trying. There's deep convection around the center, and there's still some dry air to the north and northwest. But eventually, in the coming hours, this thing will really get its act together, and it won't take long before we can watch this and see if it does wobble.
Yeah, let me be clear. Just because there's a bend in the line doesn't necessarily mean that there is a wobble. The wobble is in relation to the eye of the storm, the center of the eye, to be more precise. So without us being able to really pinpoint on satellite where the center of that eye is, it's difficult for us to label a wobble appropriately. And again, wobbles are common, extremely common with a tropical system. It's when you piece together several wobbles. When you have wobbles happening consecutively, that's when it becomes a pattern or a trend, and that's when the NHC really starts paying attention, is multiple wobbles back to back to back to back. Let's continue the conversation. Let's continue to answer questions. And shout out to our first responders out there, like Ira saying, I'm a first responder. I live in Newport Richey, and I need to be at work in St. Pete, so traveling south, by 6 a.m. How will the roads be early in the morning? We really appreciate, Ira, really specific questions like this because we can help you when you provide the specifics. So Newport Richey, driving south to St. Pete, in the early morning hours. So how do we help Ira?
Yeah, and thanks for going out and doing your job and being a first responder, especially during a time when it could be dangerous. But at 6 o'clock in the morning, I don't see it being dangerous. The wind is still going to be offshore. The wind's going to be out of the southeast, so it's still going to be pushing water. And you can see at 4 o'clock there, it's not quite due west of Tampa yet. So at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's still going to be pretty far south. So I really do think you're going to be safe. But I worry about you coming home whenever you have to. You may be stuck, whether you're a firefighter or whatnot. You may be stuck at work for a while.
Yeah, it might be difficult getting out of that location depending on exactly
and
where
back
you
to Newport
are.
Richey. Yeah,
of course. So look, let's look at the map, everybody. You see that 4 by Thursday at 2 o'clock, really towards the center of your screen. Look at the distance now between Tampa. Now, there's a considerable gap now between the forecast cone and Tampa. Now, that doesn't mean that Tampa, it's a day at the beach in Tampa Bay. To the contrary, there's going to be tremendous storm surge potential with this storm, with how lopsided, of course, tropical systems tend to be, and how the eastern quadrants can be, of course, extremely dangerous. The east side, way more dangerous than the west side of the storm. But we got to ask now, with this nudge to the west, how does this change the story now for the Tampa Bay region specifically? Karma wants to know.
It may have nudged to the west just a bit, but also they're forecasting it to be a stronger storm. So it's kind of two things that equal each other out, right? The stronger the storm, the more storm surge you're going to have. The further away the storm is, the less storm surge you're going to have. So this may have inched a little bit to the west, but it also gained forecast strength. So I don't think it's going to change the 3 to 5, maybe 3 to 6 foot storm surge in Tampa Bay itself.
Let's go now to Spring Hill for Christina saying, thoughts on Spring Hill? We live in a camper over that way.
Yeah, I mean, Spring Hill definitely could see wind gusts of 70 miles per hour. So, I mean, if it's a camper, you can, if it's like an RV that you can, drive further inland, I would do that. Otherwise, it's not going to be easy with 70 mile per hour wind gusts.
Let's go to okay, so here's something interesting here from Sunny. Sunny Chatter. That's a good name on Facebook Live. Hashtags for us both. I'm actually less than 80 miles inland from Tampa, 47 miles south of Orlando. It's very specific. Very specific. We love this. Will we see anything major? And she's saying here this is her first storm. We really appreciate people being candid that way because so many people will move to the beautiful state of Florida.
I thought she was going to say,
welcome to Florida.
I thought she was going to say, now, can you guess where I live?
Right.
We're going to play a game here.
Latitude, longitude. But no, I mean, tons of people who might be experiencing their first hurricane, their first tropical storm, whatever it may be, because they've just moved to the area. So, yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this really quick, Sonny, and then I'll have Eric answer your question about being 80 miles inland and 47 miles south of Orlando. Again, very specific. If you're on a program like this, if you're invested in gaining information and staying informed, you're already on the right track, pun not intended. Coming onto programs like this to seek information from people like Eric, Jeff, Rebecca, Val, Lee, Amanda, and our next star meteorologist, it's a step in the right direction, and you're doing the right thing by coming here and being informed. So I think Eric is probably looking up what is 47 miles south of Orlando.
Once you get south of Kissimmee and St. Cloud, there's really nothing, unless you're in Indian Lakes in Polk County, which that could be, or maybe the Lake Wales area. Either way, it sounds like you're far enough inland that, you'll see some tropical storm force winds, 40 miles an hour or so, for, several hours and probably 2, maybe 3 inches of rain at the most. But it's not going to be a devastating storm in that part.
Let's go to. Oh, wait. Where are all my comments? Oh, hold on. Didn't load them. That's my fault. How will the winds and surge be around TGH? Asks Heather.
Yeah, it's right on the bay. You know,
Yep,
there could be there's definitely going to be surge there. You know, maximum right now, maximum surge in Tampa Bay is 5 to 8. I think it's going to be more like 4 to 6, 4 to 7 at most. I think most of the Tampa Bay will be at least 3 to 6. So, you know, I don't know what the parking situation. I'm sure they have a parking garage there where you could park on the third level or higher. Storm surge will be an issue, and wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour will be an issue as well.
We've got a few comments coming in here specifically about. Hold on, it's loading. There's a lot of comments coming in, everybody, so bear with us. The comments are about Holiday, Pasco County. Coastal Pasco County, to be more specific, says a dose of Gen Lu. What can we expect there? And then I'm going to try to say this one. Akra, how will storm surge be in Holiday about 3 miles inland?
So storm surge isn't going to reach a mile, right? But US 19 is relatively close to the coast. So anyone that lives around US 19 or west is going to experience a lot of storm surge. They're looking at about 6 to 10 foot in Pasco and Hernando counties. You're 3 miles in, so you're not going to have to worry about storm surge. But anywhere north of Hillsborough can easily see 70 to even hurricane force wind gusts.
Let's go to Unique Journey, Cape Coral. Recently moved here from Tampa. What can Unique expect there?
Cape Coral. So Cape Coral is full of canals, and they do tend to flood quite easily. But, you know, in that area, and that's right near Fort Myers for people that are listening, you're probably get a couple inches, 2 to 3 inches of rain throughout all of this, and tropical storm force wind, but nothing greater than 50 miles per hour. So in Cape Coral, you're not going to have to deal. You may actually get a little bit of storm surge from the Caloosahatchee if you're in the southern portions of Cape Coral, if you're near the river. But again, you know, you're looking at about 2 to 4 foot, and the banks, I believe, are pretty close to that. So you won't see too much flooding from that. And I don't think you'll see too much flooding from the rainfall either.
A couple questions coming in from the impact zone. Jamie wants to know about, says hashtags first both. What should we expect in Dixie County? That's right in the heart of the Big Bend, Eric. Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach. I mean, again, a spot that has seen hurricane damage in recent years, and they are likely last year and likely in for more.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if 12 to 16 foot of storm surge, as this is expected to make landfall just barely to the west of Steinhatchee, Cross City area, Perry, and even Cedar Key's a little bit further down, but still, boy, you know, devastating. I would not be there. I would definitely be evacuating if I were you.
I would imagine that now that's outside the Tampa Bay market, so we don't have information at our fingertips, specifically in Dixie County. But I would imagine that a lot of Dixie County, multiple zones right now, are under evacuation orders or guidances. And you've been through this before. If you're in Dixie County, you know the drill. So be careful, please. Also, speaking of being careful, Abby Perez saying to talk about Tallahassee for the or FSU, FAMU students there, please. Florida A&M, FSU. It's going to be rough. There's no other way to put it, really, right?
You can see the map right there. If this is a Category 4 or a 3, either way, it's a major hurricane just, you know, coming on shore just south of Tallahassee. And whether you're on the west side or the east side of the storm just by a few miles, it won't really make a difference because you're not going to, you know, experience the storm surge that far inland. But, boy, I tell you, wind gust at 130 to 140 miles per hour, that's not going to be pretty. And like I said, it's going to happen at night too. So if you can get out of there, if you can go west, if you've got friends west, say, Crestview to Pensacola on the Panhandle, and you can go over there, I would definitely do that. It's only a couple hour drive, but it'll save you a lot of heartache.
Things are getting a little bit of optimism here. Things are getting a little bit better for Jacksonville. We should probably pass that along with the track nudging west, especially over the course of the last 24 hours. Micro shifts to the west. But Jacksonville's still going to feel it, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this micro shift is really making much of a difference because, like I said, the tropical storm force wind encompasses so many miles to the east of the storm that Jacksonville is going to feel tropical storm force wind effects, regardless if this makes landfall in Panama City, Apalachicola, but obviously maybe 5 miles per hour weaker. Either way, at least they're not going to have to deal with any storm surge there. Most of the wind is pushing the water kind of parallel to the coast and then away from the coast.
Let's go to Fort Walton Beach for Blue Beanie. Hashtags for us both. What can you expect in FWB?
Now, isn't that near Destin? Isn't that west of?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is
So
that Okaloosa County? I'm going to just double check.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Fort Walton Beach is well west of Panama City, so I don't think
it is Okaloosa County. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really think they're going to deal with much. At least they're not going to deal with any storm surge. Tropical storm force wind, of course, but not hurricane force wind, and definitely not wind gusts more than 50.
You know, it's interesting with this. Well, we could call it a micro shift or a nudge to the west. However
nudge
you want
to the west.
How do you like describing it?
Yeah, just a slight nudge to the west,
like a little elbow to the west. Let's look. With every little elbow to the west, there's more, fringe Alabama impacts, including in Dothan. Our sister station, WDHN, is there. So Lori wants to know about Dothan, Alabama.
Yeah, extreme southeast Alabama, pretty close to the Florida border. Definitely going to experience tropical storm force wind and a couple of inches of rain. It'll be bad for a few hours overnight, Thursday night into Friday. But you might sleep right through it. But by the time you wake up, this storm is going to be a lot further away from you and into western Georgia. So tropical storm force wind, for a few hour period of time and a couple inches of rain is about it.
We've had a lot of questions today about Inverness. I meant earlier when I said that we would cover the map as much as we can over the course of several live streams today. So Kathy says, when is the worst going to be for Inverness? I see Crystal River, but nothing mentioned for us. We got you, Kathy. We're here, and other people in Inverness, we're here. The winds, how bad will they be? Not really concerned about flooding, she says. I have a disabled husband, and I'm nervous about the winds knocking out power. Definitely a concern. Power outages are going to be expected across the region, but specifically, if we can go hyper local for Inverness, what do we say for?
When I say Citrus County, I don't just mean Crystal River, Inverness, Arlington, Dunellen. Cities like that, towns like that, where you could definitely see a wind gust over 70 miles per hour, because this storm is going to be very, very strong, and it's going to be closer to Crystal River and Inverness than it is to Tampa. So I wouldn't be surprised if you had hurricane force wind gust in Inverness for, at least a couple hour period of time. Sustained wind over 60 miles per hour. So hopefully that'll help.
Okay, so Lisa says, will it impact Fort Myers Friday morning? She says that she's flying into there from Boston.
Oh, I wonder which flight she's taking, because I'm sure I've taken that flight many times. No, Friday morning I think you'll be fine. The only thing is, well, you know what? They may not even have to fly around this storm, because
that's what I was going to ask. For pilots in the area. Okay, so let's say you're flying from Boston to Sarasota on Friday. I mean, are pilots going to be navigating around this storm? I would imagine so.
And I mean, look, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's a Category 1. By 6, 7 o'clock, when any plane would start flying, it would be a tropical storm. And again, this is going to move eventually to the northwest, right? So they'll definitely be able to fly around this. And this is, leaving Fort Myers, going to Boston, probably it might be the 6 a.m. flight that I've taken before. But either way, this storm will be well into central Georgia and west central Georgia. So several hundred miles away from Fort Myers. I think you'll be able to get that flight off just fine.
Okay, so to our audience, as a reminder, there are people who are a little bit confused by this. You have to put in hashtag Hey Eric or hashtag Hey JB. That's not just done because we want to hear our names over and over again. That's not the reason why we use this system. If we try to see all of the comments at once, it's extremely hard for me to be able to do my job. The scrolling chat is very active right now. And there are some people that don't have questions. They just want to chat back and forth with their fellow viewers. It's totally fine. Don't use a hashtag, and then I won't see it. You guys can continue to chat amongst yourselves back and forth. If you're trying to get on the live stream and you're trying to get the attention of myself and Eric Stone, use hashtag Hey Eric or hashtag Hey JB or both. It doesn't matter if you use them both together. One or the other is fine. It just then will load onto my screen here in the stream center. But just using hashtag Hey Anyone doesn't work. So I've seen some people who have been asking, why does that not work? It's because it's literally mapped for that system. Hashtag Hey JB, hashtag Hey Eric, and then we can animate your comments on screen as follows. Monica, will Clearwater, Florida be impacted bad?
Yeah, I mean, hurricane force wind gusts, 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts in Clearwater. Obviously, at Clearwater Beach, the intercoastal storm surge could be 5 to 8 feet in that area in Pinellas County. But Clearwater itself, 2 to 4 inches of rain, and the strong gusty wind is what's really gonna be the factor. I got an interesting text just now from a friend of mine that has a vacation property at Reddington Beach, right? And he said, I've got my SUV parked there at Reddington Beach. Do I need to have somebody move it? And that's a very interesting question because many people don't even think about that. Some people have vacation houses down here on the water and they have another car down here. And I told him, I said, yeah. I said, of course. He said, well, it hasn't flooded in 20 years. I said, well, 5 to 8 foot of storm surge, chances are if you're on the first floor or even up toward the second floor, you could be flooded. So, if you have any cars, and that's something that can easily be the problem can be solved just by moving it to a higher level or moving it away from the shoreline,
I just want to let you know, Eric, I was just informed by the WFLA newsroom that our live appearance in the 5:30 half hour is no longer occurring as a result of some live press conferences that have made its way into that hour. So we don't have to worry about broadcast television for the next half hour. We can continue on with our live stream coverage. Can we back up the map so we can show the Cat 4?
Yep.
Yeah, and everyone pay attention here. So, again, it's now a Cat 1. Actually, I'm curious about this. Is there any way to because if I'm seeing this correctly, are we skipping Cat 3 entirely?
Let's see.
Check this out, folks, and it's the way that the graphics are.
Yeah, it goes quickly. Let me try and
I would like to manipulate the graphics. How?
Here we go.
I'm trying to remember. Look at this.
No, it does go from a Cat 2. So a Cat 2 is 96 to 110. A Cat 3 would be 125.
I'm trying to remember if we've ever had a storm, at least on this program, that has jumped a category level between updates. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, or even 11 o'clock to 5 o'clock.
Jump 2?
Jump 2. Is that you ever?
No.
Jump from a Cat 2 to a Cat 4?
But look, that's Thursday. That's overnight tonight at 2 o'clock in the morning, and then
right over a 12-hour period.
Yeah, and we get our updates every 3 hours. So I mean, that's not gonna happen. But keep in mind, over a 12-hour period, that's really only a 20 mile per hour jump. Do you see that? So that would be every 3 hours it going up 5 miles per hour. And that's not really, when you think about it, that's not too rapid. You know what I'm saying? It just happened to be that, a Category 2, the high end of it is 110, right? The low end of a 3 is 115 to 125, and the low end of a 4 is at 130. So it's basically the highest end of a Cat 2 to the lowest end of a Cat 4.
I get what you're saying, but have we been a little bit desensitized to rapid intensification in recent years because of how common it has sort of become with our ocean waters being as warm as they've become in recent years? I mean, like this right here, going from a Cat 2 to a Cat 4 in less than 20, or I'm sorry, a Cat 1 to a Cat 4 in less than 24 hours. I feel like 10 years ago, that would have been mind-blowingly and like borderline impossible. But now we're just, in 24 hours, we're going to go from a Cat 1 to a Cat 4. That's rapid intensification. But like it's this normal thing when I can't help but feel like sometimes maybe we shouldn't be normalizing something that is scientifically just mind-blowing.
Well, Ian went up, I want to say 25 miles an hour in like 6 hours.
Right.
To me, that is rapid intensification. This is going up 20 miles per hour in 12 hours, which is still intensifying at a quick pace. But it's really only going. So at 2 o'clock in the morning, it's a 110. At 5 o'clock, it'd be 115. At 8 o'clock, it might be 120. And then by 2 o'clock, it's 130. So it's really not. When you think about it, it's not that huge jump that we've seen with other storms, but I think the reason being is because of how fast this thing is moving. If this was moving a lot slower, I really think that this thing would be easily a Cat 5.
So if this thing were slower, we're talking Cat 5.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it.
Yeah. It's even with the speed, let's say speed, again, this thing is about to hit the gas pedal hard. I mean, look, you can see it there with the time intervals on this map, and that's why I like this view, because we can see it better. Starting tomorrow morning, really sunrise tomorrow, it's like this thing it's on to the races. I mean, it's really going to pick up a lot of north by northwest speed. So, I mean, yeah, chances, if it maintains its speed, chances of Cat 5 are still probably pretty low, right?
Yeah, no. Because I don't think it's going to reach Cat 4 until it's like parallel to Tampa, right?
Yeah.
And there's not much left. There's not much area to work with after that. And the water temperatures, they're warm, but they're not 90-something degrees, you know? There's not as much energy to intense. It would have to be a 160, you know what I'm saying? It's just not going to, 155, it's just not going to happen.
Our great moderator, Chelsea, saying that Nikki has been here all 3 streams asking about Plant City. Well, let's just take a moment to say thank you, Nikki, for your patience, and thank you, Chelsea, for alerting us to that. Plant City, love Plant City.
Yeah,
local question for a local viewer. So Plant City, what do we
pretty
say?
far inland Hillsborough. So obviously, you're not going to worry about storm surge. Probably not going to have much rain, 2 to 3 inches at most. We did have a pretty sweet band of rain come by. Did you see it out the window about 4 o'clock, JB?
Yeah.
I mean, the wind was gusting already. And I mean, Helene is 400, 500 miles away, 400 miles. And, we had a pretty heavy rain band. Of course, they move quickly, so they don't drop that much rain. But still, Plant City, 2 to 3 inches of rain possible. And I don't think you'll quite get to 70-mile-an-hour gusts. I think you'll be more like closer to 55 to 60.
That's our tower cam located, I think, about 60, 70, 80 feet above our heads from where we are sitting right now at WFLA in downtown Tampa. Let's move here to the Skyway Bridge that is currently getting refreshed on Florida511.com. So as soon as we get, I think our team right now is checking out some different cameras. We'll come back to this momentarily. Back here with you live. Eric Stone, JB Biunno here with you, answering your questions with hashtag HeyEric, hashtag HeyJB. I saw it brought up in the comments section with our moderators. Look, no spaces, hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric, and we can animate your comments live. Let's see here. Looking at some other questions that are coming in. Let's hot punch in some ones that have just come in the last few moments. Let's see. Let's go to Wile E. Coyote. You like Looney Tunes?
I love Looney Tunes.
Man,
I always rooted for Wile E. Coyote to catch the Roadrunner. Man. But he was just too smart, and that poor guy always fell off a cliff. So
well Wile E. Coyote on YouTube Live, in the middle of chasing Roadrunner, is asking us this question: what will wind speeds look like in Winter Haven tomorrow?
I mean, I definitely not more than 50. I'd say tropical storm 40 to 45 or so. Winter Haven being so far east in Polk County that I just don't think that they're gonna, be any more sustained at least than 40, maybe gusting to 50 or so. but definitely substantially less than our coastline.
So, Scotty, I'm so glad you asked, because let's talk about this. Now, Scotty's asking, #KJB flight out of Tampa on Friday morning. How's it looking? So there's two sides to this coin, right? One, they're professionals at TPA. They deal with, they have dealt with hurricanes and tropical storms in the past and significant delays in the past. There's been other non-weather related delays that have occurred with airports in the southeastern United States. Airports adjust. However, with that said, do not expect a leisurely time at the airport on Friday morning. It's probably going to be a bit chaotic. Now, as of right now, TPA has suspended air operations. Tampa International Airport has ceased air operations, both commercial and cargo, beginning really at midnight tonight through really what we expect to be the majority, if not all, of Thursday, likely to resume at some point on Friday once Helene has cleared out and the fringe impacts of Helene has cleared out. But then, look, it's a lot of catch-up. I mean, that's what airports do. That's what airlines do. It's playing catch-up. So Friday might be, a lot of people, sleeping, in the air terminals, trying to get comfortable and waiting for their flight to actually leave TPA. Eric, this is kind of par for the course. When
I mean, the one thing people don't think about is what if, some debris, gets blown on the runway from the strong wind. There could be a cleanup effort, Friday morning that would keep the airport closed, at least for several hours, maybe till about lunchtime or so, until the runways are all cleaned up. As far as the weather, the wind will be back to 15, 20 miles an hour. It's not going to be an issue. But if debris or trees or branches or, whatever is blown on the runway, they got to clean that up first. And they're not going to do it Thursday night. They're going to do it Friday morning.
A look at the Skyway Bridge. This is live, I think, in the Northwest Direct. I think that's what NW means. Like, we're looking northwest, right? So the shake is because of wind speeds. What would you approximate, Eric, there?
Granted, the towers, and you're almost at the very top of that, so it's going to be a lot stronger there than, once you get on the other side. Probably 20, 25, at most, maybe 30 at the most, gusting.
Yeah, I mean, they closed the bridge at 40. So, but we know that it's in excess of 20 miles an hour because they've issued a bridge advisory warning motorists to, of course, drive with caution, because you'll feel it. You'll feel it at the steering wheel when driving across the bridge, and that, of course, is something that you don't want. You don't want to feel like you don't have proper control of your vehicle, and then you're, weaving and potentially causing, an accident. So be careful on the roadways, folks, especially on our local bridges. The Skyway is pretty high up, and so they get considerable gusts when we have severe weather approaching. Dave, hashtags for us both. This isn't too close to the storm, but how about East Orlando? We were talking about Wile E. Coyote. So let me ask you this. Are Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, are they just going to be like waving as the storm goes on by?
Mickey Mouse, I think, is on the west side of Orlando.
So
he might be talking. I've got a friend that lives in the Lake Nona area, St. Cloud area, which, Lake Nona is to the southeast of Orlando. So maybe Oviedo's up that way too. You might see some rogue wind gust over 40 miles an hour, but all in all, it's not going to be terrible at all in eastern Orlando.
All right, let's go for Silly Sam. You're up next, asking about Gainesville, Florida. Gatorland. I mean, what are we talking about there?
Yeah, definitely could experience close to hurricane force wind gusts, 60 to 70, I would say. Definitely not sustained over that because they're further inland. 3 to 4 inches of rain at most. Maybe a little bit less than that, depending on, if you get some of these heavy rain bands. Because these rain bands, they're not going to affect everybody. They're just going to form, and then they move up quickly. And then some people will get a ½ inch to an inch, and then other people won't get anything. Some people will get a 1/10 of an inch. So when everything's all totaled out, anywhere, along I-75 or east of 75, maybe 2 to 3 inches at most. But again, the wind is going to be the major issue for, anything that's not near the storm surge coast.
Let's go to Nokomis for Derek, watching the two of you guys, maybe 2 miles from the beach. Should storm surge be a concern?
Nah, storm surge in that area, which is near the Venice area, Osprey area, you're 2 miles in, so you'll be fine. As far as wind goes, yeah, tropical storm wind, 50 miles an hour, so 40 to 50. But yeah, you'll be fine with storm surge.
So I had to look this one up. Rick is asking about Chiefland.
Oh yeah, that's a little bit further north.
Yeah, it is.
But that's on the coast, isn't it?
Well, it's it's inland.
It's
inland
a little bit.
I mean, on U.S. Highway 98.
Yeah, I don't know if it stretches all the way to the coast though.
Oh, it might. It's basically.
I know, like the downtown. I've driven through the downtown area of Chiefland before, which was several miles from the coast. As long as you're a couple miles, as long as you're more than a mile from the coastline, you're not going to see any storm surge. In Fort Myers, even a mile inland didn't. I mean, it was almost 16, 18 foot at Fort Myers Beach. But once you got a mile inland, there was, it didn't really reach that far. So, my rule of thumb is if you're at least a mile inland, then you're not going to really deal with storm surge.
Let me point out something real quick. Derek was saying, hey, people are right now, watching. Some people are watching, on their TVs or on their devices. If you're watching us on a TV, smart TV, or if you've like Chromecast to your TV at home, we love to see the faces of the people that watch this program too. So, and we love to give folks the opportunity to be on the program with a picture. So if you guys, I've pointed this out on previous streams. It's a fun opportunity to show how people are learning about weather, learning about the storms that we track. If you guys take a selfie and send it into WFLA.com/report it, kind of show us, that you guys are, like watching us, whether you have your laptop out on the couch, with a bowl of popcorn, or maybe you've got Tracking the Tropics on your big screen TV. We want to see how you guys are watching the program. We would love to see your faces, and then as well, we'd love to see the pets at home. As a pet lover, an animal lover, I would love to see your dogs and cats curled up on the couch if you guys are watching us. So at some point later on, perhaps in this stream or in a next live stream, because we have an additional live stream coming up later tonight with Jeff Baradelli, we might try to spotlight some of those pictures that are coming in. So just a quick mention to send in Tracking the Tropics selfies. You guys watching Tracking the Tropics, send it into WFLA.com/report it. And we'd love to see some friendly faces. And if you're shy, you don't want to show your face, maybe show your dog, your cat, your other animals that are staying safe throughout the storm. We would love to see it. Anything to add there, Eric?
No, I mean we love the pets. We're trying to get
bring
Rebecca,
them inside.
We're trying to get Rebecca to bring her cute dog, but the dog's in a shelter. The dog's being watched now. So
these comments are coming in really fast, everybody. So please be patient. I'm trying to get to as many as possible, and also too, there are a lot of comments that I see and I go to load, but it's based on a city that we have talked about over and over again today. We are trying to cover the map. So if you're like, hey, why won't JB take my question? It might be based on a city or a town that we have addressed already. We need to cover as many locations as possible. So please don't feel slighted if you're repeating your comment and we're not taking it. It might be because we've already taken it in the form of somebody else's question. Let's go to Leah. Some travel advice here. Flying into Orlando around 6 o'clock tomorrow. Ooh. The odds of cancellation?
Well, I mean, it kind of depends where you're flying from.
Right.
Maybe if you're flying from the East Coast, I don't know. It's going to be kind of dicey. 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Yeah, I don't know about that one. You'll have to check with the airline on that.
Stepping into grace. Hey, JB, how fast do you expect sustained wind and also gusts in Sarasota? And also, too, what time frame?
So, I mean, we might as well just show the map with wind because a lot of people are asking. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go with our in-house model right here. So tomorrow morning you look at Sarasota, and I'll do the whole area for everyone. Not much difference between Tampa and Sarasota in the 30s. Sustained wind in the 20s. Once we get to about lunchtime or so, we'll start to see the sustained wind 25 to 35. Sarasota, pretty close to the same, gusting up to around 40 or so. And then once we get into the latter part of the afternoon, Sarasota a little bit earlier, I would say 4 or 5 o'clock, we'll see wind gusts over 50 to 55 miles an hour and sustained winds over 40 to 45, which is tropical storm force. And then once we get into the evening, Sarasota, Bradenton, 9 o'clock. I do expect Sarasota winds to dip below 50 miles an hour in the gust department. And then once we get to midnight or so, really start to calm down, and also heading into your Friday morning.
Yeah, the graph model here, speaks volumes for, the expectations in the hours ahead with Hurricane Helene. I can't believe I mentioned report it without mentioning the primary function. Here I am calling, we'd love to see you guys, sending in selfies on WFLA.com/report it to show you guys watching the program. Report It's main function, the reason that Report It was built, was to give people the opportunity to send in really their storm video, storm pictures. So this is a PSA that basically, we have weather watchers across the state of Florida that join us on Tracking the Tropics. And look, you have to be safe. There isn't a picture or a video worth compromising your safety. So please be safe. But if you document the storm, if you do have video that you think that we should see, video that you yourself have taken, whether it's significant wind gusts outside, or flooding, or storm surge, or debris, down power lines, down trees, down trees over main roadways, or down power lines over neighborhood roadways. This is really helpful for us to be able to document what's happening in all time. We're a television station, and we have news crews across the state of Florida. We're traveling up north. We have crews stationed really around the Tampa Bay area. But there isn't a television station in the world that can be everywhere at once. That's where you guys come in. So you can use your cameras on your smartphones to be able to send in pictures and video to document what's happening. On WFLA.com/report it, you can put in your name or your username. It doesn't have to be your name. Your name. If you're weird about that kind of thing, you don't want to put in your name on a news website. Totally get it. You can put in your username if you'd like, or your real name. It doesn't matter. And there's a field there for your location. Let us know. Are you watching from Newport Richey? Are you watching from Winter Haven? Are you watching from Sarasota? And where that photo and that video originated from is really what we're looking for, so that we can then bring it directly into the stream. Report It pictures and videos come directly here into the stream center. It literally pops up on one of my screens here, so I can see real-time storm damage as the pictures and videos come in on WFLA.com/report it. So obviously the storm is closer to Mexico right now than it is to the United States. But as we get impacts tomorrow, just remember that you can send it into WFLA.com/report it, and we will be spotlighting a lot of videos and pictures on our live stream tomorrow, especially in the back end of the day when, Helene's presence is really felt in the Tampa Bay area and elsewhere in the Big Bend, Eric.
Yeah, that's right. And, we'll have the radar going. Tornadoes not out of the question. We could see isolated tornadoes in the Bay Area. In fact, just about all of the West Coast from north to south, and even in the central part of the state with the rain bands, could see tornadoes, very weak ones. But still, we had a lot of tornado warnings with Debbie, especially inland, for several hours in a row. So I wouldn't be surprised if that followed suit with this storm as well.
All right, let's continue on. Jonathan and Mariana want to know, what about Bradenton, Florida, Eric?
Yeah, I showed the wind, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gust in Bradenton throughout Thursday evening, and a couple of inches of rain. Again, a little bit further inland from any waterway, so you wouldn't have to worry about storm surge unless you're really close to the coast. But yeah, a couple inches of rain, 2 to 3, maybe 2 to 4 at most, and then 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gust.
Let's continue on here. And okay, this one I believe I'm going to have to look up, unless you happen to know this one. How bad is it going to be in Paulding County, Georgia? Hey guys, look, we
don't
can't
know that one.
We can't know every county everywhere in the United States, especially outside of Florida. So let's look up Paulding County, and it is located. Oh, it's just northwest of Atlanta.
Oh, northwest. Okay, so I mean, this system, as you can see, by the time it, I'll zoom in a bit, but by the time we get into Friday, look at that. It decreases in strength, JB, just as fast as it increases, right? It goes from a Category 1 hurricane at 2 a.m. 12 hours later, it's back to a tropical depression or a remnant low. So you'll get a lot of rain. And in the mountainous areas, of course, flash flooding is a concern, especially in the Appalachians, as this storm pretty much just kind of sits over the Tennessee Valley, from Friday on till Sunday. So for northwest Georgia, some flooding concerns, inland flooding, several inches of rain once the system gets to your neck of the woods, but not much in the way of wind. It'll be breezy, but nothing like tropical storm force.
All right, let's go to next up is Cheryl. Hashtag, hey, Eric, what's the storm surge looking like for Bonita Springs?
Yeah, looking right about 2 to 4 feet in Bonita Springs toward Fort Myers area. Obviously nothing like Ian, thank God. But, there'll be some beach erosions and, Bonita Beach Road that goes down through Estero Island and Fort Myers Beach will probably be under some sort of water, but it's not going to be floating houses away or inundating the first floors of houses and hotels like Ian did.
Let's go to Aether Glitch, I think, if I'm pronouncing that right, man. Hey, JB, Panama City Beach, PCB, Florida. Should I evacuate? I'm not on the beach directly. About 7 miles inland from the beach.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't tell you to evacuate and you're in a sturdy structure, then, you could stay put. Again, you're going to be on the west side of the storm, and it's looking like if this continues to nudge an inch west and more west, which I don't know. I just have a feeling that it might just go back to where it was before, just slightly east. Either way, you could see 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Panama City Beach. Maybe. And again, it all depends on the track. If this moves further west than you probably will, you may not even see, you may be around 50-mile-an-hour gusts if this does kind of inch back toward the east.
I'm going to try to hot punch in some stuff here from Report It really quickly. Let's see if we can make that happen. I believe I can. Not really set up for it just yet, but oh yeah, check this out. Okay, so I promised that we were going to show some friendly faces, people watching the program from around the area. Let's go full screen here. Let's see. So on WFLA.com/report it. This is Sharon watching on her laptop. Says this is in Largo, Florida, Wednesday around 6 o'clock. Oh, it says almost 6 o'clock there in the top right. Hello, Sharon, and big shout out for the people that are watching the program and willing to send in a friendly face. For Sharon in Largo, let's give her a forecast. What can we expect there?
Yeah, Largo, I think, is far enough inland that you're not going to deal with a storm surge. I'm not. Yeah, because Largo doesn't go all the way to the coast. So you should be fine in regards to storm surge, unless you're like right up along the intercoastal. But you're definitely going to experience 70 to even 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so hurricane force wind gusts. And I wouldn't be surprised if you had sustained tropical storm force wind 50 to 60, maybe even 65 miles an hour.
All right, Sharon, we really appreciate it. You guys, we're going to be looking for more. We get to spotlight the people that are watching and commenting along, and it's cool to see people that are participating in the program beyond just typing in their comment. We're kind of like a radio show where we spotlight people, like people calling in, but with a comment, it's just not as personal because we don't get to really see people. We get to see some profile pictures sometimes, but it's just not the same. So seeing people watching the program, we love it. You can send your selfies. Just show us yourself watching, tracking the tropics, and send it into WFLA.com/report it. And then, of course, tomorrow you can send in your storm videos and pictures. Just be safe out there if you do so. Again, WFLA.com/report it. Steve, hashtag hey Eric. Will Jim Cantore be making an appearance for this storm somewhere in Pinellas County?
You're close.
We have heard that he has been in Newport Richey, but we should probably point out that if Jim is on the move, he's moving north, not south, right?
Right. I actually saw a picture on my Facebook of Jim Cantore's Weather Channel vehicle, which I'm kind of jealous of.
Is it awesome?
It looks really cool. I mean, it's more of a crossover SUV type, but just the way it's painted and everything, I guess you know it's him. I guess he's in Port Richey right now at a hotel. They did name the hotel. I won't say where, but he's not in Pinellas County, but he's close. He's in, coastal Pasco County, just over the border.
All right. Well, Jim, be safe out there and don't come anywhere towards us. All right. Like, hey, nowhere near where we're located, please. Everyone's saying the same exact thing. Jody, hey, JB, what direction will the wind be coming in for Sarasota, just a few miles inland from Siesta Key, also for St. Pete Beach? Will it be the same direction as Ian? Wind direction is relatively important, Eric.
Oh, it's very important. No, unfortunately, it's not going to be the same direction because Ian moved to our south. So Ian was blowing water away from the coastline. It was blowing water from the northeast, right? This is going to be first blowing water from the wind will be blowing from the southeast. And as the storm gets closer to Tampa, the wind is going to shift from southeast to south. So that's when we're really going to start to see some of that storm surge. And that's going to occur sometime early to mid-afternoon in southern areas such as Manatee and Sarasota counties. Once we get to Thursday evening, then the storm moves to our north. Then we're on the southeast side of the storm, which means the wind blows southwest, which means it blows right onto our coastline. And the bottleneck effect takes place where the water is being blown from the Gulf of Mexico into Tampa Bay, then into the rivers and streams from Tampa Bay. And that's where we're going to see the at least 3 to 6 foot surge come late Thursday evening. And a lot of the high tides come really late, in fact, even into the overnight hours heading into Friday morning. And that southwest wind is going to continue through early Friday.
We're going to get to some more reported pictures coming in here in just a minute because I see a bunch more coming in. A live look at the Skyway Bridge. Why? Man, everyone's heading in one direction.
They're all going home.
Everyone's going home. But, I mean, people, go across, the bay for various reasons. It's weird that can we get one car heading towards Manatee?
There we go. Hey,
My good. Where is no one wants to head to Manatee County, apparently. No,
they were stuck at the toll booth.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Now you see a lot of people.
We will check this camera tomorrow, and it will be shaking way worse than it is right now. For Mindy, let's go to Citrus County. #Hey Eric.
So, and again, so we don't leave Inverness, Arlington out versus Crystal River, but, the storm surge will impact Crystal River, and we're looking at least 10 to 15 foot, and that's a couple feet worse than Idalia. And I remember JB and I were looking at that. It wasn't a yardstick, but it had feet on it.
That's right.
And we were watching a stop sign, and we'll probably watch that tomorrow, too. Hopefully, we'll have the same shot. Now, I don't know if that stop sign survived.
It did.
It survived?
We had, what was the stream? We had a stream relatively recently where...
I love it.
So our comment section, I don't know why, I don't remember. My brain has been melted since becoming a dad. Parents out there can relate. Since becoming a dad, the first year of being a parent has been one that has literally melted the neurons in my brain. But for some reason, that stop sign was named Stoppy.
Oh, is that what we finally named it, or the viewers named it?
Well, because it was just holding on for dear life, but it would not let go of the ground. It was like it was just wavering in the storm waters there. Where was that? That was
Crystal River.
That was Crystal River.
Tomorrow's going to be the test.
It was Crystal River, right?
And and I hope that
I don't remember.
I don't even know if we're going to be able to get that same camera shot because the water is going to be even higher. But I bet you that yardstick or whatever you want to call it, I think it only went to 14 inches or 14 feet rather.
Yeah,
and it got up to 11 or 12 with Idalia. But this time I think the stop sign is going to be completely underwater. and that yardstick might be completely underwater, or footstick. I don't even know what you'd call it.
Stoppy is on the tip of our tongues again, man. Yeah, no, that stop sign was a metaphor for how people were holding on for hope that that everything would be okay. Yeah, no, that's a throwback.
To answer the question, storm surge will be a couple feet more, and the wind, definitely hurricane force wind gusts up to 80 to even 85 miles per hour. Crystal River, I'd say 70 to 80 further east, Inverness and Arlington in that area.
So it's a little early for this question, okay? It's a little early for this question, but look, it is protocol for the National Hurricane Center that when a storm makes landfall, and let's define landfall. Landfall is the center of the eye, not the eye wall, center of the eye, going across land. Like if you were looking bird's eye view, looking straight down, it's the crosshairs, the center of the eye moving across land. That's when the NHC will put out a special advisory declaring a landfall event. When they do declare a landfall event, they declare it for a location. And these locations become, somewhat infamous. It's an ominous thing to be a landfall location, right? Because you live on in the weather history books, so to speak, as being, okay, that's the spot where insert storm name here made landfall. People, are already wondering about landfall, including Emily, saying, where are we expecting landfall? Now, we have tremendous model consensus, which is the only reason I'm entertaining this question. So if you were to really zoom in, Eric, on that area,
I would need to manipulate this map to
see towns and stuff,
have other towns, and Jeff's on the air right now, and I don't want to mess with this while he's on the air, but I do have one other graphic that shows. So this one shows Perry, and you have Perry, and then to the west of it you have Steinhatchee, I believe it's called. And
Rachel Tucker, our producer, said we got to get that one right. Steinhatchee.
Oh, it's Steinhatchee.
Yeah,
okay.
So I want to make sure that again pronunciation.
And you have Cross City, and then further east you have, I believe it's Horseshoe Beach, and then you have Cedar Key. Well down, if you see my little mouse here, can they? Oh no, they can't see the little mouse.
No.
Right where the sea is on Crystal River, just north of that on your screen is about where Cedar Key is. So it's like one or two counties to the north. I think this is going to be closer to Perry, although I don't think Perry is a coastal town. I think it's a few miles inland. So maybe I'll guesstimate. Remember this, Horseshoe Beach is what I'm going to say. And I'm going to say 8 p.m. tomorrow. That's my edumacated guess.
Edumacated guess? Edumacated guess? I like it. I like it. Let's continue on. Let's go to Jolene asking about Zephyr Hills. We've got 5 more minutes in the Q&A. Then we're going to spotlight some reported pictures coming in. So last call on this live stream. Got tons of more live streams ahead. But 5 more minutes in the live Q&A with Eric Stone and myself, and then we'll look at Report It.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually talked about Zephyr Hills quite often. It's far enough inland where you probably get 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, and maybe 3 inches of rain at most if you do get stuck in one of those rain bands. But again, you're so far away from the coast. The storm surge is what's really going to affect people with this storm more than maybe anything else. So if you're further inland, you're going to it's going to be windy, and you're going to have some damage, especially with trees that are, either dead or very weak, falling onto power lines, roadways, and God forbid houses. But along the coast is really where we're going to see the extensive damage.
Let's go to, GHXST. I don't even know how to pronounce, Gehext. I did GHXST. It's, I don't know. Hey, JB and Eric, how bad will it be in Columbus, Georgia? Passing along some love as well.
So, yeah, actually, I do know where that is. I have a friend that's going there. So that's pretty much on the border of Alabama and Georgia, further north. I think more northerly than halfway up the state. So why don't we just extend this cone, and you can see by the time it gets to Columbus, it's going to be, and I believe it's right in this area between both of those timestamps. You probably see tropical storm force wind gusts for a short period of time. But again, in that area of Georgia, you'll be on the west side of the storm. It does look like you'll see several inches of rain, and especially in the higher terrain where, flash flooding could be an issue, it's not going to be pretty there.
Let's go to Gidget. I missed earlier today, was trying to find out about Polk County and being in a mobile home park in Polk County. See, this is one of those questions, Gidget, and you feel free to follow up with your comment. Polk County's a big county, right?
Is.
So
yes.
This comment is hard for Eric to pinpoint. Where your mobile home might be could really dictate, obviously, different impacts. So,
like I said, I've got close friends in Naples, and that was very far from the center of Ian, and they had 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts, and their roof was ripped off, and many roofs that I saw were ripped off. And depending on if you live like Lakeland westward versus Davenport, Winter Haven, Auburndale, Indian Lakes, if you do get 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, those roofs of those mobile homes can easily, unfortunately, be torn apart. So that's what I would worry about the most. But if you're in the eastern portion of Polk County, you'll definitely get a fare better. But I would worry Lakeland westward.
All right, let's go to Polk. Gidget, follow it up. Polk City.
Oh, Polk City.
Is the
okay.
spot.
So yeah, boy, it's north of I-4, but it's again, the further north you go, the closer to the storm you're going to be, right? So you're definitely going to be seeing wind gusts up to 50 to 60 miles per hour, and depending on how strong that roof is on your mobile home, it could get a little dicey.
If I remember correctly, you know the Punta Gorda area well?
Yes.
Yeah, you do, right?
Oh, yeah.
How much possible flooding for Punta Gorda? I live about a mile north of the Peace River.
Well, okay, so a little bit further to the east. You're probably actually going to you'll get some storm surge from Charlotte Harbor into the Peace River and then into Punta Gorda. But I think you're far enough inland. Downtown Punta Gorda really, really floods. When I worked down in Fort Myers, I was out there reporting, and I was just wearing my regular clothes. And the main anchor for Christmas and my birthday gave me these rubber shoes, boots, and pants, windproof pants, waterproof pants, and said, "Hey, you need this if you're going to be doing that." So downtown Punta Gorda can flood, but you know what? In this case, the storm's moving so fast that you're only going to get a couple of inches of rain. And I think you're far enough east and far enough away from Charlotte Harbor. And since Charlotte Harbor is, 2-3 foot of storm surge going into the Peace River, it might overflow the banks a bit. But if you're a mile to the north of it, you're not going to have to worry about that.
Ruskin is the focus. I mean, we've had a lot of questions about Ruskin.
Okay,
and
so
I'm sorry that we're just getting to it now. But Kathy wants to know.
The one interesting thing about Ruskin, and I want to show the possible storm surge, and this will be at the very end of this, although, again, you can see the northern counties, 10 plus foot of storm surge. But there's a lot of waterways in the Ruskin area, and you can see 1, 2, even 3 foot of surge in the Ruskin area. So it really depends how close are you to a waterway and how flood prone of area are you in. So, if Idalia caused flooding, then this is definitely going to cause flooding because we're going to see more storm surge amounts in places like Apollo Beach, Ruskin, and even Sun City down to Piney Point. So we want to kind of use it as a reference. First of all, where are you in Ruskin? If you're west of 41, you may be dealing with some storm surge issues. And what happened last time with Idalia? Did you deal with any storm surge issues? If you did, it's going to be a little bit worse on this one.
Let's go, man. Okay. It's not too common that we have a question that so long it doesn't fit on the graphic, but Betsy put so much thought that I feel obligated because this is such it's Betsy, I'm trying here, okay? Betsy says, a question about water. Do we really need to fill our bathtubs and trash cans with water? What are the chances our water supply would be contaminated? Does it get contaminated by floodwaters because the water treatment plant loses power. I'm gonna continue reading this because I actually have the full comment in front of me. Does it get contaminated by floodwaters because the water treatment plant loses power? Does the water septic tank not have power backup? I'm just curious about what conditions would warrant us needing to flush our toilets, etc. There's a lot of water-related questions, and Betsy is seeking guidance.
Well, I mean, I know that, like, when we were going to lose power for an extended period of time, say in New Hampshire, then we would have buckets of water so that if the power went out, because we had a well, I mean, obviously here but if the power went out, we lost our water, right? So you could flush the toilet once, and then the water doesn't come back, right? So, you have a bucket of water or whatever, and you pour it back in the toilet, and then you can flush it again. I mean, as far as bathtubs, you don't really have means to warm that water to take a bath if that's what you're thinking. As far as drinking water, not in this case. I don't see that happening in this case. There would have to be severe flooding, a lot of freshwater rain, and a lot of flooding that caused runoff of chemicals to get into your water and cause you to have to maybe boil it. But I'm sure, JB, that the cities would have a boil water notice.
Yeah.
It wouldn't just be like,
that's what I was going to say.
Uh-oh, this happened. No, somebody's going to tell you that, hey, the water's not safe, blah, blah, blah. But as far as, like, I remember when I was younger in snowstorms, we would fill up big buckets of water before the power went out so that we could, flush the toilet or, it wasn't warm water, but if you wanted to take a bath.
I'll say this about water. So we've been streaming a lot of county press conferences. Local emergency officials have been calling press conferences. Pasco County's had their press conference. Hillsborough County's had their press conference. And look, it's not gonna compare to watching Netflix on your big screen TV. Okay, it's very information heavy. These press conferences can be dense, but if you really are concerned about your water, Betsy, like, listening to those press conferences will really help you, because if there's a guidance and advisory about water, they're gonna fill you in, pun not intended, during those press conferences. And we stream all of them on WFLA.com, and they don't get as many people watching as, let's say, Tracking the Tropics, but they are really important because they get, usually crammed, chock full with a lot of really great information in there for residents in that particular county. So WFLA.com is going to be a really great resource for you, and I would encourage you to check that out, and also check out your local county website for information. You know what? We'll end on Tallahassee. We're coming back, Winter Love. Let's Cheyenne. We're going to come here. My mom's in Washington County, 40 miles of Panama City by Chipley, and has horses there. What should she expect? Should she evacuate?
40 miles. I'm assuming east.
Let me look up Chipley. I think
Washington County is right near Jefferson County, to the north.
Washington County. I'm bringing it up here. It is. It's on I-10 basically. And I know that doesn't help.
North.
It's north of Mexico Beach, north of Panama City Beach, really at the interchange between, like, near the interstate and 77. It's directly north of Panama City Beach, closer to the Alabama state line.
Yeah, I see what you're talking. Okay, so again, what I'll do is I'll bring up the wind radii, is what we call it, which is the wind, as you can see, a big circle of tropical storm force and hurricane force wind. So here we go. I'll put this in motion, and hopefully Panama City is on this. May not be on it. Okay, so Panama City, it looks like, obviously it's on the west side of the storm. It looks like you are also on the west side of the storm, meaning I would think that you're not going to see any wind higher than 50 miles per hour, and you could see wind gust around 60. Not going to see hurricane force wind, so hopefully that helps. Now, she was saying something about her horses. I would take them indoors if that's possible in a stable. But I don't know if she was wondering what she wanted to do, what the question was, if she wanted to, was wondering what she was going to do with the horses. Is that what it was, JB?
Yeah, let's go back to it. It was has horses. What should she expect, and should they evacuate there?
I don't know if you're able to take the horses somewhere else. If you go just a little bit to the west, things are going to improve dramatically. But right now you're on the west side of the storm, so it's not going to be as bad as if you were on the east side. But still, 60-mile-an-hour wind at most is what you'd expect. Most likely 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Can we put the track back up?
Yep.
All right, last question. It's about Tallahassee. We're going to talk about Tallahassee, and then we got a lot of great reported stuff that you guys are going to love. There's some weather stuff in there. There's some fun stuff in there from our audience, sending in a bunch of great pictures and videos too on WFLA.com/report it. So winter love. We showed this earlier. We're going to show it again. Big capital letters. What about Tallahassee? Look, Tallahassee is in a very vulnerable spot with this storm, and everyone in Tallahassee should be really heeding the warnings of local emergency management officials. Look, Tallahassee's not going to have a good Thursday.
No, definitely. Well, it's going to be more later in the day. Conditions will really start to deteriorate, I would say, mid-afternoon. So if, tomorrow morning comes around and you want to move west, if you want to drive I-10 west, hopefully not everybody's doing that all at the same time, then you'd have time to do so. But once you get past 4 or 5 o'clock and you really start to see the winds pick up, it's going to start getting bad pretty quickly. And I think this storm will be pretty close to downtown Tallahassee by about 9 o'clock at night, 8, 9 o'clock at night. If I'm calling for landfall at 8 o'clock, then shortly after that, between 8 and 9, and again, 125 plus mile an hour wind gusts, that's not going to be pretty at all, let alone how much rain you get, which isn't going to be much. 125 mile an hour wind gusts, think about that. That's not going to be, and sustained wind well over 100. So there's going to be a lot of devastation. There's a lot of old buildings there. I'm sure there's a lot of trees that are very weak. Dead, weak, rotted. You don't know. It may look it on the outside, but it may be rotted on the inside. And all you need is a 60, 70 mile an hour wind gust, and bam, there it goes. And we're talking 125 plus. So I'm telling you, Tallahassee, FSU, if you've got friends, especially west by 50, 75, 100 miles, I would strongly advise going there.
I want to also caution folks in Southwest Georgia. I just look, gonna get walloped. It's not a weather term. It's a normal person-ish term. Yeah, Southwest Georgia is gonna get hit hard too. So and that's not an area that normally would be, sitting underneath a Category 4, 3, 2 hurricane. So because it's more inland, but really the folks in Tallahassee, around Tallahassee, into Southwest Georgia should really be paying close attention, of course, to what this storm is going to be doing in the hours and day or so plus ahead. All right, let's get to Report It. We've had a lot of good stuff come in. That's going to do it for our Q&A. Report It is our primary tool at WFLA to basically allow you, our weather watchers, our fellow weather geeks out there. If you're watching this program, chances are you really, you want to understand more about weather, whether it's tropical weather or just Florida weather. And so we love to spotlight stuff that comes in on Report It. And it was intended to be a tool to look at storm photos and videos and storm damage, down trees, down power lines, floating cars we've seen on Report It, like cars literally floating down roadways because of tremendous storm surge. We see that. And then also we've kind of, said, hey, let's use this to see you, our audience, and allow you to actually be able to say hello on the program, because this is an interactive show. And there's no such thing as an interactive show without the audience members that tune in and ask us questions. So being able to spotlight some friendly faces, some smiles out there, it warms our hearts and allows us to see who's watching, where they're watching from, and allows folks to just quite literally say hello. So we spotlighted this one earlier. This is Sharon in Largo. Let's continue on with some of the reported submissions. And again, the rule here was selfies with Tracking the Tropics on in the background. We had some people sending us pictures, Eric, at like I saw one from their local bar. There was no Tracking the Tropics.
That's great.
It was just football on TV. And while we appreciate the enthusiasm, it's just not in the spirit of what we're trying to do. We're trying to show people that are watching the program, and that selfie, I don't know where that came from, so we're going to try
There's no football on now, is
right,
there?
Right, exactly. So that might have been days ago.
Yeah.
The purpose of this is to spotlight people watching us right now and to show you guys watching actively. So we'll continue on.
Nice.
Look at the whole family.
Nice.
Check this out. Look
at that TV.
This is a great one. Connor in St. Pete taking a selfie with the family. They got even the comment section scrolling there on the right side of the big screen TV. Connor and 1, 2, 3, 4 folks in the living room. Man, I'd love to be, like in my PJs. People like have only ever really seen me, in a shirt and tie and a sports coat, But I would love to be on the couch right now, hanging out with family, having some laughs, making fun of the guys on the news.
Probably got a good
fun.
dinner going too right now.
Yeah, it's about that time.
We're getting hungry.
So Connor and family and friends in St. Pete, thanks for watching and participating in the program. Got some great thumbs up there, some smiling faces. We absolutely love to see it. Next up from James in Spring Hill. There was a comment associated with that last one, by the way. It said, watch party with my husband and pregnant wife. Wait a second. Pregnant wife and some friends. So as a new dad, shout out to the expecting, I can't see exactly who it is, but if you're expecting, congratulations. Big round of applause for you guys, Connor. I'm just reading the comment that you sent in alongside the photo on Reported. Okay, next up, James in Spring Hill says that this is Hurricane Hunter Miles, and he is on the case. Let me tell you something. I'm going to put down the banner here. Miles looks like he's ready to hunt the hurricane. Doesn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he looks like
he also has that look like, are you going to feed me?
Right. Are you going to feed me for taking this, this photo? I don't understand what I'm doing, but no, he looks like he's ready to scarf down some treats, or chase down a hurricane. He looks like a hurricane hunter. James, Spring Hill. Let's give Spring Hill a quick micro forecast if we can.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about Spring Hill throughout the day. 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts and 2-3 inches of rain, maybe 4 at the very most. But again, it's going to be more wind than anything else.
Let's go to a video that comes in from Ryan in Spring Hill, sending this in. So it's about, I think, a 7-second clip here.
Was that today?
But this is. Let me tell you something, folks. It is from today. This is exactly why Reported is so powerful. I mean, basically, you guys are our weather observers, and you can take videos and pictures, but we have to caution you to be safe. Like, do not put yourself in harm's way tomorrow just for a video or a picture. We only want you to send in pictures and videos from a safe location and to do so responsibly. So. With that said, obviously, Helene hasn't arrived yet, so this could just very well be.
That's probably Eric? The rain band that came through Tampa at 4 o'clock. It probably moved through Spring Hill 4:45-ish. If I had to guess, yeah. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna see a lot of sky looking like that, and I'm telling you, tomorrow when this storm gets closer. I can imagine, JB, how fast, if you just put your camera up to the sky with clouds like that and don't move the camera at all, those clouds are going to be racing like crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be, the reported pictures and videos that we get in tomorrow, look, they're likely going to be jaw droppers. So again, WFLA.com/reported. Just do so, please, safe and responsibly. There is no piece of content that is worth compromising your safety. Next up on Reported, This is
he's tired.
Cheney in St. Petersburg. Tired of listening to Eric and JB run their mouths for hours on end. It says, Cheney in St. Pete says, this is Brady watching the live stream from the safety of his bed and blankets. And so my family, shout out to my in-laws, Logan and Mackenzie. They have a dog, and they named their dog Brady. So I'm going to take a wild guess here and say that maybe, just maybe, Brady here was named for not a dog, but a goat.
Tom Brady, yes.
Tom Brady.
I was just going to say that.
Who delivered a Super Bowl here to Tampa Bay. That's my wild guess, but yeah.
And 6 to my lovely New England Patriots.
All right.
Next, that's where I'm from.
Next up on Report It, let's take down the banner. This is Lynn in Tallahassee watching the program on his laptop. Hey, Lynn, be safe, man. Tallahassee, like I said, going to have a really nasty Thursday. And so please be safe. And we love to see people that are that are watching the program, learning about the impacts that they can expect in their particular neighborhood. But Tallahassee's in for a rough Thursday.
Yeah, and he even picked the graphic where I showed the wind up in Perry at 120-something mile an hour wind gust, which isn't too far away from Tallahassee.
Let's go next. Lynn, thanks a lot for sending in. Love to see the smiling faces. Another one here. This is Angelica from Santa Rosa Beach, Florida, throwing up a peace sign. Me watching live Helene updates. Angelica, it's great to see a friendly face. Santa Rosa Beach, Florida, Eric. I mean, that's up on the Panhandle, no?
Is it? Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly where Santa Rosa Beach is. I know it's nowhere around here. Is it east of Panama City?
It is. Oh, it's up by. Yeah, it's up by Destin. I've been to Santa Rosa Beach.
Okay, so it's west then. So yeah, it's west of Panama City. So
it is west of Panama City Beach. So Angelica,
yeah, thankfully she's not going to be feeling anywhere near the full effects of this one being on the cleaner side of the storm. How about that?
Yeah, no, Angelica here lives in a beautiful area. I know this area well from my time. I lived in Mobile for many years, and it's a great spot. Angelica, stay safe to you, your family, your friends, your pets. Stay safe, and really thank you for watching and sending it in to report it. We really appreciate it. Next up, so we got Nate here. Nate is in Newport Richey, and he's got a double screen set up. And on the left, he's got our coverage on YouTube, and then he says the comment is watching Eric and JB while playing some GTA, Grand Theft Auto. Hey man. That's sounds like a fun afternoon or a fun evening. Newport Richey, again, likely going to get significant storm surge. It depends on where you are in Newport Richey, but be safe, Nate.
Say hi to Jim Cantori. He's up there.
Yeah, he's over there somewhere.
He's at a hotel on the coast. There it is.
Yeah, man.
Don't let this one cross your path.
Mr. Marshall in Tampa. Marshall, look, people, if they've watched me before, I love dogs, but I have a soft place in my heart for cats, having 2 cats myself. I'm a cat person. I love dogs. I'm one of those cat people that are cat obsessed and dogs aren't worth my time. No, I love dogs. I love Rebecca's dog, Cooper. We were talking about that yesterday, but cats, ever since I was a kid,
Pickles.
I just love cats, and they have a soft place in my heart for cats, Eric.
Yeah, not me. Dogs.
But,
yeah, too many close friends of mine have cats, so they're trying to convert me a bit. So
again,
I can handle them.
These are photos and videos coming in to WFLA.com/report it. People are even sending. It's not too late. You can send them in right now if you want to get onto the program before we wrap up here in the next just couple of minutes. This is like a last call for any reported pictures. But again, we want to see, Tracking the Tropics at least somewhere represented, so we know that you're taking this photo now. But I couldn't help myself with the cat photo. It's just, look, it's a weak spot. Gwen says this is Zephyr Hills about 4:30 today, Eric.
Yep, well, that's what I said. That rain band came through Tampa, and you see how fast the cloud's moving. Look at that. I mean, that system is just cooking. It's just one of those rain bands, one of the first rain bands I think that we saw from from Helene. So there's going to be more to come. I'm sure there was a lot of wind and rain with this one too.
Let's next go to, thank you for sending this in, Gwen. We really appreciate it. We have another video coming in from Leela in Zephyr Hills. Even gave us the zip code 33541. Man,
Ooh, look at that.
That is interesting.
Yep.
Looks like over
you get
homes there. So,
you get a lot of cloud formations when you have a tropical system like this. There's a lot of rotation and rolling in the sky and waves, and it causes the clouds to look just like that.
Next up on WFLA.com/reported. Hey.
Uh-oh.
So this is a video coming in from Kristen in Largo. It says a picture of us watching Tracking the Tropics at home in Largo, and my kids are super excited. I love to see it.
That's great.
And thank you for watching the program, you guys. They look like they just saw a ghost.
They look very much alike too.
They
look at that.
Yeah, they look like the lightning strike almost caught them. It looks like the lightning strike. It's striking him right in the head.
Oh no! Don't say that.
Oh no! That's the only time I ever want to see.
Thanks for watching.
We want to ever see a lightning strike. Actually hitting somebody on the top of the head like that. Thank you for sending this one in, Kristen. Largo. What can they expect in Largo there?
Yeah, the same thing. Close to the coast. Probably not have to worry about storm surge. Not on the immediate coast, but definitely 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts. Wouldn't be surprised if there was some wind gust in coastal Pinellas County that were hurricane force around 75 or so.
Let's next up. Thank you, Kristen, really for sending this in.
I love
Alyssa in Trinity says just the hot dog watching JB.
I love
and
wiener
Eric.
babies. Anybody that knows me, I used to watch a photographer friend of mine in Fort Myers. Now she's in Orlando. I used to watch her wiener dogs all the time, and they passed away. She got other wiener dogs. I would watch them, and I love wiener dogs. They're so cute.
Yep. Alyssa, this is a great one, and we see Tracking the Tropics on there in the background. Really appreciate you watching, and thanks for sending in. Just the hot dog watching JB and Eric was the comment. We got some kids watching too. I love seeing this. Okay, so this is Akira, and she is of course watching with her parent Jessica, and says watching Tracking the Tropics today. And they had a featured comment earlier on the program. They asked, how will storm surge be in Holiday about 3 miles inland? They sent in this comment, and they're watching along. Akira, it is great to see you. There's a pup in this shot as well. We'll bring down the banner.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, this is it doesn't get much better than
he's saying,
than
"Get
this.
out of the way! I can't see." Right. See, this would have been me when I was a kid watching the Weather Channel. Because in the '80s, when the Weather Channel came out, that's all I did. I just always watched the Weather Channel all the time.
Man, Akira, thank you for watching, and please be as safe as possible. I'm trying to see if there was a location there. We would give you a little forecast for where you're watching from, but I don't see the location in the comment, at least in my system. Thank you so much for watching and sending in the photo. This one was just funny to me. I loaded this one in. There's no Tracking the Tropics anywhere in this, but it's just funny. Okay, so sometimes funny counts for something. Marianne in Clearwater says that this is her pet dog.
He said, "You know what? My owners wouldn't get out of there when they told us to evacuate, so I'm going to be trying to drive this on my own."
Yep. So the pup here is evacuating.
And he's stuck in traffic. Look, he's like, oh.
Speaking of being on the road, look at this one.
Oh, boy.
This is Jody, and says that Jody says this is an evacuation in progress. You can see on the tablet,
nice.
They're watching Tracking the Tropics with you and myself, and got the pup right there in the lap, and they are heading out. And to Jody and the fam on the road, please be safe. We hope that you get to your destination safe. We hope that your that your dog's bladder holds true, so you don't have any accidents in the vehicle. We love.
Well,
seeing
he's on
this.
a towel for a reason. Yep. I think he wants that window rolled down. You know how dogs love sticking their head out the window.
So shout out to Rusty. This is Rusty, I've been told, and this is Rusty looking for the storm out the window. We hope that Rusty and family make it to their destination safe and sound. A few more here on Report It before we. Oh man, this is great. This is my 2-year-old son watching Bluey. My 2-year-old son and I watching Bluey and learning about hurricanes. Got some more dual screen action here. This is Scott in Tampa with his 2-year-old. We'd love to see it. Scott, thank you for sending it in. What a cute kid.
Yeah, that is adorable.
We really love it. And so I can see on the keyboard there, it says, a day without golf is probably your wife's birthday. That's pretty funny. So Bluey on the left, Tracking the Tropics on the right. Man, we love to see it, Scott. Thank you for sending this one in. It is great to see. That one came in from Tampa. This one failed to load. We'll try to get this one loaded up. It was a picture of a hurricane, I think. It was from Justice. Justice, we're going to try to load that one again. And we've got a few more loaded up here. Eric, while I load these up, any updates that you want to share? Because we're about to wrap up our live stream.
Yeah. I mean, the 8 o'clock update will probably feature somewhat of a strengthening of this storm. And, the updates from now through tomorrow afternoon, eventually coming a Category 2 storm, probably overnight tonight. And then tomorrow, a major hurricane, and we'll see if this thing does strengthen in less than 24 hours from, a moderate 1 to a weak 4, which I don't want to say weak 4 because a Category 4 is pretty strong. But yeah, we'll see, and we'll see if the models change at all. I'm not sure if the models, sometimes this is a time when the models do update, and so I'll behind the scenes kind of look, but I don't think we're going to really have any updates until about 8 o'clock this evening. So for now, it's steady as she goes, right, as they say.
Yep. I'm going to try to, this is the last segment here on the stream, looking at just some final photos that have come in on WFLA.com/reportit. Let's see if we can spotlight just a couple more. We'll try to load up that one again. It was actually funny from Justice. Here it is. Here's the photo from Justice. Justice is he's in Tallahassee right now, and he's like, "Come on, man, really?" He's
like, "I just moved here, and now I have to worry about this."
Yeah, if you're in Tallahassee right now, this is your face. This is what you're looking at.
Yeah. And right after that, you get in your car and you start driving west.
He's also giving you this look. You see, you're in the shot, so he's giving you this look like, really, Eric?
I'm sorry, man. I didn't create this.
Man, Justice, thank you for sending it in. Be safe in Tallahassee. And as funny as this picture is, there's nothing funny about what's heading your way. Please be safe. We've got 4 more in the queue. This is Denise in Parrish, Florida, says, watching Tracking the Tropics with my Bailey bear.
Oh, cute.
Love to see it. Denise, thanks for, man, look, yeah, man, we've got some serious cozy action going on.
Yeah,
here.
Look at the
blankets, fireplace, Tracking the Tropics on TV, and Bailey bear just hanging out on the couch. This is where I want to be right now. This sounds pretty good. Thank you for sending this one in, Denise. 3 more to go. Jackie in Live Oak says, this is Roxy watching. Hello, Roxy. Look at Roxy knew where the camera was.
Yeah, that's a cool room right there, too. I don't know what those 2 statues or what they are. One looks like a mushroom lamp. I don't know. It's hard to.
This is Live Oak, Florida, and Roxy needs to turn towards the TV because there's a cat on TV, and that might really get Roxy's attention, you know what I mean?
That's why Roxy's looking away. She says, no, this is my enemy.
Let's see here. Whoa. How many pups do we have in this shot?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, man. Are they
5.
Puppies? This is John in Newport Richie.
Look at the steps. Isn't that so cute? I love that.
The steps onto the bed.
One's going up the steps. There's 3 gray ones on the bed. You can see the butt of the tan one on the left side. And I can't tell if there's another one underneath where all those hats are hanging up. There's at least 5 dogs there.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I count at least 5. It's kind of hard because some of those dogs blend in with the blanket there. Got Tracking the Tropics on. And that same cat photo making it on. And then one last one One last one. We'll spotlight more tomorrow and maybe even tonight. Selly and Lakeland with a selfie with her dog as well. We love to see it, man. This is it's great to see folks watching along, staying weather aware, staying informed with Helene, and we hope that everybody out there stays safe. Any parting words? So Eric, I think this is a wrap for you today. I think our next stream is with Jeff. Any final words before we wrap this up and call it a stream?
You know what? Tomorrow's going to be a big day, and we'll be on bright and early all day long, informing you, keeping you safe, hopefully saving lives, and trying to get you through this storm, because we'll be going through it too.
Yeah. It's going to be, look, tomorrow's like landfall day, and it might be more like landfall night because it's happening way later on, probably past 8 o'clock. But look, it's going to be a day where the Tampa Bay area is going to feel the brunt of this storm. It's going to be a day where we go from Cat 1 all the way up to Cat 4. There's a lot of activity expected tomorrow. Tracking the Tropics streams on WFLA.com, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and with streams really built around the advisories themselves. So 11 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and sometimes 2 o'clock. It depends, AM, PM. But you can keep it right here on WFLA.com, on YouTube, on Facebook, as we keep you up to date on the storm. This was a particularly interesting stream because of the track nudging slightly to the west, and now with the updated intensity forecast, with now Helene expected to reach Category 4 strength. I'd like to give a big shout out to Eric Stone for a lot of live streaming today. Jeff Baradelli, Chief Meteorologist with the Max Fender 8 Weather Team, takes over. Will be joining me at around 8:30. That's what I was told. Around 8:30, our streaming coverage continues. We'll be looking closer at the latest models coming in. We'll be taking more questions. Maybe we spotlight some of the most recent reported pictures and videos that have been coming in. We didn't get to all of them on this live stream. We'll try to get to some more in the next live stream. So 8:30 tonight will be our final live stream of today, that being Wednesday the 25th. And then our streaming coverage after 8:30's stream will, of course, resume tomorrow across all platforms. For Eric Stone, I'm JB Biunno. We'll see you at 8:30. Thank you, everybody, for sending in stuff to WFLA.com/report it. We'll see you in about 90 minutes.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists. This is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Helene moving off the Mexican coast and expected to intensify from a Cat 1 to a Cat 2, 3, and then all the way to a Cat 4 in the next 18 hours before a Florida landfall on Thursday night. We are live with a night edition of Tracking the Tropics from your hurricane headquarters here at WFLA in Tampa to answer your questions and give you the very latest on Helene live. Welcome into the Stream Center, folks. JB here with you with a couple of chief meteorologists, friendly, of course, to the program. Jeff Baradelli, who leads the Max Fender 8 weather team here in Tampa and has been doing live streams here on the WFLA Facebook page, YouTube as well, over the last several nights around this hour. And then joining us from Mobile, Alabama, with a big smile on his face, because he's not going to be worried too much about Helene in Alabama, at least in Mobile. Chief Meteorologist Ed Bloodsworth, formerly of WFLA. Great to have Ed back on the program. We're going to be answering your questions over the course of this live stream. The purpose of this live stream is to answer the questions that you have tonight about Helene using the hashtags around your screen. Hashtag Hey Ed, hashtag Hey Jeff, hashtag Hey JB. I'll be looking in this direction, monitoring the questions that are coming in. It'll be Jeff and Ed's job to answer those questions. But before we get to the live Q&A, we're going to send Jeff over to the wall for the very latest tonight on a forecast cone that has narrowed in recent days. Jeff, we have a pretty good idea as to where Helene is headed.
You know, I have to tell you, JB, I've been really impressed by the computer models. I mean, even before this thing was a thought in the atmosphere, and what I mean by that, if you remember a few days ago, there weren't even any clouds underneath the outlook area from the National Hurricane Center. Even then, the models had a pretty good handle on where this is going to go. And really, throughout the last 48 hours, they've honed in on the Big Bend area of Florida. So we think that's probably where it's going to go. Now, it has been organizing better during the day today. And in order for it to really intensify and rapidly intensify, it needs to have its organizational structure intact. And that's what it's been doing today, getting rid of some dry air, building its central dense overcast, which is really the core of the storm right there. An eye is beginning to form. And I think it's going to be off to the races overnight tonight as it moves over the Gulf Stream. And by the way, the Gulf Loop Current, and the Gulf Loop Current is at record levels right now in terms of temperature. All right, 85-mile-an-hour winds at 8 p.m. Pressure has now fallen again to 974 millibars. Usually as the pressure falls, eventually the winds catch up. But what's happening right now is the energy is being imparted not only to intensifying the hurricane, but also expanding the size. This is going to be a huge storm. So we always say don't focus on the center of the cone. Really, in this case, don't even focus on the cone, because tropical storm force winds will be felt from here all the way to the east coast of Florida, believe it or not. That's how big the wind field is going to be. And notice it goes from a Cat 1, and 18 hours later, according to the National Hurricane Center, it's 45 or 50 miles an hour stronger, and it becomes a Cat 4. So that is rapid intensification, a bomb as it moves over this high-octane water in the eastern Gulf of Mexico. Making landfall probably around 8, 9, 10 o'clock during the evening, somewhere in the Big Bend. National Hurricane Center has track a little bit further west over Tallahassee. That's possible, and that would be devastating to Tallahassee. There's so many big trees there, so many old homes there. But a lot of our computer models are a little further east, and that would put the worst of it further east towards places like Cedar Key, towards places like Steinhatchee, and maybe eventually Lake City. Anyway, the storm moves inland. It's still a Cat 1 as we head into the middle of the night on Thursday night to Friday. It's moving very fast, and so it's able to hold its core together and deliver very strong, damaging winds inland. And once it slams into the southern Appalachians here, it's going to dump 15 to 20 inches of rain in some of those mountain peaks, and that means a lot of runoff into the valleys, and that also means we're likely to see, I think, a lot of historic flash flooding there, unfortunately. Okay, locally, hurricane warning in effect for the Nature Coast. Everybody else under a tropical storm warning in our area. Looking at the visible, it's gone now, but you can see earlier today it was building its core and its eye right there. The reason why the visible is gone is because it's getting dark outside. All right, I want to show you what I mean. So the storm is moving right over the loop current. You can clearly see the hottest water being traced out that way and then back down through the Florida Straits and then becoming the Gulf Stream on the East Coast. Look at where this storm is moving. Right over that loop current, which is why we expect rapid intensification overnight tonight. Here are the computer models, and they range from just east of Panama City to about Perry. National Hurricane Center forecast is on the western side of the envelope, but our computer model, which is called the graph model, that's on the eastern side of the envelope, closer to Perry. So let me show you the graph model, and it really does call for rapid intensification. The blue indicating wind gusts over 125 miles an hour. Now, we here in the Bay Area go right on the edge of those winds that are about 75, which is gust to hurricane force. They'll be probably just offshore. Onshore, I'm expecting some gusts probably 65, 70 miles an hour, maybe a little higher in Crystal River. You may actually briefly get gusts to hurricane force. But look at this as it makes landfall. And again, this is on the eastern side of the model envelope, so it may end up being west of here. Makes landfall around Perry, just to the west of Cedar Key, with tremendous winds, really strong winds as the system makes its way inland. It weakens by the time it gets to Valdosta, but as you can imagine, it's still going to have very strong winds. Arrival of tropical storm force winds probably around 8 a.m. tomorrow morning in Sarasota, late morning in the Tampa Bay area, so St. Pete, Clearwater, Tampa, Lakeland, and probably around 2 p.m. in Crystal River. Now, one of the biggest impacts from the storm that we're concerned about is huge waves out in the Gulf of Mexico and eventually an onshore wind translating to a tremendous storm surge. If you're just catching up now and you hadn't seen the forecast since the 5 o'clock advisory, look at this. Now they're calling for 20 feet of deadly, inescapable storm surge in that area up around St. Mark's and Horseshoe Beach, about 10 to 15 feet, Cedar Key down to around Crystal River. So if you're watching from any of those areas, you have to evacuate. You cannot survive numbers that high, 10 to 20 feet of storm surge. Hernando and Pasco County, 8 to 12 feet. Earlier it was about 8 to 10 feet, so that's gone up a little bit. And in and around Tampa Bay, 5 to 8 feet of surge is certainly possible with this. And let me show you this graphic right here. These are all record numbers if they materialize. Cedar Key, the record is 8.6 feet. We're forecasting probably 10 feet plus. All throughout Tampa Bay, the records are 4 to 5, almost 6 feet. And look at what's being forecast. And this is 6 to 8 feet. So probably breaking records by about 2 feet if the National Hurricane Center is right about this. St. Petersburg forecasting 7 feet of water above mean sea level. Same thing, Clearwater Beach, about 7.5 feet. And again, Cedar Key about 10 feet, but it legitimately could be more than that. All right, I want to show you the future radar. We're going to be in some on and off bands of rain overnight tonight, very outer bands, some gusty downpours. Even at noon, the core of the storm is way west of us. We're in some bands in and out, but the worst of it doesn't start ramping up until the middle of the afternoon into the late part of the afternoon. And the worst of it for us right here is going to be during the evening hours with some of these heavier bands moving on shore. And the storm making landfall during the mid to late part of the evening could be Perry, but it could be further west. National Hurricane Center says closer to around the St. Mark's area. And if it does move over St. Mark's, Tallahassee is talking about a direct hit with the eye wall moving right on shore. All right, excessive rainfall. I want to show you this because, you know, the majority of deaths from hurricanes over the past 10 years have been inland rain flooding, believe it or not necessarily storm surge. Perhaps that's because we advertise the storm surge a lot, but I do want to give some advertisement to the inland rain threat, especially up here around Asheville and Greenville in the mountains of the southern Appalachians. As much as 20 inches of rain as possible. It's going to be squeezed out very fast in the mountains, run down, cause flash flooding, 12 inches in around the Eastport area. Locally, I think we're going to see some localized flooding in intersections, but we're only looking at 3 to 6. Some isolated areas, maybe 8 inches of rain. Inland areas, around 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. And I'm going to show you just, I think, one more graphic, this wind gust forecast, and then we're going to bring Ed and JB back into the mix here. 8 a.m., I think you're okay to be driving. Just watch out on the Sunshine Skyway, but I think it'll still be open in the early morning. Then as we head towards noon, notice those winds are now gusting past 40 miles an hour. The bridge could shut tomorrow afternoon as these stronger gusts move in. 3 p.m., 45 mile an hour wind gusts, probably 60 mile an hour wind gusts along the coast by 6 p.m. And the worst of it, again, is going to be during the evening time when Crystal River probably gusts close to 70 and maybe even briefly at hurricane force. But watch this as the core of the storm moves on shore. St. Mark's, Perry, wind gusts over 120 miles an hour. And again, if it's just slightly west of there, and that's what the National Hurricane Center says is going to happen, that would push that core of winds right over Tallahassee. And I'm going to leave you with this, and I'm going to head back to the desk now, JB. I'm introducing the Wobble Tracker because it's live on our WFLA website right now. This will become really important to track the minute-by-minute movement of the system and whether it's veering away or wobbling away from the National Hurricane Center track. You can see that live on WFLA.com.
Yeah, and we're going to be monitoring this in real time tomorrow, again, in relation to the NHC's line versus the real-time positioning of the center of the eye. Let's bring in our featured meteorologist joining us from WKRG in Mobile, Ed Bloodsworth. Before we bring Ed into the conversation, I'm going to really start to hone in on the questions coming in on Facebook Live and YouTube Live right now with the hashtags you see around your screen, hashtag Hey Jeff, hashtag Hey Ed, hashtag Hey JB. If you use one of those hashtags with your comment, we can actually put it on screen and introduce it into the conversation. Ed, Jeff just threw a lot of information out to our audience, but what's something that really stands out to you? I know that our comment section is throwing a lot of emojis in there, like mind-blown emojis for 20 feet of storm surge. That is really getting people's attention tonight. What's getting your attention?
Well, it's a lot of aspects with the storm, and I've seen the word catastrophic being thrown around here, but keep in mind, we haven't had a story about a lot of major hurricanes make landfall here just in the last decade. But you're talking 20-foot storm surge. Keep in mind, Katrina's record storm surge was 27 feet. And so at this point, we don't expect projections to get that high. But when you think about storm surge, you're talking about 20 feet of water, but then you've also got to add waves on top of that. Now, I know in that area, I used to work in that area. Florida State is my alma mater, and I can tell you I've taken many trips down towards the Alligator Point, Steinhatchee area, St. Mark's. A lot of homes built up on stilts, but 20 feet of water plus wave activity. I think we're going to see some of those well-built homes that will take a beating, quite a beating from this storm. The other aspect about the storm that really has me interested is, again, Jeff talked about the expanding wind field, is just how far inland these winds are going to carry. If there's any, I would say, saving grace with this for the folks in North Florida, is that the storm is going to be racing inland. It's not going to be a storm that just sits around, i.e. a Dorian or a Hurricane Sally. Locals in the Gulf Coast would know that storm back in 2020. This thing is going to be moving quickly. So, but with that, it carries all of that strong wind inland. I mean, we've got hurricane warnings all the way up to Columbus, Georgia, and Macon, Georgia, and tropical storm watches now that will be upgraded to warnings extending all the way into the Carolinas. So this is not just going to be a coastal issue. This is going to be a storm that impacts a lot of people that are just not used to a tropical cyclone moving on through. So there's just a lot we've been seeing with this storm. And again, we had some of that dry air mixing in, still waiting as we're anticipating that rapid intensification cycles. But I mean, you look at any bit of this storm, the surge impacts, the wind impacts, it's all going to be, I hate to say it's a worst case scenario, but for that specific part of the Florida of north of Florida, Appalachia Bay, I mean, this could be a generational storm for those folks, no doubt.
Okay, so speed is a really big factor here, no doubt, with this storm. I said, I was joking earlier that it's like Vin Diesel revving up the engine, about to hit, floor it really with the gas pedal and I mean, start to book it. What are we talking about with movement speeds here? I mean, do we have any idea how fast this thing is actually going to be moving miles per hour wise?
Well, right now it's only moving at 12 miles an hour. We're going to probably double that. Ed, do you know the exact speed when it hits the Gulf Coast? It's going to be somewhere over probably between 20 and 30 miles, like 25 miles an hour maybe?
That's pretty wild.
Something in the 20 to 25 range, something right around there. And so that's, again, like why, I mean, you're talking major cities, Albany, Macon, Columbus, Atlanta could see winds that maybe gust to 70 miles per hour at what's left of that northern eye wall. So again, just a lot of areas going to be dealing with this. I think the entire state of South Carolina is under a tropical storm warning, if I'm not mistaken, at this point.
Equate that for people. 25 mile per hour hurricane. What is that in relation to a vehicle?
You mean how fast the storm is moving?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the average storm moves around, what it is moving now, right, in the tropics, around 12 miles an hour. So that's about double the speed. But that's only when it hits the Gulf Coast. It'll accelerate probably even more when it gets up into Georgia.
I mean,
yeah, you're talking about people just driving down I-4, I-75, 25 miles an hour seems like nothing in your car, but for a tropical cyclone coming on shore, I mean, that's a fast storm, no doubt.
Let's get to the questions and comments that are coming in tonight from across social media, Facebook Live, YouTube Live. We're really honed in on those two platforms specifically. Use a hashtag like Hey JB, Hey Ed, Hey Jeff, and we can spotlight your comments like this. JP wants to know, a few of us want to know, what's steering the storm and giving it its forward speed. Why is there such model consensus for Florida's Big Bend, and why is it going so fast? I'll bring up Jeff and Chief Meteorologist Ed Bloodsworth to explain.
Yeah, so I built a graphic for this, and unfortunately, I haven't updated it today because I've been using it the past couple of days. But basically, just try to follow where the jet stream is and try to follow where that high pressure is. We had high pressure across Florida blocking the storm from getting here. What's happening now is that this Helene is squeezing in between the jet and high pressure. There's going to be a jet stream which is actually going to cut off. So it has pretty good synoptic steering, and I think that's probably why the models have done decently well because they're pretty good at synoptic steering. But Ed, I have to tell you, I was skeptical, and I probably wrongly so, because it's very hard for models to forecast elongated troughs that cut off. I mean, how could I have been sure, or you, that the models could have nailed the position of where it was going to cut off an elongated trough that cuts off. Those are notoriously hard to forecast. Well, so far from what we can see, the models did a knockout job on that.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that clarity came just even a couple of days ago when I know the NOAA hurricane hunters they sent their G4 up and to sample the environment well ahead of it. And but yeah, I mean, it was always kind of a battle between which was going to be the more dominant feature here. That we knew that there was going to be some kind of northerly movement, and in the initial birth of the storm, there were wobbles back and forth. I mean, there were some. I mean, I got flooded with folks sending me pictures and models of this going in towards Tampa Bay, others coming towards Mobile. But once we really started to get a good sample of the upper level environment, we saw a good bit of consistency here. So yeah, it's just that Helene's going to shoot the gap right between there. It's going to create a perfect lane for this to go north. So at this point, you may get, I mean, between now and landfall, maybe a 5-mile nudge east or west here.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the nudges will make a big difference, especially for folks in Tampa Bay, of course, but just the way the West Coast is oriented north and south. So we'll watch for those changes, but I don't think we're going to see any dramatic shifts from here on out.
Yeah, Brittany wants to know Tampa Bay. Is it safe? And then you're talking about steering flow. People are still asking this question. Raymond saying #HJB. Can this still jog to the right? We have other questions coming in the queue. They're everywhere tonight. Hey, JB, hey, Jeff, is there still a chance that this will pull to the east? There's tremendous paranoia.
Yeah, of course.
If you
well,
will.
I mean, look, let me tell you why people are paranoid. Let me show you, JB, and everybody, why people would be paranoid. Look at that, what's going to be next to us, to the west of us tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. I mean, that is a full-on Cat 4. So when you see something like that, yeah, you get paranoid. But let me show you the spaghetti plots. And look, if there were a few models that were far to the east, or there was a big spread here, I think we'd be concerned that it could happen. But it would be really, I think, rare for a situation to happen where you have that much model consensus and somehow it veers off significantly. Now, it may be on the eastern side of that cluster. That's certainly possible. But I don't think it's going any further east than that. Crystal River, I think, would be a major outlier there. So I don't think it's headed for Tampa Bay. But one thing I was saying to one of our anchors, Ed, before is people are going to be looking at the satellite and radar tomorrow from Tampa and saying, my goodness, we just dodged an absolute disaster. And by the way, probably the end of the insurance industry as we know it, because it would have been a probably $200 billion disaster, at least, if not more than that, in Tampa Bay. And I know that because we've done studies on how much it would cost, and it's actually probably more than that if a Cat 4 or 5 hits Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I think it's I think by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning Central Time, so 11 a.m. tomorrow, this storm is going to look very, very different when folks start to get into the middle of the day. I think this is going to have look like kind of a classic major hurricane tomorrow. That's the way this is going to look once this rapid intensification cycle begins. But and you mentioned so many folks, and this could end up being, if this does pan out, I mean, just the amount of the population centers up and down the west coast of Florida into the Florida Panhandle. I mean, the Florida Panhandle itself, truth be told, but especially between Destin and I-75, it's compared to all the other locations in Florida, it's fairly sparsely populated. But this could potentially impact the largest city in that stretch of the Panhandle, in Tallahassee, the capital. And then it moves through those Georgia cities. Atlanta, again, power outages going well inland. There's going to be a lot there. I mean, this is a very wooded area. And from storms that have gone into this part of Florida, with truth be told, with so many trees, I wouldn't be shocked if we have folks there maybe up to 2 weeks without power.
Yeah.
That would not shock me with this at all.
Of course, usually when we have these storms, late in September, early October, we get a cold push of air behind it. Unfortunately, Ed will say too, without being that this is a cutoff low, it's cut off from cold air to the north. So unfortunately, we're getting the major hurricane, but we're not getting the reward of cooler, drier end of rainy season down here when the storm moves through, which you got, unfortunately, an unlucky break there.
We're going up to Pasco County. Allison wants to know what the impact is going to look like in Holiday specifically.
We have some graphics made for this. So let me pull up the graphics, and I think this will help everyone. So not just for Holiday, but if you're anywhere on the Nature Coast, I think you'll see the graphic come up in a second or two. And this is what we're forecasting. First of all, I think probably not going to see 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I think we can probably bring that down to 75. I do think Crystal River, Homosassa, those places being closer to the core, you could see some wind gusts to hurricane force. 8 to 12 feet of storm surge possible, but maybe more in Citrus County. Specifically, the question was about Holiday, so could be as much as 4 to 8 inches of rain. It'll probably be on the lower end of that. And in Holiday, because you're going to be located in the zone of 8 to 12 feet of surge. So you're likely to see, and Holiday's right on the water, you're likely to see a record amount of water. So if you flooded in Idalia, plan to flood this time, but add probably about 2 feet to it.
Let's go. We're coming your way, Ed, with this one from Michael Kelly. What will the danger level look like in southeast Alabama? Of course, you're joining us from Mobile, the southern tip of Alabama, but not too far away in southeast Alabama. They're close enough that they're a little bit uneasy.
Yeah, well, southeast Alabama, we have hurricane watches that are in effect right now for Dothan. They have, or rather, hurricane warnings, that do include Dothan, and tropical storm warnings extend as far west as Defuniak Springs in Florida. So Troy, Ozark. Once you start moving up towards Tuskegee, Auburn under a tropical storm warning. So southeast Alabama will get tropical storm gusts. I would say gusts easily 50 to 60 miles per hour for areas like Troy, Enterprise. Hurricane gusts approaching 70 to 75 as the western part of the eye wall starts to move north. So for Dothan, Abbeville, Eufaula, those areas will come close to hurricane gusts here. So again, we mentioned just the size of the storm. I remember, I was in WFLA when Irma hit, and I know JB, you remember that one very well, we all remember that one, as that effect was just a monster storm. I think the wind field was almost 550 miles across, the tropical storm wind. So you're talking about a wind field probably not to that extent, but large enough that just a lot of people will just not be able to avoid at least tropical storm winds. And I'm glad you put that timing in. I did want to make mention to the tropical storm force winds for folks in Florida. When the onset of tropical storm force winds, that's when your preparations are done at that point. You need to be hunkering down if you're staying in place, or if you've been told, or evacuation should be done. But those are your time periods when tropical storm force winds arrive. You need to hunker down, and at that point, your prep time is over.
Yeah, as we look here, right on cue, Tasha asking about what time the winds are going to be starting here. Jeff's got the graphic pulled up already, and that's a pretty good look of where the winds are going to be arriving at what time.
Tropical storm force winds of 40 miles an hour. Obviously, it's going to be pretty gusty before the real tropical storm force winds arrive, but I would say, for most of the area, you're okay to drive the first couple hours of the morning. Just be careful. Into the afternoon hours, as the afternoon goes on, it gets worse and worse. Conditions deteriorate, and the worst of the weather is late afternoon through the middle part of the evening here in the Bay Area.
Okay, so let's ask, actually really quickly, I'd like to, Jeff, you flashed it on screen a little bit earlier. It was a graphic that, we're always talking about the big storm per season, right? And I think you had a graphic that showed, all really all the big storms that have hit in recent years.
Yeah,
it is a jaw-dropping graphic. Yep. Let's go full screen here and just look at this. 9 major hurricanes in the last 8 years, and
that's including Helene, by the way.
Right, yeah. Helene is represented, but look at the numbers here: Cat 4s, Cat 3s, a Cat 5, and Michael. Now, are those strength at landfall, or are those peak strengths?
Strength at landfall.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
5 storms for Florida.
5 for Florida.
And we've had a lot in the past few years alone. We have a graphic for that too somewhere, but
Helene could be joining some ominous company, to say the least, with the other storms on this list. My goodness.
Wait a second. Can I just make can I just say something?
Sure.
Look at who has missed out on the storms. Mobile, Alabama, and Tampa, Florida. I think I'm seeing a pattern here.
Are you saying I'm the hurricane shield? Is that
that's what I'm saying.
Wow.
We are the hurricane shield. We're valuable. You move us out of these cities and bang.
Okay. Now I will say, I appreciate some of that, but that is absolutely not true because, of course, in 2020, the year that a lot of folks would love to forget for many, many reasons, a storm that is not on there was a strong Category 2, borderline Category 3, Hurricane Sally.
Yeah, Sally.
Which moved on through, and it dropped 30 inches of rain over Orange Beach here. So that's what you mentioned. Like, this is just the major hurricanes.
Yep.
You look at the category 1 and 2 storms that were highly impactful, which are not listed on there.
Yep.
Hurricane Delta. You looked at, of course, more recently, we had a few other big storms. I believe Elsa over there on Florida's west coast a couple of years ago. So I mean, it's the Gulf Coast. I mean, you live on the Gulf Coast, you know that this is just a way of life, and this is going to be something that you're going to have to deal with, this threat every single year. Now, is the the chance of you getting a major, catastrophic storm high every year? No, absolutely not. In fact, the chance of you getting a storm at your specific location on the Gulf Coast is actually low. But compared to the region, if we get anything in the Gulf of Mexico, it's going to make landfall, more likely somewhere on the U.S. Gulf Coast. There's too much real estate to work with. But yeah, that's just that's like quite a map there.
It's like a catcher's mitt, the Gulf of Mexico. Once it enters, it can't escape. Yeah, you mentioned other storms, right? This year alone, we had Debbie, which briefly turned into a hurricane. We had Beryl, which hit Houston earlier, which Beryl was the Cat 5, and then of course it weakened. What was it? Was it a Cat 2 when it came on shore in Houston, or do I need?
It was a category. It stayed as a Cat 1.
Cat 1,
when it came on shore, but a very impactful Category 1.
So those are just 2 storms and there's a lot more. I'm going to make a graphic, JB, at some point, which shows all the storms, not just the majors.
And then, of course, Francine was a Category 2 just a couple of weeks ago.
Yep.
Wild that, so Mobile looks like it's really dodged, 9 bullets.
The majors.
Tampa Bay
guys,
has,
don't mess up my luck here, okay?
Okay, yeah. Well, Houston is the other glaring, populated area on this map that also has gotten somewhat lucky-ish.
Except Harvey, because Harvey hit as a 4, but then it got stuck over Houston. So that ended up being probably the most impactful, I would arguably, except for maybe Michael, and really probably the most impactful storm that we've had in recent history.
Let's go now to some of the comments. Again, hashtag Ed, Jeff, or JB, and we can bring in your comments live, whether it's coming in at this very moment or they're added to the queue as well. These comments don't get lost. We try to get in as many over the course of our Q&A live streams. Aurelia, hashtag JB, how fast does a storm surge rise? A lot of questions in our social media comment section tonight because, Jeff throws out, 15 to 20 foot storm surge. My God, that's utterly mind blowing when you think about how much storm surge that is. So then people are asking, okay, how quickly can that occur?
Ed, do you want to take this one?
Well, we're not talking about anything like a tsunami. I want to just get that out of people's heads. We're not talking about that, but a lot of it's all just going to depend on the forward momentum of the storm. Obviously, a faster storm is going to bring in all that water sooner. But also keep in mind, with a storm like this, as quickly as it's moving, I think even with its moving, especially into Appalachia Bay there, once the storm surge sort of reaches its maximum point, you're still going to be dealing with a very strong onshore flow that lasts for a while. So this is not going to be, okay, we get to 20 feet and we immediately recede. It's going to take quite a while for all that water to make its way back out into the Gulf of Mexico. So it's just, with a fast moving storm, it's just going to, start to pile up probably a little faster than a slow moving storm would allow.
Let's go next to a question for Ed. Hashtag Ed from Bradley. Will the high moving out, will it come back east?
Well, so what's interesting in long term, you notice the long term track here with when the storm starts moving north, as it again moves right between that strong trough to the west and the high to the east, shoots that gap, and you notice the long term turn off to the north and west. Essentially, this is going to get kind of absorbed into this larger upper level trough. That's what's going to swing this back to the west. Normally, you look at the majority of Gulf Coast storms, when they move inland, they get caught up in the trough and zip on off to the north and east. That's going to be a little bit different here. So you're looking at, still some wind coming into Nashville, to Knoxville, Tennessee, into western Kentucky. Still going to be dealing with some winds that will still be some occasional gusts approaching tropical storm force strength here. So, it's again just kind of a bit of a rare track to see something turn to the west here, but that's just what this upper level pattern is going to leave us with. Just this track that takes it again through some major cities in the Mid-South, Paducah and Nashville included.
Ed, we've had this crazy jet stream around the world over the past 2 weeks, which was responsible for all that rain that we had along the North Carolina coast. That was potential Tropical Cyclone 8, right? There was a band that got stuck, and it got stuck because there was this blocking high to the north around New York and New England. At the same time, you might remember, folks who are watching, that there was a tremendous amount of flooding in Austria and in Poland and all across Eastern Europe. Same thing, all kinds of cutoff lows and stuck jet streams and all kinds of crazy blocking. So this is a pattern that has been around for 2 weeks and continues now and is now impacting this storm.
And it's those blocking patterns also, at least locally here across Alabama, Northwest Florida, that led to some record months and during the summer in terms of heat. We had, I think, our second warmest August on record registered here in Mobile and hottest in Pensacola. So again, yeah, it's been amazing to see these worldwide weather phenomenon, and it's all because of this kind of just wild jet stream that we've been seeing for the last year or so.
Ed, I'm glad that you mentioned that it's so rare to see something, curve to the west, because, several days ago, back when this was potential Tropical Cyclone 9 and these model runs were really starting to materialize, I remember thinking, it feels like every storm that we have had in recent memory has hooked curve to the east, sometimes curving dramatically, sometimes curving slightly. But I remember thinking, Jeff, like, man, this is going to be really bad for the Tampa Bay area. I just didn't envision there being really the chance of a westward curve, but
it's getting captured by that upper level low. Ed, if you want to talk a second or two, I can make a graphic real quick just to show it, because I think it's worth showing folks. I just honestly haven't had a chance to, with all the other things going on, but I think I can do this really quick.
Yeah. We'll let Jeff work on that graphic. In the meantime, when we were talking about different storms hitting the area, we've had a lot of people in our comments section, Ed, reminiscing about Charlie back in 2004. That's a storm that the Peninsula remembers quite well, and Art reminding us of that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I was a high school student at Blake High School there just up the river from you guys. And I remember I was up all night tracking Charlie as it came on, and of course watching WFLA during the coverage of that storm was, again, wobbling, making an earlier landfall than predicted. And I think this leads me to a good point here, since you look at that storm like a Hurricane Charlie, or even for that fact a Hurricane Ian. You look at all these cities along the west coast of Florida. I grew up in Tampa. Grew up on the west coast of Florida. I understand why so many folks are moving there. But all of our coastal areas here in lower Alabama, northwest Florida, even the Panhandle, some of the cities there have been seeing just a tremendous growth. And the first question I always ask people when we go to our hurricane talks, how many of you have ever experienced a hurricane before? And usually about 60% of the people will raise their hand saying that they have no comprehension of what it's like to go through one of these things. Or as people say, I remember during Irma, well, people say, well, I went through a hurricane in Pinellas County. I remember during that storm, and most of Hillsborough County say, well, actually, you went through a tropical storm. Yeah. You never got to hurricane force winds. So with the tremendous growth around all these southern cities and all these coastal cities, it's, I just don't think we've had a lot of visuals, obviously, from more recent storms, but for folks who have never been through one of these things, and I think maybe you will say, well, do I need to prepare as much as they say you do? Well, now's the time you're going to realize, if you haven't prepared, it's like you're going to realize how life-changing these storms can be and will be. Recovery from this storm is not going to be measured in months. It's going to be measured in years, maybe over a decade from what we see from this. So, it's just unfortunate. This is, again, as a part of life down here on the Gulf Coast, guys.
I always say that to people. I say getting through the storms is sometimes the easy part. getting over all the damage and destruction and the interruptions, disruptions, and changes in your life is the toughest part. So, Ed, I drew this graphic and I want to show. So, JB, we've been talking about Fujiwara, right? Okay. So there's that. You can see there's that big bubble of red to the east of Florida. That's that big ridge, a heat dome. And there's another heat dome west of Texas. You can see the jet stream in the blue in Kentucky. That is dug all the way down to the Gulf Coast, which is kind of rare for this time of year.
Jeff, I just want to point out, if we have the wall option available. I don't know if you want to point to what you're talking about, or
sure, I can do that. I can do that.
Yeah,
I'm Italian, so I do like to use my hands.
Got to mention that trough has just actually pushed a cold front to our area. So
okay, so let's do this. This is really interesting what's happening here. So big heat dome right there, big heat dome. This was over Florida protecting us. It's moved out, unfortunately. And this big elongated jet stream, which honestly I was unsure if the models will be able to handle this correctly, because these are hard things for the models to handle. And so far they've done a great job. You can see this jet diving all the way to the south, but notice it's connected to these lines. That's important. Connected to those lines is important. Right now it's somewhat progressive. Watch this. It picks up Helene and it cuts off. Notice the jet now, watch one more time. It cuts itself off. The jet goes that way over it into Canada, and now it's this low that's just cut off. It absorbs Helene, and it slingshots it around. So this is what we call the Fujiwara effect, because both lows are kind of slingshotting around each other like that. Captures the storm, which is also why, and I was talking to Ed about before, is that usually these things are progressive and they pull everything out, and then they pull some of the cold air from Canada down. This time, we got robbed of that refreshing breeze that you typically get from late September, early October hurricanes. Usually they just tug in that northwest wind and bring in the cold air from Canada, but this is not going to be able to do it. So I'll walk back to the desk, and I'll let Ed add anything he wants to add to that, because I just think it's such an interesting meteorological phenomenon that's happening.
Yeah, and that actually would bring about, I think, another issue, is because we're going to get we will get significant damage out of this. There's at this point, I think that's unavoidable here. So as folks are going to be out in the coming days and weeks assessing the damage from this storm, keep in mind it's going to be hot. It's going to be muggy out there, and a lot of the threat to life does not just come with the storm itself. There are a lot of threats after the storm, so folks need to really take it easy, and this is kind of a time when you kind of almost neighbor helping neighbor out in these situations. There are going to be a lot of hazards that still exist as folks are out there clearing their roads, clearing their driveways, clearing their property of downed trees, and getting out there and working in some tremendously hot and conditions. You just need to be careful. Make sure you're still taking care of yourself as you're out there starting your recovery process.
A bit of breaking news that just came into WFLA.com, and a story coming your way on WFLA.com with all the necessary info on this most recent development. Port Tampa Bay has closed as of 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern tonight. That's significant for cruise ships, of course, in the area, being unable to dock in Tampa Bay. There's numbers provided for Carnival Cruise Line, Margaritaville at Sea, Royal Caribbean. A lot of information coming to WFLA.com. If anybody knows somebody that's on a cruise ship that was anticipating returning home to Tampa in the coming days, that's something you're going to want to read up on. They're working with their fuel terminal operators and partners to ensure that gas and other fuels move out of the port and to consumers for as long as possible. Again, all these information, all these details, all the information is coming to WFLA.com. One more time, Port Tampa Bay closing out as of 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. Other impacts people are concerned about, asking about. Time-lapse draw in our comment section is asking about Atlanta. Atlanta not really used to feeling, significant tropical impacts, but man, don't tell that to Helene, because Helene didn't get the memo. Atlanta is going to experience significant tropical impacts, no?
Yeah, well, the worst of this is going to come in early Friday morning into Atlanta, where it's probably going to be transitioning from a Cat 1 storm to a tropical storm. But they're going to see wind gusts probably to hurricane force there, and a lot of heavy rain. What I'm most concerned about, Ed, and I know that we've been touching on it, but I think it's important for me to put it up there. So let me get this graphic and put it up there. Just north of Atlanta, I mean, in the northeastern mountains of Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, this may, beside the 20 feet of surge, this may end up being the biggest story with this storm. I mean, you put 20 inches of rain into the mountains up there. It just got nowhere to go. It runs right off. It just floods villages. I think that we're talking about a catastrophic flash flooding event, and deadly too. People never take it as seriously, but it's produced more fatalities in the past 10 years than anything else.
Yeah, I think if I did we did a big story on it in our special here locally. I believe it's over 70% of the fatalities in the last 10 years have been from inland flooding.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that a lot of the focus is on this potentially major surge, but you're right. I think if anything, this may be kind of an underreported aspect of this storm.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about a storm that's going to squeeze out most of its rain in North Carolina, and then the upstate of South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that you're right. And that mountainous terrain, that's going to be tremendously impactful.
Yeah. How about Myrtle Beach? Mimosa wants to know specifically about Myrtle Beach on our East Coast.
Well, if you want mine, I'll go ahead and answer this because I'm actually looking right now. I'm looking right now at some of our tropical storm gust forecasts, and we are still seeing, over towards Myrtle Beach. They're going to get tropical storm force winds. Probably, like you said, going to begin late Thursday night into early Friday morning. But there will be the wind field of this thing is going to continue right on through, early Friday morning. So it's probably not going to be until, midday, early afternoon Friday when you see your gusts subside below tropical storm force at that point. So, it's going to be windy all over the Palmetto State there in South Carolina. No matter where you are, you're under a tropical storm warning.
Let's go to ESC Amy. Hey, JB, anything in Orlando? We got a lot of folks that watch from Orlando, so this question always makes its way into our comment section.
Yeah, let me pull up the hour by hour. We'll start it tomorrow afternoon. There'll be the outer bands moving through that area. I'll put it in motion for you. Gusty downpours, probably. I'd imagine some gusts to 55 miles an hour, maybe 60 if some of those stronger bands get in. Good to see some isolated tornadoes on the eastern side of the system for sure. So we're concerned about that. But honestly, I don't think there's going to be too much more than that. I would just say during the height of the storm, stay off the roads. You should be fine. But isolated tornado threat is important. So keep your phone close by and make sure you tune into your local media for updates on that.
Austin wants to know about Inverness. We're going to kind of rapid fire through some locations now, you guys, because we have the final. This is the final 10 minutes of the live stream. So let's try to get to as many of these spots as possible.
I'm bringing up a graphic for that area.
These are hurricane force at the coast.
I think maybe 75, 80. Inverness is pretty far inland, so maybe some wind gusts to 65, 70, maybe inland. Rainfall 4 to 8 at most. I don't think it's going to be much more than that because it's moving really fast. And there is a threat for tornadoes. I would say it's not really low. It's probably somewhere between low and moderate for that area.
Let's next go to Jace. How concerned do we need to be in the Bradenton, Sarasota area?
You want to take that?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk about Bradenton, Sarasota. I mean, you're going to get some surge out of this. Not nearly as much surge as you had. As obviously you head a little bit farther north, but you head down there, you're looking at still maybe in that 3 to 6 foot range of surge potential coming into the areas like Longboat Key and into the Palmetto area. I think again most of that surge is probably going to be once you go into Tampa Bay itself and coastal Pinellas County, but Anna Maria, Holmes Beach, those areas, you're going to get some water inundation, 3 to 6 feet. Still possible that isolated tornado threat as well. So now you get up to 7 feet there in some isolated spots. Again, I think flooding is a lower concern overall for that area, although you guys have picked up some good rain recently, and thanks for some of the recent storms. So not going to take much to get some flooding there.
Just been told the cruise ship story is now up on WFLA.com. Please click over there in that direction to read more about Port Tampa Bay closing. And look, screenshot this. You guys know how to screenshot on your phones, on your tablets.
Take a picture.
Take a picture, send it over to your friends in Sarasota, Manatee counties. This is really good information that we can share out tonight. I gotta remember exactly where Gulf County is, Ed. Maybe you remember off the top of your head.
Yeah, I mean, Gulf County, you're talking about, in an area that's obviously going to have more of a significant impacts. So you're talking about, that's Port St. Joe and Weewahitchka. That would be near Mexico Beach, so west of Apalachicola. If the system were to do any kind of significant jog, west, I would say, based off that the current track, we're looking at, I can kind of like pull it up behind me here, but there's Port St. Joe. That is Gulf County. You're on still under the cone there, but we're still thinking. I think it's more likely the storm's going to make a little bit like a landfall to your east. But you could certainly you'll get hurricane force winds. You'll get water rise as well. I think the surge right now around there is still going to be quite large. I mean, 3 to 6 feet. You're going to get some water inundation, but once you move over towards once you head towards Alligator Point, obviously the surge amount's going to be much higher, but you'll get some good rain, some good wind out of this there in Port St. Joe and Gulf County.
We got a few questions coming in about Knoxville, Tennessee. Multiple in Knoxville, Tennessee. Starting here with John Holbrooks, and then we had another one. And they're coming in really fast, so it's hard to isolate all of them. But
Knoxville's on the eastern side of Tennessee, right? It's fairly hilly there, fairly mountainous. Yeah. I wonder if a lot of the rain's going to get rained out on the east side of the Appalachians.
That's exactly what I think. I agree with you, Jeff. I think that's what's going to happen. There's probably not going to be nearly as much rain with this once you get to Knoxville, but there'll still be some good winds, especially coming down the mountains there, because Knoxville's kind of getting into a little bit more of a valley part there. So you'll get some winds, but likely the center of what's left of this, still expecting to be a tropical storm, by the way, when it passes off to your west on Friday afternoon. But you'll still get some winds, still some near tropical storm force gusts in Knoxville.
Kayla Carpenter wants to know a general question here, but what do the rivers cresting exactly look like with Helene?
Good question. And the reason why I say it's a good question is the Alafaya River has been in flood stage for a while here. The local rivers here in the Bay Area, the Alafaya especially because it's connected to Tampa Bay, we are genuinely concerned about flooding along those rivers. So just because you're not on the bay, if you're along a tributary, even the Hillsborough River, but especially the Alafaya River, the National Weather Service calling for some significant flooding there. So just be aware if you're by one of the rivers, you're not necessarily going to escape this surge.
Let's go to an area that is right on the water, MacDill Air Force Base. This is the first question that we have had all day long about MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa. Matt the welder wants to know this particular location.
Say it again.
Well, yeah, I would say I know MacDill has a plan for certainly in the event of this. They've got a very good plan there, but yeah, I mean, you're talking about MacDill. They'll get some water inundation from this with that strong onshore flow. So there could be some flooding on parts of the base there.
Here, I'm going to bring up the
at MacDill.
I'm bringing up the surge forecast here. So you know what, Ed? I don't know. I think I showed this before, but let me bring it back up. Tampa Bay is going to see record flooding. So the record in a place like, let's say, Old Port Tampa Bay, which is on the west side of MacDill, or East Bay, which is on the east side of MacDill, the record is like 5.5 feet, and the forecast here, the midpoint forecast, is about 8 feet. So that's 2.5 feet above record levels. And we've been keeping records since the 1980s or so. Now that there's an uncertainty there, and that uncertainty is plus or minus 2 feet. So it may be less than that, but they're forecasting explicitly not just records, but major record-breaking territory in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, it's going to be blowing those records out of the water if those numbers do verify. So again, as I preached it, I'll say it again. A lot of new folks have been there and have never experienced these kind of numbers and seen a surge like this. You'll get a storm pass by, a weaker storm, you'll get some water rise there, but nothing to this extent. I mean, 7 to 8 feet into Old Port Tampa Bay in the East Bay area. I mean, that is significant there. And that will, I know with FLA, you guys are there in downtown. I mean, you'll get some flooding along the Hillsborough River that'll push up the river as well. And parts of downtown, you'll know there, parts of the Riverwalk will probably get inundated with water.
I want people to think about this. This is a storm that's passing 100 to 150 miles west of Tampa Bay as a Cat 4. Imagine what a Cat 4 into like Indian Rocks Beach or Madeira Beach or Tampa Bay, but really it has to be north in Pinellas County. Imagine what happens when a Cat 4 slams into Pinellas County. Now you're talking, and I would say more than 20 feet of surge because you funnel that water into what is a much narrower area than even the Big Bend of Florida. Now, Big Bend has, it comes to a point there, but Tampa Bay in some cases is worse, especially in the nooks and crannies there. it would be catastrophic. I'm just glad that it doesn't seem to be happening. JB, just one thing, I have to start getting ready for the 10 o'clock show.
Yeah. All right. So I think that's Ed. I would imagine you have to probably go here soon as well. So that's gonna wrap it for our queue. And I actually want to get one more location in if I can, because I got them loaded into the queue. You guys. Grace Hyde is asking about Wesley Chapel. Hashtags for us both, Jeff, and then Sheena Ghost also outlook for Wesley Chapel. So a bunch of comments for that location in our queue.
I'm bringing it up here. So coastal Pinellas may see some wind gusts to 70, but once you get inland towards Wesley Chapel, and I have Hillsborough here, but really I should have probably brought up Pasco, because it's right on the border there. It's in Pasco, actually. I think we're going to see some wind gusts, maybe 60. That's probably about the highest I think we'll see as far east as Zephyr Hills and Wesley Chapel. Maybe 3, 4, 5 inches of rain or so. But there's that tornado threat that's going to be present as well.
Again, screenshot this, folks. This is good information to share out. Ed, you want to add anything?
No, I'll just say I've actually got one of my meteorologists on the Hurricane Hunter flight that's flying through the system right now. The pressures are starting to drop out of some of the most recent passes. Winds haven't picked up quite yet, still maybe funneling out some of the dry air. But like I said, like we mentioned towards the beginning of the stream, this is going to be a very different storm by this time tomorrow. So folks, if you haven't done anything to prepare, you're going to be running out of time quickly. You need to start rushing your preparation to completion as the storm will make landfall tomorrow evening.
Enormous thank you to our 2 chief meteorologists taking time out of their night to join us on the program. WKRG Chief Meteorologist Ed Bloodsworth from Mobile, Alabama, joining us on Zoom. And then, of course, right here with the Max Fender 8 Weather Team at WFLA, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, who has shows to get ready for.
I want one last word.
Yes,
which
absolutely.
Is, if you're thinking to yourself and you live up anywhere on the Nature Coast, and especially in the Big Bend, you're thinking to yourself, I don't know, should I evacuate? The answer is yes. You cannot survive 20 feet or even 15 feet of storm surge. If you're near the water and you know you're going to flood, especially if you're in a mobile home too, you got to go. You cannot take your chances. This is not survivable.
Jeff Baradelli, you'll see him tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. Ed Bloodsworth, you will see tonight, of course, on your local station in Mobile, Alabama, WKRG News 5. Ed, said my best to everybody at KRG. We appreciate you taking time out of your night to join us in the program.
No doubt. We miss you, buddy.
Thank you, Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. And thank you to Jeff back here in the Stream Center. Jeff, good luck tonight. And, man, get some rest, because I'll tell you what.
It's going to be a busy day tomorrow.
It's going to be a really busy day tomorrow. We got just a lot of storm tracking to do. And one more time.
The wobble tracker.
Wobble tracker. It is. I can bring it up. I can bring it up here myself.
Oh, okay.
Again, this will really become more important tomorrow as we, get an eye that we can more clearly see and pinpoint the center of that eye in relation to the track. But really, tomorrow, this is going to be the graphic that we lean on the most. No,
for sure. Yep. Check it out on WFLA.com. It'll be live. You can be the meteorologist yourself and look at it and see if you think it's wobbling to the east, wobbling to the west, or it's staying on course.
All right. Jeff Baradelli, Ed Bloodsworth, I'll let you guys take off. I'm going to stay on stream for just a few minutes longer and alert our folks as to the coverage plan tomorrow. Because everyone, tomorrow is the day for Helene. Right now, Helene's a Category 1 storm. By, I believe, lunchtime-ish tomorrow, we're going to have a Cat 4. So we're going to have intensification occurring tomorrow. We're going to have a landfall occurring tomorrow night. We're going to have impacts being felt in the Tampa Bay area really by midday tomorrow, perhaps even earlier than that with some of the, fringe areas of this storm. So, folks, tomorrow is a day to really be weather aware, to take, obviously, the words of our meteorologists, the advice of our meteorologists extraordinarily seriously, and most importantly, to heed the warnings and the recommendations, or the orders in many cases, of your local emergency management officials. If you are in a mandatory evacuation zone, look, you're being told to evacuate because it could be a life or death situation. In many cases, it is a life or death situation. So we encourage our audience to really be mindful of where they are on the flood maps, where they are on the evacuation maps, and knowing what is headed your way. Tomorrow, we have a lot of streaming coverage coming your way. Many team members are going to be getting rest, including myself. Here is the coverage plan as it goes for tomorrow. Meteorologists Lee Spann and Amanda Holly are going to be doing a morning live stream at approximately 9:30. I would say is they usually get all their graphics loaded and hit the go live button by 9:30. That is going to be exclusive to WFLA.com and the WFLA Facebook page. There's an asterisk with that stream because if they are needed for broadcast purposes for whatever reason in relation to Helene, that stream will, of course, either get postponed or canceled in favor of the 11 o'clock main stream that we will be doing tomorrow. So we are back live on Tracking the Tropics. Our Helene Thursday coverage will resume on Tracking the Tropics across all platforms Thursday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern, 10 o'clock Central. We'll continue to interactively feature our audience. And also, too, I noted this in our earlier live stream, WFLA.com/reported. We're going to be featuring the weather videos and pictures from across the Tampa Bay area, across the state of Florida, even perhaps into Southeast Alabama and into Georgia for folks watching there. Basically, putting the ability for you guys to send in pictures and videos to us. But we have to, again, warn you, and I am sorry if I sound like a broken record every time I talk about this, but we have to encourage you to be safe tomorrow. There is no piece of content, no photo or video in your camera roll that is worth your safety. So we are going to be spotlighting a lot of images coming into WFLA.com/reported tomorrow and into Friday as well. But please be safe out there, folks. Make sure that you have a plan in place. Make sure that you are, of course, looking out for your loved ones in your household, your pets as well. Do everything that you need. And if you have something that you think needs or requires our attention, I'm talking about, pictures or photos of, downed trees across roadways. Sometimes we see incredible videos from even, living rooms looking outside, out of a window. And just seeing dramatic amounts of rainfall or wind gusts hitting. But please, as a reminder, be as safe as possible. We want to see the photos and videos that are coming in from across the state of Florida and really across the southeastern United States. But please do so safely and responsibly. So 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central tomorrow across all platforms. Our stream continues, of course, and be on the lookout for what is likely to be a 9:30 live stream with meteorologists Amanda Holly and Rebecca Barry. Amanda Holly and Lee Spann. Rebecca Barry will be joining us later on in the day. And one more time, Wobble Tracker takes center stage tomorrow in our coverage. This will be a fascinating tool for us to really, in essence, call play-by-play. Is the storm going to follow the NHC's track? We've been talking all week long about the high degree of confidence that all of these models have, the spaghetti models looking like uncooked spaghetti, because, straight as an arrow headed for Florida's Big Bend. Will the NHC's track be the line that really, Helene goes down as expected, or will there be deviations? Will there be wobbles? We've said this earlier, and we'll say this again. One wobble is nothing to even blink at. Wobbles off the track happen all the time. Two wobbles gets our attention, maybe raises an eyebrow, but still nothing really to report. Maybe just more of a curiosity piquer than anything. Really 3, 4, 5 wobbles in one direction off the track is something that really should garner the attention of our audience and the weather community, because that is a deviation off the track and could be an emerging trend off of the track, whether it be west or east. And speed is something to pay attention to, obviously, tomorrow. Speed might be good for the Florida Panhandle and Florida's Big Bend because it'll race past Florida, but not good because, of course, of hurricane impacts to be felt in Georgia and beyond. So 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central, our coverage tomorrow will resume on Tracking the Tropics. We have WFLA.com YouTube.com/report it for you to send in your weather photos and videos, but please do so safely and responsibly. And then, of course, Wobble Tracker, which will be streaming in the overnight hours. You can find it on WFLA.com/ actually, I don't know if we have a URL for it. Just Google WFLA Wobble Tracker, and it should be the first result. You can follow that live. We make that available to folks for free to be able to monitor really around the clock. So if you just want Wobble Tracker, it's a great tool, and we make it available to our viewers, our readers on WFLA.com throughout the duration of our storm coverage. Really appreciate everybody joining us for this late stream. The time is now 9:38 Eastern. That's going to be a wrap on our streaming coverage. We will be ceasing our live stream on YouTube Live, Facebook Live, and then pick things back up tomorrow at 11 Eastern, 10 Central here on Tracking the Tropics from the Stream Center in Tampa, Florida. A big thank you to Ed Bloodsworth, Jeff Baradelli, our other meteorologists that joined us throughout the entirety of this Wednesday, September 25th. We will see you tomorrow, Thursday, September 26th, for the day that Hurricane Helene is expected to reach Category 4 strength and make landfall in Florida. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. Stay safe out there.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.